Right then, let's all sit down, get your seats. If you're not sat in a seat, sit in a seat. If you're sat next to someone you don't know, that's okay as well. I can see some gaps. But guys and girls, I appreciate every single one of you coming. Just by show of hands, who's never seen me before? Who's been brought by a friend? Fantastic. There we go. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Bradley. I've been involved in the online space since 2011. My first company was with a company called Herbalife. Show of hands if anyone's heard of Herbalife. Okay. I was the guy wearing the badge upside down that said, lose weight now, ask me how. So that people, when they turn their head, I'd be like, you need to lose weight. And I'd go and pitch the product, the service. So over the last kind of 15 years, I've been heavily involved in the mindset, personal development, spiritual space. 6, 8 years ago, I got involved in trading through a network marketing company called Academy. Did incredibly well in that. But during the first year, I really understood the power of trading. And over the kind of 14, 15 years, I really understood why people make money, but I was never that guy. So who here feels like they know how to make money, they just don't seem to have any of it? Show of hands. Okay. And that's something that we're going to cover in today, because the realistic part of this game is that 99% of it is not clicking buy and sell. 99% of it is the spiritual, the mindset, the aspect of you that can actually change the version of who you are. And that is something that I really, really understood when I got introduced to a guy called Bob Proctor. Any show of hands who's heard of Bob Proctor before? Sick. Those of you who hasn't, is an absolute G in the space. He studied Think and Grow Rich for 54 years, back to front, and he then shared the thinkings and the workings of that to hundreds of thousands of people. So I was fortunate enough for 6 years to get coached by him. And it was when I was involved in Academy that I really understood why it works. So in this presentation today, I'm going to share with you some of the things that kind of really triggered and transformed how I kind of operate. I've gone from being a guy who couldn't afford to put money in my fuel tank, couldn't afford to pay my rent, couldn't afford to take someone out for dinner if I wanted to, but now I'm making good money, right? This year we should hit 8 figures in income, which is absolutely phenomenal. And I don't say that to brag or to impress you, it's to impress upon you that you can also do it as well. Because I started off in the exact same space as you. I was usually sat at the back, and that's because I used to have a little chuckle at what people were saying. Because they used to read these spiritual scriptures and talk about the Bible, and I was like, man, if I wanted to go to a church, I'd have turned up on a Sunday, not a Saturday, and I wouldn't have been here. So the big thing that I want you guys to understand, that the trading space gives you the freedom to earn money online. We've all got one of these. Most of us don't use it the right way. Most of us are scrolling random crap all day, every day. You're on Tinder, you're on TikTok, you're on Instagram, whatever it is you're swiping, there's some form of swiping going on, right? And when I got involved in the trading space, I really understood the power of making money online. Because before, I had to recruit someone into the business. I had to tell them to come and join my amazing scheme, my system. Some of them ended up as Ponzi schemes. Some have ended up being amazing. They're still going today. But trading for me is the ability to make what I class as, and I'm going to say this out loud, for those of you who don't like swearing, you can make fuck you money. And for those of you who don't like swearing, I'm a very real, raw and honest guy. I don't filter what comes out my mouth. I used to be that person who used to sugarcoat everything and tell you everything's going to be okay and everything's sunshine, unicorns and rainbows, and it's not. We live in a world where if you're not applying the stuff that the wealthy people are doing, you're going to get eaten alive. You won't be able to pay your rent. You won't be able to have any form of decent income. And for me, trading bridges that gap. So when I saw the ability to make the money in this space in 2017, yes, I was recruiting people into the Academy, but I was also the guy doing 10, 12, 14 hours a day studying. So a lot of you right now that are working, who's got a 9-to-5 job still? Or 7 till 7, I class it as still. So a lot of you are still working full time. So use the hours on the evening to start to understand this. And the way that we've built this is so that you don't have to be that guy or girl sat in front of a chart for 16, 18 hours a day. It's not enjoyable. I can teach you strategy, but if you're sat in front of a computer all day, who cares? You might as well be at a job because you're trading your time for money being sat in front of something. So the beautiful thing with what we put together, I saw the network marketing space, I saw the flaws in it, I saw the perks of it, And what I really wanted to do was bring something together that the average person could do that hasn't come from money, that's got a desire to learn, that's got a desire to implement themselves into something to make money. So that's why we don't have any setup fees, no monthly fees, no costs. You retain all the money. So if you like it, guess what? You stick around. If it's not for you, you won't be at the next event. That's perfectly fine, right? So I want you guys to realize that you've got everything in the front of you to be able to go on and make that level of income. And the common misconception with this space is that you need a lot of money to make money. Who here's got, a few £100 in a trading account right now? Right? Sick. I was that guy. I didn't come into this with a silver spoon and £1 million and be like, hey, listen, let's run it up. I think I actually borrowed money to put my first 450 quid in. I blew it in 4 hours. Right? I had to go to a different person to lend some more money. My mum, my dad, my grandma, my granddad, they all lent me money. And I was like, listen, I'm doing this trading thing. It's going to work. Most people think it's hogwash. It's fugazi fugazi. You're seen as the black sheep of the family because you're doing something that's digital. You can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't touch it. But trading is incredible. And that's where I really understood that if we can duplicate that and we can help other people without subscriptions, you're not paying me 30% of your profits per month to pay your subscription. So you can stick around. So today, the biggest focus of today, I'm not going to sit and show you chart work. If you want to do that, we have a couple of calls a week. Jump on them. I'm not that guy. I'm borderline terrible at trading sometimes. Depends where my mindset is. So the stuff that I'm teaching you now, I could be doing it like this. I'm pretty much talking to myself most of the time with the stuff that I'm talking about because most of this game is internal. So who here woke up early this morning and had to do a bit of a trek? Who's drove longer than an hour? 2 hours? 3 hours? 4 hours? 5? Fucking hell. 6? 7? Where have you come from? No idea where that is, but it sounds far. South Coast, all right.
Italy.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Well, I flew in from Marbella, so like that. No, I win. I'm joking, right? But today the focus is on mindset. But I am going to go through a few things first, right? The biggest key with this is you guys removing your emotions. So the big thing that a lot of people do is they trade with more than they can afford. So what I really want you to understand in this, do not trade with more than you can afford to lose. You can lose everything that you put in. You're fully in control of everything that you do. So I don't want to hear any of you blaming Wi-Fi, your partner, your spouse, your kid. You pressing buy or sell is 100% you, right? Who here has blamed something external than them tapping buy or sell before? Maybe not to someone else, but you do it to yourself. You're like, oh man, I pressed buy or sell one too many times there. That was the internet's fault. That used to be my biggest thing. So anything that we say is not financial advice. I will give you as much guidance as I can, but what you go and do on your own side is up to you. And obviously past profits do not guarantee future results. That's for anyone in here who's a lawyer, who might be doing internal works. If I put this recording somewhere and someone sees it, past profits do not guarantee future results. So you're in control of every trade you place. So I'm going to go through some super basics. I'm going to walk you through some of the stuff here that you might already have this in place. Sick. Some of you might not have a clue what you're doing right now. Even better. So from the topics of discussion, anyone, oh, by the way, who's not brought a notepad and pen? Makes it nice and easy. Okay. Well, we have to get them as we go around. But topics of discussion in this, I want to introduce you to some of the basics so you can have a better understanding how to maximize trades and removing you out of the equation as quickly as we can. So what I've actually done from the getting started side of things, this wasn't in place up until about 7 hours ago. Okay? I finished this morning. You're welcome. Right? So in here, there'll be a full getting started video. In here, I'm going to talk to you about trading, welcome in. I'll be showing you how to add credentials because the amount of people that batter my support team who don't know how to do that is insane. And that's okay because you also don't know how to do it. So this video will show you how to do it. Who here doesn't understand layering yet? Perfect. There's a 5-minute video there for you. Magic. Setting trades to break even. And then I've got the 59-minute full walkthrough video, which is a little bit about what I'm going to share today, but it goes into a little bit more in depth. So this is going to be put in place to make sure that every single one of you have the skills, the competence to be able to go out there and place trades, because it is confusing. Who here has been in over 6 months in here trading? See. So this is the beauty of this, is like it'll be a constant thing where you'll either be here in 6 months because you chose not to quit, or you end up as the other statistics of people that just filter out, fizzle out, and they end up not here. So for me, I think about quitting every week. All parts of my business, by the way, not just trading. I have a cafe, I have a podcast studio, I have a cigar lounge. I've got 7,840 of you guys peppering my support every day. When I wake up and I've got, Brad, you need to action this. I'm like, do not disturb. Right? I don't really. I lay there in bed and I reply to every single message. Right? But you guys will also think of that. You'll think about quitting. Who has thought about quitting in the last week? You can be honest with yourselves. Let's have an honest conversation, because I'm putting my hand up. I'm seeing gold peppering all-time highs, and I'm in sells. Has a sell trade been sent? Absolutely not. That's me. I want to be the hero that catches the top. And that's how I've blown £400,000 before, messing around. Over the time, that is. That's not in the last couple of months. Anyway, we're going to go into understanding terminology. So a lot of this, you'll hear SL, BE, you'll hear... There's a lady there patiently with a hand up who needs the thingy, I believe. I see you. So you'll hear all the terminology, break even, stop loss, you know, all of that stuff, and it's going to be overwhelming. But SL simply means stop loss. TP means take profit. Short is going down or selling. You've then got long, which is buying or upping. And then I want you to remember bullish and bearish. Bears attack down, bulls attack up. Nice and simple. Lots is the amount that you will risk per trade, per pip. And then the pip is the percentage of movement, which again, I'll go through. And if you look here, when I did this presentation, look where gold was. 2,431. Who was here at that event when I said press buy? Right?
You.
Yeah, me. I didn't hold it. Right? But the beautiful thing is, like, you'll see in this event today, I think gold's about to hit 5K. We'll do another event in 6 months' time, gold will be 7K. We'll do another event in 12 months' time, gold will be 10K. So, like, what you have to remember is that gold is a safe haven. So whenever there's conflict, war, anything happening in the world is a shit show right now. No one knows what's going on. Bombs are getting dropped. People are getting killed. Like, Trump just takes over Venezuela because he fancies it on a breakfast lunch. He's like, oh, I'm having that because there's oil over there. So, like, when there's conflict, when there's worry, when there's fear, when there's doubt, you go back 1,000 years. What were people buying chickens with? Probably like cows and stuff. We probably weren't buying it with gold back then, right? But there will have been gold in there that people were buying properties with. They were buying other things with. So gold will always remain an asset. So with this, if you remember that whenever you see gold spiking, it's because there's nowhere else to put the money. People are pulling the money out of Bitcoin every now and again. They'll run it into gold. They'll take it out of currencies, because your average currency life cycle is 108 to 110 years. We're coming up to that number now. That's why you're seeing everything fall through the floor. The pound, the euro, the US dollar. So if you understand where the world is going, you're already ahead of the curve. Because 99.9% of the population are just walking around like this, listening to the news, listening to ITV, listening to absolute waffle on the radio. So if you understand that being part of this, I'm not going to tell you that you're going to come in and become a millionaire, but I will equip you with enough information that I can to help you make money from a mindset perspective. Because the people that I've met that are worth billions They're no different than us. They're just equipped a little bit different with how they think. So this here, I could close this, it means nothing. Because if we send a trade that says buy or sell and you're not emotionally capable enough to hold the trade, to do as it requests, it's like who here got here with a GPS this morning, sat-nav? All of us. You imagine there might be little old Doris out there who's turned sat-nav off halfway. She's doing loops on roundabouts because she hasn't got a clue where she's going. That's how you have to try and put things into like physical things that you remember. Whenever a trade is sent and you don't follow the instruction, you're Doris on M62 right now. She doesn't have where she's going, right? So think of it like that. So we're going to go through understanding pips and lot sizes. You'll see I go off on a mad tangent sometimes. This is irrelevant. I was going to wing all of the presentation today, but we'd be going into rabbit holes and is the Earth flat? Is space real? Did we go to the moon? Ha my people. Here we go. I'm joking. Right. So, understanding different pips for different currencies. What do we trade? Right. So, Japanese yen, CAD, Swiss franc, US dollar, the New Zealand means nothing because we don't trade it. I see my lot report every day. Some of you degenerates trade like Japanese something. It's not even it's just a Japanese currency going up and down against itself. I don't know if anyone in here is doing that, but have a word. Okay? We trade gold. So when we look at this, when we understand the pips, the 1.1 is the focal point. Okay, does that make sense to everyone? So we can see 2431.1. So the 1.1 is the focal point. The littler one is meant to be little, but it's not. This little one here is what we call a pipette. That's almost like the cent, if you will. So you've got a dollar and then the cent. So if that 1 went to 2, that'd be 1 pip. If that 2 went to 3, that'd be 2 pips, and so on and so on. So if you're in a buy for 10 pips, then you would simply add 10 to 1.1. Does that make sense? Who doesn't make sense to so far? Who is like mad confused still? Perfect. I knew there'd be like 3 or 4. So all we're doing is basic math. So imagine that was 11. And I said to you, add 10. What would the number be? I saw some of you didn't have full confidence with that. 21, right? 11 plus 10. Magic. We're on the path. So let's say our take profit is 40 pips. So now we're at 1.1 plus 40. What are we getting? We're adding 40 pips. Fucking hell. This might be a longer day than I thought. Push the lunch back, guys. Push it back. We're here till 10, at least, right? So we're adding 40 to 11. 51, right. Add 40. Oh, sorry, we actually got a technical. Yeah, we're right, actually, on something. Anyway, 51, if you were taking it away, you would take off the 1.1, 40 off, you get 71. Okay? Hopefully this is making sense. So when you understand lot sizes, it makes it a hell of a lot easier to calculate your trades. Most of you in the room, you'll be below a standard lot right now. Who here is trading over 1.0 on their trades? I know Chamley is. Where is he? He's there, look. He's like 70 lots per trade. Go on. He's not really. Right? But you've got the micro lots, which are 0.01 to 0.09. That is 10 pence per move to 90 pence per move. You've then got the mini, which is 0.1 to 0.99, which would be £1 to £9.90. You've then got a standard lot, which is 1.0 up, which is £10. So understanding this, that the bigger the lot size, the bigger the reward. So a lot of you in here, what you do is you'll start off with the 0.01 when you're new. What will happen is you'll build a little bit of confidence, you'll increase your lot sizes, you'll win some trades, and then you get pillaged. Right? That one trade that you went all in on because you're thinking, man, I'm going to buy a Ferrari next week with this. If this hits TP5 like all the others have, I'm getting a yacht, right? So understanding that it also increases your risk at the same time. So a lot of us, we need to make sure that we're consistent in what it is that we're doing. We're disciplined with what it is that we're doing, because a lot of the time we rush the process. So who here went to school? Right? We didn't just walk in there and go, completed it, and leave, and say to him, listen, I want to go to college now. They'd be like, no, you need to go there when you're a certain age. University, when you're a certain age, you can drive at a certain age. So the beginning side of this, you need to get your reps in. So start with your lot sizes at a certain amount, build your comfortability with that, and then what will happen is you'll hit a stop loss. If the stop loss, I don't know, I'm going to say it how it is. If it makes you go like this, that's your bum, by the way, right? For those of you who didn't get that reference. If it makes it go like that, you've over-leveraged. So you need to look at your stop loss sizes and be like, right, if this smashes me out in 42 seconds, am I okay with that loss? And then just drop your lot size down a little bit. Drop your lot size down a little bit. Drop your lot size until it feels comfortable. No one loves losing money, but it's part of the game. If we know that the statistical win rate that we've got is between 80 and 85%, and it has been for coming on 2 years, we know that we're going to lose 15 out of 100. Some of you are losing 80 out of 100, and you don't know why. It's because some of the terminology you might not know yet. You might not know how to move your stop loss to break even. You might not know when to secure profit. Some of you are £55 in profit and take profits 58, and you're waiting for it to close. So, I want you to understand that there's so much psychology behind this that if you get to grips with it early on, it makes trading so much easier, because you need to become numb to the outcome of winning and losing. Who here still gets buzzed placing a trade? Right? If you didn't raise your hand, you might be a little bit of a liar too. And that's okay, because I still love it. I still get that emotional hit when I'm taking the trades, but I'm playing with money that I'm okay to lose. For me, I'd spin that on the roulette, I'd play it into poker, I'd put something at risk because I'm okay with losing that. But some of you, you're coming into this and you're expecting results out of it when you're not treating it that's something that would pay you up here. So you guys right now that are in here, who here wants to make money? Right? Who here doesn't want to make money and just wants to learn the strategy? Nobody. So start treating it as something that's making you 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50K a month. Because we've got clients that have been with me now since 2018, 19 that are making bank. They're quitting the job. They're renovating houses. They're buying their dream cars. They're paying their parents' mortgage. All of this stuff is available, but you have to go through and get your reps in while you're doing it. So this bit here, you don't have to do it. Take a photo. I can print screen this. But once you understand lot sizes, this is a walk in the park. So you do 0.03 is what? What is that per pip? 30 pence. 0.12? Okay. 12.50? 12.5 is 120. Right. So with this, understanding this as you go, some of you want to get them tastier lots. I know. I can see. But that's how it is. So you've got the ability in this to understand that risk management is the biggest part of this, because if we know that we've got 85 out of 100 trades, why are we rushing to make the money? Because if we understand that every risk that we take, every time we get into the trade, where's Chris Gillett? He entered the market last night with 1 minute before it closed. He told me this outside. But this is the thing, and I say that because that's me. I'm banking on that flying through the roof, and I don't have to look at it. But a lot of us in here are taking trades when there's no trades sent, because it's a dopamine hit. There's a feeling, right? We're waiting for that trade to make us a little bit of money because the trade might not have been sent for 20 minutes, half an hour, 40 minutes. What Chris did there, and he told me outside, I hope you don't mind me sharing that, by the way. I ripped it. My bad. But that is how I was. And he's smashed it for the last 2 or 3 weeks, if not longer. But getting into that emotional habit of taking the trades when they're sent, the discipline that you have to master in this, because it's all internal. Like, yes, we can blame the news, Trump, this, but the realistic part of it, it's us. So us going through and understanding our account size, the risk management, I don't risk 1%. Because if I'd have started this with 500 quid and you told me I could make £3.27, I'd have been like, shit. I can make that on a scratch card. I might as well chuck 500 quid into corner shop and get some scratch cards. I've got a better chance of winning, right? I did then anyway. I was terrible at trading. So if you understand that your risk is determined about what you're comfortable with, us telling you what to trade, how to trade it, what to risk, like, we can't do that because your risk appetite is down to you as an individual. For me now, I love making money. I will never shy away from that. You guys want to make money, love making money as well. So understanding this, the lot size part, account size divide by 100, 1%. So if you know then how to work out your lot sizes, all of our stop losses at the moment are ranging between 80 to 100 pips. If we go back 2 years, our average stop loss was 24 pips. The average trade was hitting 150, 180, 200 pips. The risk to reward was 1 to 8, 1 to 9, 1 to 10. Once market conditions calm down again and they become a bit more predictable, we can probably get back to them numbers. But now when gold's just doing this, like, the risk has to be a little bit higher to keep everyone's account a little bit safer. And don't forget, just because we send 7 to 15 trades per day doesn't mean you need to take them all, by the way. Who here feels a bit anxious when they miss a trade? Like, they maybe FOMO in. They've missed a trade. Like, oh my God, I'm holding the baby. Like, what do I do? Right? Right? I know some of you are doing that. Maybe not dropping the baby. But I got you. So keeping it simple. For every £100 you've got, you can use 0.01. But if you're a brand new person, keep it at 0.01 until you're confident. And I want to talk about this here because this is something that the buy stop and the sell stop, you will never really have to use. So understanding buy limits and sell limits, and I'm getting the trading bit out of the way because the stuff that really gets me going is the mindset, the psychology, everything else about that aspect. But the buy limits and sell limits, they're amazing to utilize when we're teaching layering. I personally don't like using them. I would rather, because I've got time on my hands sometimes, I can sit there and place the trades. But if you know that you're about to sit down and you see a trade come through and you know you've got to do something, buy limits and sell limits are great. And these are basically just what we call pending orders. Skip a buy stop and a sell stop because we don't use them. But what is a sell limit? A sell limit is basically we're expecting the market to come up, tap us into an entry, and then come back down to a take profit. So if you think, let's say we send a trade right now that says buy now, or sell now in this case, right? If we send it that says sell now, we give a zone with a 30 or 40 pip entry of where you can enter. This is like a safe haven, if you will. So if the trade is within that range, you can press sells. Don't spam it 60 times, like some of you do. That's also gambling, right? But you want to make sure that if it's like, let's say it's 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, they're the areas it can enter. Gold is moving rapido right now. So you coming onto your phone and thinking, right, trade's being sent. MetaTrader 5. There it is.
TP1.
Yeah, it's done. And you've not even pressed buy or sell yet. Like, we have Telegram, we have MetaTrader 5. Who here's got Telegram downloaded? Everyone should have, by the way. MetaTrader 5, sick. So all you do is you'll make sure that you've got it at the top and you can tap buy or sell straight away. Don't worry about the stop losses and the take profit coordinates straight away. You want to get into the market. Buy or sell. Then hold it down, press modify, put your stop loss in. Then you can worry around putting your buy limits and your sell limits in. So at this point, we're expecting the market to sometimes go in tap us into them other entries, and then drop. Does that make sense? So like you might put your phone down for 30 seconds, it pings up 50 pips, triggers everyone else into the market, and then what it allows you then to do is start to remove risk off the table. So you can start to then, if you've got 5 entries and they're all in blue, you can start closing your worst ones. So like £6, £8, £9, close, 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 bank, bank, bank. Leave the ones at the top running with the stop loss in profit. I hate break even. Personally. When I see, and we have this conversation 73 times a day about stop loss going to break even, stop loss going to break even. I understand it, but my brain doesn't at the same time because I'm a risk-based person. I was willing to risk £10 to make 20, as an example. I'm not then going to move my stop loss to break even or just above when I was already willing to risk that personally. Does that make sense? For me, it's either hitting stop loss or it's hitting take profit. But I'm also not bothered about closing my trades early. Who here, their trade hits TP1 and it goes to TP 75,744,000? And they're like, if only I'd have held that trade. Who here gets that feeling? At least once a week, right? So we're always going to have that what if, what if, what if. But I did a test, and I think this wasn't so long ago. I did a 1 to 50K account. It took me 9 weeks. I was using 0.1s only. When it got above 50K, that was when my brain started triggering. So I need you guys to understand that you lot, and I'm going to talk about this heavily in this, so you'll have your own like financial thermostat. When your account gets above a certain point, you'll start acting reckless. Your lot sizes go up. You become invincible. You trade every trade regardless. Your stop losses, what's that? Because your account balance is now so high that you're like, well, this is fine for me. So understanding that we can trigger ourselves in and out of the market with the buy and the sell limits is going to help you, but then also not having too much kind of ego to close the trades. I always say, once it's in blue, it's up to you. You cannot go broke taking profits. So in this, if you're making small, consistent growth, yes, the take profit went to 96 million. You could have missed out on 580 bazillion, quadrillion pounds, right? But you made money. There's another trade. There's another trade. There's another trade. There's another trade. So understanding this is very, very important because I've really realized for me, and again, I say this with all these things that I'm doing, I'm always talking to myself. I have, and Katie will attest to this, when my account size gets to a certain amount, I might as well be spinning roulette whilst playing blackjack. I ain't got a clue what's going on once it gets to that point. Because I'm not looking at the money anymore. And I become almost careless with it. Does that make sense? So I did this when I was first getting started. I took a £400 account to 42,000. I'd just split up my ex at the time. I'd moved back in with my mum. And I'm trading Dow Jones. I have no idea why. But it moved quickly. I'm pressing sell because it's hitting all-time highs every 35 seconds. Being the hero trying to catch it coming down, I'm minus 39,500 quid. Mum comes upstairs, probably all heard this. Do you want a crisp sandwich? I'm like, no. 40 grand in the hole, Mum. I'm in my bedroom that I grew up in. Like, what's going on? She's like, no, you'll get it back. I'm like, trust me, I won't. It went to 41,000 negative. I sat there, and this is where I need you guys to start to understand, because this will happen to you. Who's blown an account before? Who's lying and hasn't put their hand up? Right? Who's blown 5, 10, 15, 20 accounts? All right? I'm that guy. So you have to understand that at that point, I was emotionally triggered by seeing the negative. I was trying to catch falling knives, left, right, and centre, swords, whatever you want to class them as at that point. They felt like bricks and houses. I manually closed every single trade. I literally was about to be sick, went to the toilet. I was there about 5 minutes, and I came back, The news had come out. Dow Jones dropped 1,000 points. I'd have made £488,000. And my mum brings the crisp sandwich up anyway, because she could see I was stressed. I'm like, Mum, like, with all due respect, like, just leave me alone a second. I'm like, I've lost money. She's like, no, you'll get it back, love. I'm like, I won't. It's gone. But like, at that point, that was the turning point for me. There's going to be a trigger at some point that happens to you. And who here is putting, and again, I say this all, who's putting money in that they don't really care about, the £300 to £500? You guys will have it the hardest. Because it'll hit a certain amount of money that means something to you. Like for me, that 40 odd grand that I lost, I'm like, wow, I could have bought a house, a car, I could have paid some of my mum's mortgage off. That's when it hit. So I then started treating it a little bit differently. And I was like, right, okay, well, if I can lose 42 grand, I can make that. So that's why all the stuff that I'm teaching now, this stuff here, I could skip this. It don't mean nothing. It's the emotional aspect of it that comes through. Because in this game, all you're doing is market execution most of the time. Buy and sell. And we want you to get professional at withdrawing. Who here has not withdrawn yet? Okay, those who kept their hands up, who's made profit, a good chunk of it, might be 50 quid, £100, but hasn't withdrawn because it's not sufficient enough. And again, you can keep your hands up for that, it's fine. I used to get into a habit of withdrawing even a little bit so I could have that feeling. Because once it hits my bank, for me it's crypto, once it hits into my crypto wallet, it's now real. I can go to the shop, I can get a bottle of Pinot Noir, £8.90, screw top, right? And I could treat myself. Some of you haven't had that feeling yet because it's not enough money. So like when it comes to withdrawing, want to condition good behavior. Who here's got kids? Who's got a pet? Right? You have to teach the dog, sit. It doesn't sit. Some of you still give it the treat anyway, right? That's why it's a rogue dog. We're teaching ours at the moment. Two little beautiful Merle Pomeranians. When Kate is not getting treats. She wonders why they bark all day. But like, you have to condition yourself first. You're almost going back to the womb. Like, this is fresh. You're out of this into the wilderness. And you're like, what's going on? So you need to teach that to begin with, of all the super basic attributes that you require to make money. So if we understand that withdrawing, what was that? Oh. If we understand that withdrawing is conditioning good behaviour, when you make 50 quid, treat yourself. I don't know what you buy nowadays with 50 quid. You don't even get Tesco weekly shop, I don't think, over here anymore.
6 wines.
How many?
6 wines.
Bottled or in the? Oh, cork. All right. I thought you were on about the bag wine. Then I was like, the box wine. Who's drinking box wine in here? Huh? You know what I mean. My mum loves a box wine. To be fair, loves it. So you need to condition that good behaviour. So when you make a good amount of profit, you withdraw it. You get that dopamine hit, that feeling, and then you start to become numb to the trading outcome. So within this, treat yourself, your family, do something nice. It might be buying your parents some flowers, something like that, that has a feeling that you get, because a lot of us in here, we're chasing money with no emotion. So in this, today I'm going to cover a lot around the mindset side of things that you can go through. But if we look at compound growth, this is the type of stuff here. Let me see if this will actually open up. Turn off these because you don't need to see my WhatsApp. Right, what's the average amount that people are starting with in here? 300? Okay. So if we put 300 quid in here and you aim for 2.5% a week over a year, include all days of the week, no, Monday to Friday, and let's say you're comfortable putting in an extra 50 quid a month, just for easy numbers. Like, we all spend that on a night out, weekend, I don't know. Mine used to be on prawn cocktail crisps. Banging. So let's say we start that from Monday the 26th, and you calculate that. In a year's time, you'll have a total amount of 1,779 quid. Who here is genuinely excited about 1,800 quid? And it's okay if you are. For me, I wasn't. I don't get excited about them type of numbers because for me, I could just work more hours at work. I could spend more time doing what I was doing online, sell more nutritional products, sign more people up into the company, do more versions of this. So like this number here isn't the initial thing. Let's take the minimums away and let's just say you've done year one, but then you go 1,750. But let's say you start doing a little bit better and you're doing like, what's people averaging weekly at the moment when they're doing well? Percentage wise, shout it out. 1%, 3%, 5%. I know some of you are doing like 80%, which is insane. Okay. Let's just say we kept it at 5% a week for a year. You wasn't redepositing anything else. Year two, you're at 11 grand. Now, there's an extra grand a month while you're doing what you're still doing anyway, because no one's quitting the job on 890 quid, 900 quid a month. They're not. So that's year two. 1,900, right? Couldn't even math then. And you've got a little bit better and you start doing 1 to 2% a day. You're in year three now. At this point, with the volume of trades that we're taking, there is enough there for you to be doing this type of growth because you're risking a set percentage, don't forget. So now we calculate that. Yeah. Buys a few more shoes, handbags, get your hair done, your nails done, teeth whitened every now and again. You're all right. This here is what people don't look at. They're thinking of their trade right now. This is a very immediate future. They're not looking of where they're going to be in a year, 2 years, 3 years, once they've mastered the discipline, once they've mastered themselves. Because at the beginning, who here started a new job recently, in the last 6 to 12 months, right? You don't walk in there immediately and know everything about everyone, all the back end and all the systems, all this, everything. You know, it takes time. It's like if I was to come to Paul now, who runs Grantley Hall, and I was to say to him, listen, I'm starting today. What's your job today, Paul? He'd be like, not what to do with you. You're cleaning cutlery in back. I'd be like, right, well, where's the water? I've got to figure out what to do step by step. And once I've got my reps in, if I'm doing well enough, I get a promotion. It's the same in this. You guys have to start with where you are right now and work towards the better part of you. So if we then start to understand that from day one and we start to see, hello, the presentation is gone off. We'll pause this. I don't know what's going on here. Got on speaker view. We don't need that. Start from beginning. Go to slide 41. Why have I got no technical team here? Right? This bit here is what I really understood, was compound growth. So when I started in the online industry in 2011, selling Herbalife, I was getting my reps in. I moved to a company called Arbonne for like 6 months. I was selling face cream, doing pamper parties every Tuesday and Thursday night. Every week. Every week. I then moved to a company called Organo, selling gourmet coffee with mushroom in. It was banging. Built an insane franchise group with that. We had 17,200 people worldwide. So if you look, the compounding over time is just me getting a little bit better. Me finding my own feet. Coming into trading, I was like, wow, okay, I've never done this before. New skill set. So you have to then go through and get your reps in, and it might take you 6 years, 8 years, but we have time. So what we're trying to do here is compound that speed to get you the results quicker than what it took us. Because I've got friends of mine that are sat in front of charts for 12, 14, 16 hours a day. They're not profitable yet. Because they're their own worst enemy. Who here is doing things day in, day out, week in, week out, month in, month out, year in, year out, they know they shouldn't be doing? Hands up. This might be relationships, by the way. It might be being late to work every day. It might be something to do with your kids, your dogs, your this, your that. You're having patterns and cycles that you go through, that you identify, you see, and you just go like that. And it comes over here as well in a day, a week, a month. So all we need to do in this is see that the long-term part of this is where you make the money. Because every time you lose, every time you hit stop loss, every time an emotion gets triggered, you have to go through that. This book here, who hasn't read this yet? Just by show of hands. I know some of you are saying, I've got it on audiobook, right? Who has not listened to this or read it yet? Okay? The first 11 pages of this book will tell you why you are, how you are in trading. 11 pages in. I bought the book. It was a doorstop for long enough. Same as Think and Grow Rich. I had the book Think and Grow Rich for 6 years, never opened it, and I never understood why people teach people to read certain things. So if you can equip yourself with the knowledge that's going to get you to a point where you can make that life-changing income, that's the game. So in this, you need to remember that you're a student first. It's going to be tough to start. Who here gets frustrated regularly? Right? Not even just at trading, just in general. I'm better now. See, I'm saying to myself, I'm better now. I get angry every now and again, but my anger levels have dropped a lot recently because I've realized again that I can't control certain things. I can't control 7,851 people pressing buy or sell at the exact right time, moving their stop loss at the exact same time. So I can't then let that impress upon me my stress, my worry, my anxiety, my this, my that. So remember, like I said, you can't go broke taking profits in this game. So when we look at the basics of trading, and I'm going through the basics with this, support and resistance is what we class as like a retail version style of trading. This is how, from a markup perspective, you'll see this with Ish, you'll see this with the guys doing the trainings and stuff like that. They do specific versions of their markups. And I want you to think of this as like floors and ceilings. There's a floor, there's a ceiling. There's a floor, there's a ceiling. So all that the market does, and man, look at this, 2,700. Imagine if I'd have bought that buy. Right? You can see here, the market bounces up and down. Floor, ceiling, floor, ceiling. It breaks the ceiling, creates a new ceiling, has a floor. Does that make sense? So if we start to see these patterns over and over, I'm not teaching you guys to go do TradingView. This is TradingView, by the way, for those of you who've never seen it before. I don't want you on this. You can go start to learn for yourself, but this is where I used to get trapped. I had 6 monitors, didn't have a clue what any of them meant, looked cool. I had a laptop that I was just replying to people on Instagram on. So if anyone ever came into my house, which they didn't because I didn't invite anyone over, right? They saw 6 monitors. They were like, this guy's a trader. He knows what he does. I didn't have a clue. I had them all on different time frames. They were all zoomed in, and I was losing money day in, day out. But understanding this type of stuff. So when you start to see it, who's been on one of the trainings and they might as well be on a Mandarin lesson? Right? That was me every day. I was jumping on live calls and I was like, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. But I saw them making money. I saw them growing. I saw them getting to the point where I wanted, where I desired. So if you guys are seeing the results that we're putting in, clients making money, that means you can too. So that's a big thing in this, is that like it's almost seeing the results first. So if we start to see support, resistance, it breaks. We have a newfound level of support here. Resistance, support, resistance, it breaks. Boom, 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 boom. It breaks, does it again. So on and so on. While you're sat there, if you want to finger tap your phone, see how I changed that word there? But hey, those of you who are on a training, finger tap your phone as much as you want when it hits them levels. Use the lowest lot size that you can. and train yourself to see that. Because what will happen is you might see this every now and again, and you look and you think, sell? Question mark? It's already in. It's too late now. The trade drops. You make 2 quid, 3 quid, 5 quid, 8 quid. You close the trade. You might then see a trade comes through within that time period. Because the style of trading that we do is very, very similar to this. It's based on support, resistance, trend lines, and something called fair value gaps. All I want you to remember is that the market leaves a trail of money. We've already understood and discovered the world is in turmoil. It's in debt. So if you start to see that the banks have to leave footprints to come back to, they can hold drawdown, which is negative, infinitely. Because if they get too much in drawdown, what do? They print some more money. Yes. Tax goes up, inflation goes up, everything else goes up and through the roof. We hit it. We're getting stung on the back end. We don't have a clue why. Like the national or world debt count is going through the roof. So like if we start to see that that is the pattern that the banks, the governments, the hedge funds are doing, they're playing a bigger game. All we have to do is get the moves when the money is put into the market. So you will see, and again, I don't want to go into this too deep, but if you see here, I don't know if you can see this on this little gap. This here, there's a gap between this bottom of this candle and the top of these candles here. That is a fair value gap or imbalance. The market has to come back there, take the money, they'll close off their worst positions that they were holding as buys, they'll get out and the market tanks. You'll see it here. Look at this gap here. From this one here, this little thing, if anyone can see it, should be on this screen. I don't know why I didn't do it on that. But there's a gap where this wick comes down, collects this, they close the trades, ping. So all we're looking for is the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. So if we know that every time a trade is sent, it meets the criteria that is required, do we feel confident taking that trade knowing that there is a strategy behind it, there's a system behind it, right? We don't get up out of bed in the morning and like, oh my God, I've got to think how to walk. 1, 2, like you don't. Your brain remembers how to walk from when you was whatever age. When you think about breathing, it gets incredibly, like a lot worse to breathe. I find it like if you start thinking, you think, fucking hell, I can't breathe. Like, what's going on? If you had to think about everything that your body does all day, every day, you'd be a mess. So, like, think of trading as that. We already know what to do. We're not sending trades out to be like, gotcha, you're lost. No, my support channel gets battered. If it was like that all day, every day, this room would just be me. Katie would be here for support. And I'd have flown the camera guys over for nothing. It'd just be an empty room, right? So understanding that the system that we have in place is put in ways to help you make money. So you don't have to worry about the back end. You don't have to worry about the strategy or the system. So this is where then we go back to break and retest. This is a very, very similar thing to support and resistance. You can see here, this was a level. It broke, it retested. Breaks, retests. So this level here gets retested. This level here, retested. And all that means is the price has come back there again. So it breaks through it, comes down, so you can see here, price breaks through this here, price is rejected here, it's rejected here, broke through, comes back to retest. So it does break and retest. The market does the same all day, every day. All week, all month, all year. I can go to the chart right now. It'll look like this. Just instead of it saying 2,716, it'll say 5,986. 4,986. Did I say 5 then?
Yeah.
Dyslexic, right? Blame something. Yeah. So like if you understand that the patterns are the same over and over and over and over and over again, you could have been buying gold the last week, the last month, the last year. Everyone says, Bradley, why aren't we selling? Why aren't we putting more sells on? Because the market is fooked. The world is in turmoil. We're not going to get into long-term positions on sells when the market is going up and up and up and up and up and up, and it's predicted to hit 7,000, 9,000, 11,000, so on and so on. Like, you have to understand in this game, you have to be on the right side of probability. That's why we send the trades how we do. Because we understand from a statistical perspective, we're going to win more than we lose. And the only part of it that we lose on is when we get in the way. Because trades are going to hit stop loss regardless. We're going to get to a point where we lose money regardless. We cannot help that. It's part of the game. Who here feels a little bit sad when a trade's hit stop loss? Right? Back-to-back stop losses hurts. 3 stop losses in a row. We're over. 4. Now we're questioning it. But again, at this point here, at what point does you, as a human being, kick in? Because when you're winning, everything's insanely good. Sunshine, unicorns, magical rainbows is happening. Everything feels better. You don't even care about filling up your car because you know you've got money. Everything's great. You're buying the bougiest wine, the bougiest steaks because you've had a £17 profitable day. Sick, right? You don't care because you feel good. But then the emotions kick in when you have a loss 1 or 2 times. Some of you in here know that. But you still keep pressing buy or sell for the rest of the week, knowing full well that your headspace isn't in the right space. Your head's all over. I know when my head starts going west because it's foggy. I have a very clear head most of the time. When I'm in a trade that I shouldn't be in and drawdown slapping me and I've got 44 trades on and it's going the wrong way, I'm about to get margin called. If you haven't had that or you don't know what that is yet, you will soon, if you haven't already experienced it. But this is the beauty of this space. Like, I can sit here and teach you all of this about lower lows, lower highs, because this is how the market moves. If we see here, the market's going up, right? Or the market, in this scenario here, is going down. This is a perfect scenario, this one. Up, bum, 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 bum. It looks like this. Lower low into lower high. Lower low into lower high. Lower low. And then the market reverses. So then we've got higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, and so on and so on. So the market does the same pattern over and over and over and over again. You can do this on a daily time frame. You can do this on a 4-hour time frame. I just looked over there and I was like, someone who looks like me. And it's my banner. The lights. That was an ADHD moment. Sorry, I got distracted. I was like, what? Well, it's me. So the market goes up, the same as it goes down, just the inverse way of doing it. So in this, if we start to see the same patterns, the same ways of trading, the trades are coming through, and you know that the market has done this into this after seeing the lower version, what are we expecting the market to do? Go up. If it was going the inverse way, and the market might be down here, and it's just pulled up to here, but it's not broken a previous high, we might be expecting it to go down. So you're going to see the same trades over and over again, over and over again. So all we're training is the mastery of just taking the trades. You can go learn strategies on the calls. Ask the questions. If there's specific things that you guys want to know, I'm on the calls most of the time. You might not see my name because I'm on there as gold trading. So that's me, usually me on the chat. So you can just ping things into there, and I'll ping things to the trader. So then as you go through and we learn that higher highs, higher lows, lower highs, they're all part of the movement. That is what's going to help us with the trading space. So, I don't know why I've gone that again there. But this is how it looks. So the market's coming down. We then have a new high. Pings back down. We then start creating higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. Which if we go to this scenario back here, market's going up continuously, pretty much. So on these, it's pretty much higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher low. So as we go through, what I want you guys to think of is the 80-20 rule. Who here feels like they need to catch 100% of the move? all the time. So we press buy or sell, and you feel like you have to be in the trade there and then, yes. But what I like to think of for me is the 80-20 rule. Yes, we're going to get into the trade as soon as we can, but I don't care about this down here. I'm not looking for the trade to go all the way and rinse every penny and squeeze every pound out of it that I can. Because I understand my own emotional psychology. I understand my own patterns that I go through. So if we know that, yes, the trade comes in, we enter. Let's say it might have entered here and it reverses back. You might miss that part of the trade. You might not be able to get in. That's the 10% that you're going to skip out on. It's fine. The goal is to catch the bigger move. So once you catch that, I call that the 80-20. Don't be fearful or worried about catching the whole move all the time, because you'll psychoanalyze all of the little intricate parts. You'll be like, oh my God, I could have done this. I could have done this. I could have got in a little bit earlier. I could have changed my entry. I could have increased my lot size, or maybe I didn't get all of the trade. And you sat there and you almost build yourself up into like a pattern of worry. And you don't end up having the result that you should have from trading. Because the joy side of things, the great parts of this, come when you're making money. But also, mastering the psychology part of it is incredible. And that's one thing now. I think it goes on to the next slide. Here we go, look. Right. This next part here, I'm buzzing to share with you all. So I get the pleasure of spending every day with her. And we've been together now a good while. When we first met, she was doing esthetician marketing for beauty companies and stuff like that. She didn't have a passion for it. She was doing all right money-wise, but it wasn't her goal. It wasn't her dream. It wasn't her passion, if you will. And a lot of the stuff that we talk about in here is following your kind of vehicle. For me, it's doing shit like this. I love it. So basically seeing Katie's growth the last 12 months alongside mine is incredible. She's just won the school games with Alex Hormozy. For those of you who know what that is, she's got a school community. And she's just hit, what, you're now 118,000 subs on YouTube. Wow. Bearing in mind, when we first met, I was going to race her to 1,000 subscribers. I was already on 469. I was like, I'm going to smash her. Within 4 days.
It's shorter every time.
Might have been a week. She'd obliterated me. Now, obviously, she's got, you know, an insane following, a great community. And what I wanted her to do at such short notice, I told her yesterday. Yeah. Welcome. I want her to kind of share with you some of the stuff that she teaches within inside of her community from a mindset perspective, because when we first met, my first gift to her was the Thinking into Results by Bob Proctor. So I knew she was a big Bob Proctor fan, and that was my first gift because I knew she was heavy into mindset. So now, for me to see her now sharing this with you guys, I don't want to put too much pressure on her, but she's fucking incredible at what she does. And, you know, watching her grow day in, day out, week in, week out, on YouTube, in school, like inspiring and motivating other people, that is ultimately what everything's about that we want to do, right? We all want to help and see people grow. So, Katie, give her a round of applause. Just tap. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hi, guys. I'm Katie, as Brad mentioned. I'm actually not a pen manufacturer. I'm a mindset coach.
What did I say?
No, I was handing out pens earlier.
Oh, okay,
No. So for the last couple of years, I've been coaching people on how to master their internal state and their mindset so that they can get better results in their reality. And the one thing that I've seen across the board with everybody is your results are a direct reflection of your energy, okay? So your energy is your beliefs, your thoughts, your emotions, and your identity or your self-concept. And what I found is this stuff has a direct impact on the results that you're getting in your life. Even if we look at this from a logical perspective, if success is about making the right decisions and taking the right actions, why don't we always make the right ones? Even if we think about trading, like it's probably just reading the charts. I don't trade, but I'm just guessing from what I've seen Brad do. It's reading the charts, making the right decisions. It sounds really, really easy, but when you boil it down, it's actually not easy. And the reason for that is every decision that we make is triggered by our internal state. You don't just take random actions for no reason. It's because of your internal state. So your emotions, your beliefs, and your thoughts are constantly triggering you into taking particular actions. It's almost unconscious on autopilot. But when you're moving out of something like a 9 to 5 and into something like trading, you have to become aware of these unconscious drivers, or you're going to have triggers and things coming up constantly, and you're going to be taking actions and you're not going to know why you can't change. So when we think about the actions that you take, right, there's something that I like to call the order of creation. If any of you are familiar with scripture, you might know this. Essentially, you have to be more before you can do more, before you can have more, okay? So what you have in reality, the money that you have, the results that you have, is a result of what you do. You know that, that's very logical, that's cause and effect. But what you do is a result of who you are being. And that's the layer that most people don't think about. You never consider that you have to become bigger, you have to become more than who you've been so that you can be empowered to do more. And even if we break this down, I don't know how spiritual or into mindset you guys are, but like if we look at the different states of consciousness, if you're in a particular identity, if you have a particular energy level, you can't even perceive certain actions. They're outside your state of consciousness. So even if you logically know, maybe I should do this, maybe I should do that, the actions that you're automatically triggered to take, they're not even going to cross your mind because it doesn't correspond with who you are, okay? So even if you compare right now, whatever money you're making in trading or whatever else, to let's say a 6-figure per month trader, think about the actions that you take automatically compared to that person. And think about the results that you have as a byproduct of those actions. If, for example, you're in a difficult financial situation, okay, you're in a state of lack, you're going to take actions out of a state of lack, and then you're going to have a result of lack. You don't need to think about how to do this. It's automatic, okay? It comes from who you are being. You do it automatically. And so it's the same thing. When you shift who you're being and how you're showing up and you shift your energy, the actions that you take shift automatically, and then the results that you have shift automatically. So if, for example, you're in an energy of feeling broke, you're going to do actions that keep you broke, and you're going to have a result of being broke. But if you just shift your energy to being abundant, you're going to naturally take actions that result in abundance as a result of that, okay? So I want you to just get in your heads right now, when you think about your circumstances, I want you to immediately, when you see your circumstances in front of you, realize that this is just a mirror reflection of your state. It is a mirror reflection of your energy. Nothing more, nothing less. And a big thing that I teach is radical responsibility for your state. Because we have a tendency to kind of point our finger at everything in reality and say, this is the problem, that is the problem. But the truth is, if you change your energy, if you become resourceful, if you use all the resources available to you, you can overcome any circumstance in your reality, okay? And anything that you see before you is a byproduct of a past energy that you have embodied. It's resulted in you taking particular actions, and then you had the results that you had, okay? So if you're in circumstances of struggle, for example, I want you to immediately note and say, this is because I've been in a state or a frequency of struggle. I don't think I need it, but just, yeah, leave it inside. I normally have a whiteboard. If any of you see my YouTube, I'm normally Brad. So yeah, if you see that you're in circumstances of struggle, I want you to point the finger back at yourself and realize that this is just a mirror reflection of your energy. And what does that look like in terms of the frequency of struggle? It looks like fear, scarcity, lack, and insecurity. Then if you compare that with having circumstances of success, okay, so we're all chasing the having, we're all chasing the outcome, but what comes before that is your energy. So a person who's having a lot of success in their reality, you can know that their energy, their state, their identity is totally different to someone who's struggling. And so that's the component that you need to master when you're wanting to change your results. So the frequency of success looks like the opposite of struggle. It's being calm, it's feeling abundant, it's feeling like you have enough, it's feeling that feeling of confidence, like you know what you're doing. And I know a lot of you are going to be looking at your results and you're looking at kind of the strategy and things, but you should also be looking at how you're showing up energetically, because that is going to dictate the actions that you even think to take. And no amount of strategy is going to make up for that. So here I have this thing I call the feedback loop, okay? And basically, what I see in people is they look at their circumstances and they allow their circumstances to dictate their state, okay? So one that I always give, because I know a lot of us can relate to it, I know I can definitely relate to it. I was in lack for a really, really long time, and this was my feedback loop as well. I would see lack in my circumstances. I would see the bill, I would see the bank account, and I would say, oh my God, this means that I am lack. This means that I am broke. This means that I will never make enough money. And it would trigger all of these negative thoughts and this really limited identity. What would that result in? It would result in more lack in my reality, right? Because I was running, I was chasing, I never felt like I had enough. And so the decisions that I made were decisions from fear, not from abundance. And that resulted in more lack in my reality. And so a lot of people, we look at the circumstance of lack and we're trying to make things happen and make things work. But you actually have to break the feedback loop. Not even there, but you see the arrow above. I see lack. Instead of saying I am lack, you have to break the cycle and say, you know what, I'm not lack. I'm not going to let the circumstance define me. I am abundant, or I'm becoming more abundant every day. The past is not the present, and it's not going to be the future. You have to stop letting your past circumstances, or even your current circumstances, define you. The minute that you start to take control of this, of your energy right now, here today, and you start showing up as the more abundant, decisive version of you, is the moment that your external reality can start to change and reflect that back to you. But it's not going to happen a moment sooner. And if you don't break this loop, you're going to stay in that feedback loop forever. And you're going to keep waiting for the circumstance to change, but it's not going to change until you change. So I have a little visual here, but essentially, you exist within this box of your beliefs, of your paradigm, of your identity. That's your experience of reality. That's what you can perceive. That's what you know, what decisions to make. That's the insights that you get. It's all a byproduct of your state of consciousness or your energy. And let's say your current reality is you're making 5 grand per month, and you want to go to a desired reality of making 50 grand per month. For that to happen, you have to become bigger than your circumstances and your environment for a little while. And you need to be comfortable with that. You need to be okay with that. Like, you're going to enter a little bit of a training ground where you're trying to show up as this new self, and you might still keep getting bills. You might still keep getting triggered by a bank account. But those triggers are opportunities for you to show that you have changed, that you're not going to keep responding the way that you have in the past. And that is where the transformation can then happen in your reality. And if you don't consciously decide to do this, you will default to being created by your environment and your circumstances. And that will continue to be the feedback loop that you experience. So Brad is actually a really good example of this. When I met Brad, he was doing okay. not as well as he was doing now, so I backed the right horse. But I saw the potential. He had about 17 different businesses, and he was juggling a million different plates. And what he had to do, basically, he had to stop being in this identity of trying things. He was trying all these different businesses, but he was never really mastering truly anything. And what he did is he shifted his energy, he shifted his identity, and he started showing up as that leader version of him, as the version of him that won. Even though we were still in our small-ish apartment, even though he didn't have the connections around him at the time to do it, he still showed up in that energy, and he led with his character. He started having meetings. He started cutting down the amount of businesses he was running. He narrowed it down to trading and one other, and then the other one fell away. And because he led with that energy and that mindset, and he changed his character, then everything around him started to change really dramatically. But it wasn't until he decided to change his character and decided to change how he was showing up that this was able to happen. And I remember it really clearly. One day he was kind of just moping about, not feeling great. And then one day he took out his big whiteboard, which is when I know shit's going down. And he wrote, he was like, right, it's starting today. He wrote it down. He wrote his income that he wanted to make. I don't even know what it was. It was probably like 50 grand a month back then. And all these different goals. And he wrote down all these different affirmations. And from that day forward, his energy changed dramatically, and then his results changed, okay? So he became bigger in that moment, and from that moment going forward, than his environment. He defined his new self from his future and from his vision, rather than continuing to be defined by his past circumstances and by the things he was experiencing up until that moment. Okay, so I couldn't distill down absolutely everything that I wanted to go through today. But I have a couple of principles here to give you some hacks on how to embody more of the energy of success, some things that you can focus on right now today. Okay, so the first one is to be your best, regardless of the outcome or the situation. So this looks like hosting a live call, for example, where there's 2 people on there as if there's 20,000 people on there. This is like launching a website, like you already have a waiting list of customers. Whatever it is you're doing, you want to always be your best. Because if we go back to this principle that I mentioned a minute ago, you have to be more if you want to do more, if you want to have more, okay? And so for a little while, you might feel like you are actually doing too much, depending on the situation that you're in. But you have to detach completely from the outcome of your action and from the situation that you're in, and just go all in on your character and being the best version of you that you can be, no matter what the situation is. And the thing is, this makes you an outlier really quickly, because not a lot of people actually do their best. A lot of people are skating by. They're not really trying that hard. They're not really putting their whole energy into something. So if you actually do your best, you will automatically be in a category of like the 1%, okay? And so I want you to just reflect on this question. Have you actually been doing your best? Is there anything else you could be doing to level up and actually show up as the best version of you from today going forward? Because you will see that instantly. In your energy, it will shift your energy. In your perception, it will shift your perception. And then it will change the decisions you make and the outcomes that you get in your life. Okay, this one I love. So this is let business work on you before working for you. And it took me a while to learn this. I think it takes everyone a little while to learn this. But there's a phrase I love. It's you're either learning or you're earning. And sometimes we're in a season of learning and we're so in a rush to get earning that we're not learning anything. We're resisting the lessons that are right in front of us. And if you could just sit down and shut up and actually learn your lessons, you would get to earning a whole lot quicker. Okay, so if you're coming into a new industry, there's going to be a lot that you need to learn, and you need to be humble and open and willing to actually learn the lessons, and maybe wait a little while for that income you're looking for until you're ready to show up as that version of you who's actually learned enough to win basically in your business, okay? So whatever industry you're in, but this trading industry, it's going to show you who you are. It's going to teach you where your pitfalls are in your mindset and everything, but you have to be open to learning those lessons. And the quicker you can learn them, the quicker you can get to earning. Okay, this one, I spoke to Brad about this one. I was like, what's the biggest thing that people are struggling with? And he said, getting a dopamine hit from placing trades and being emotionally caught up in trading. And so I thought about it. And the next tip that I have for you guys is to stop using trading to give you a feeling. This is a dangerous game, and it's the same in kind of any business. When we're chasing money or we're chasing those highs, it leads to us being very dependent on the thing, and that puts us in an energy of lack and chasing, because we're trying to use this thing to give us something that we feel like we don't have, okay? So when you're using trading from an energy of lack and you're chasing money, this is basically a decision from you feel like you don't have enough, so you're trying to chase it in the markets and get it, okay? And every decision that you make from this energy of lack is going to result in lack, okay? That input is not going to give you an output of abundance, right? If you make your decisions from feeling calm, feeling like you already have enough, that's going to result in abundance, essentially, because abundance is feeling like you have more than enough, okay? So do you see the difference in the emotional state from the decisions that you're making? And trading is not meant to regulate your emotions, okay? So the moment you rely on it to feel something that you think you're missing, you lose objectivity and you just lose in general. So if you compare how you feel when you place a trade and when you're doing all these different things in trading versus how a consistent trader feels, consistent traders have a solid emotional baseline before they trade. And I've heard Brad talk about this a lot as well. He now will not trade if he knows he's in a really negative or a bad state, because he knows the decisions that he makes are not going to be good decisions. They're not going to be profitable. And so what you've got to do in that line is work on your emotional state. Realize you don't need all of this stuff outside you to feel a certain way. You're the one generating your emotions. You're the one generating your feelings. And if you're feeling lack, if you're feeling not enough, or you're feeling like you don't have enough, or you're feeling insecure or whatever else, you have to go and work on that yourself. Like, go to a therapist, do some shadow work, start journaling, regulate your nervous system. There are so many tools out there that can help you regulate your emotional state that are actually effective and that are actually going to regulate your emotional state. But trading is not an effective tool to do that, and it's never going to keep you regulated long term. It's just going to keep you in highs and lows. Okay? So with this as well, guys, like, There's just practices that you can use day to day. Journaling, for example. I don't know if any of you journal, if you meditate, but these things are so powerful for keeping you in a solid emotional baseline. I know a lot of people do breath work, cold plunges. So you have to find the things that work for you, that put you in your best state, and trust that it's worth it to do these things. Like when you're in a better state, you are going to make better decisions and you are going to get better results automatically. Okay, this is one of like the most important points, and I actually talk about this in almost all my videos and all my calls, but it's specifically important for trading as well. You want to actively change your autopilot reactions. Now, once you're a little bit more regulated, this becomes easier to do because it's not as automatic. But essentially, when a trade comes in or when something happens or when you hit a stop loss, that probably triggers a particular emotion in you, and then you have an autopilot reaction. It's almost automatic. And so the key to success is to create a little bit of space and create a plan to how you're going to respond instead of reacting automatically, okay? And so I'm going to make a little bit of a plan with you guys today so you have something to go away with. But step number one to changing your autopilot reactions is you need to actually know your autopilot reactions, okay? So this is this magical thing called self-awareness, which is just an incredible tool in life. You want to study yourself. Again, journaling is amazing for this. Study yourself, study your reactions, and notice, for example, you can answer these questions right now if you want in your journals. How do you feel when you hit a stop loss? What emotions come up? What is the default reaction that you have in your body and in your thoughts? When you hit take profit, but it goes to take profit 5. Again, I consulted Brad on these. He was like, this is quite triggering. How do you feel when that happens? You might be feeling like, oh, I missed out on that. I need to get back in. You might get greedy. You might start chasing, okay? Just note how you feel when these situations arise. And then think about when you miss a winning trade, okay? What emotions come up then? Maybe you were out, maybe you were washing your cat or something, and then you looked and you were like, damn it, I've missed a really, really good trade. How is your emotional state right after that? And then what is your behavior like after this situation? Maybe you were super chilled out before. Maybe you were having a great day. And then you saw this and your state totally shifted. That is important to make a note of, because the minute that your state shifts, your actions, your decisions are going to shift automatically as well. So you need to prioritize your state, notice that it's changed, and then try to bring it back to baseline, okay? So just start paying attention to how are you responding and what do you end up doing as a result of those feelings. Okay. And then we're only going through these 3 scenarios today, but you can go through any other kind of triggering scenarios that you have in trading and map this out for yourself. Like, notice how you respond. And then step 2 is to plan a new response, okay? So this is very simple, and I've given you a fill in the blanks. You can just write it down word for word. When I hit a stop loss and I feel the urge to blank, scream, cry, throw up, I choose to blank instead, okay? So you do this with the first one, the second one, the third one, and then any other triggering scenario that you find yourself in. You could do this in your relationship, with your partner if they're annoying. You can do this with everything. But you want to write it down and really think about the higher version of me, the version of me who's consistent, who's level, who's successful. How do they respond in these scenarios? So Brad is giving you a lot of trading strategy. I don't know anything about that, but I'm trying to give you a strategy to manage yourself while you're trading, okay? And as you're writing this down, I want you to think out how it actually looks to respond like this. You almost want to visualize, if this happens, this is how I'm going to respond. Because your subconscious mind does not know the difference between something that's real and something that's imagined. So if you imagine responding in a new way, responding in an empowered way, in a calm way, in a clear way, you're training your mind to respond differently. And then when it actually happens, you'll be able to go down this path instead of your default one, okay? So we're making a plan. When you hit TP, but it goes to TP5, and you feel the urge to blank, chase money, whatever else, then you choose to blank instead. And then the same thing for missing a winning trade. So I'm guessing if you miss a winning trade, you're going to feel the urge to chase and catch up. So you want to write down, what are you going to do instead? You might want to step away. You might want to let it go. You might want to accept it, okay? So these are just some of the keys I wanted to give you guys. I mean, I could have gone into a whole spiel about consciousness and spirituality, but we don't have time for that today. But the third step is to accept that losses are inevitable, okay? So acceptance is a huge component of life in general, but also of trading, because trading is quite triggering as a field, and you need to be okay with losing, okay? Because you are going to lose, okay? And if you can just accept that sometimes you're going to lose, then it's going to sting a little less when it happens. And even when you do have a loss, instead of seeing it as a problem, you can instead view it as an opportunity for you to demonstrate your new character, okay? So this is what I work with on my clients on, but essentially, when you have an old trigger or an old challenge come up, instead of saying, oh my God, this is so bad, and you default to the old version of yourself who acts in a particular way, you can say, this is the perfect opportunity for me to show that I'm no longer that old version of me, okay? So next time you hit a stop loss or you go into a minus, realize that this is an opportunity for you to show up as this new version of you. It's an opportunity for you to demonstrate your new character. And you do that by rising above your automatic emotional reaction and choosing to respond according to your plan. This is actually a very spiritual thing. We won't get into that today, but essentially you're becoming the creator of your reality when you choose how to respond instead of being triggered constantly by your circumstances. And this makes you very, very, very powerful. Okay. So some reminders before I finish up. Growth in reality is just a mirror of growth of the self. Watching Bradley grow the last couple of years, it's been just watching 25 million versions of him. And he keeps having to shed the old self and reinvent himself. Shed the old self and reinvent himself. So if you want to grow, you need to be comfortable. In reality, you need to be comfortable with growing in yourself. Okay? Nothing can change in your reality until you do. And who you become on the journey to your desired outcome, your financial outcome, is actually what makes it meaningful. So why not fall in love with the process of transforming, as showing up as this new character? Because that is what's so meaningful about achieving the goal in the first place. And so you should fall in love with the process of becoming the best version of yourself. And the moment you begin to shift your energy, the results that you desire will begin to unfold automatically. And that's the other thing I want to reassure you of. Let's say in this situation, you might think, okay, I'm just going to respond the way I've always responded. But if you can have some self-control, if you can have some awareness and actually choose to respond differently and to rise above your circumstances, that is actually the moment that your results start to shift, okay? And not a second later. And the results you desire, they'll start to unfold automatically. But it starts with you and it starts with your energy. Okay, thank you.
So when she says that I've grown a lot, like, I do believe that a big part of it is having the people around you at the time to be able to do that. You know, when I first got started in this and when I met Katie, I was a little bit lost. I didn't really know what I was doing. I found myself chasing things. I think when she said 17 businesses, that's what I showed her. There was probably about 40. I was walking down the harbour in the front in Marbella, trying to sell Pomeranian products to people with dogs. I was going to dog parties with no dog. Like, you might think that's a joke, but that's genuine, by the way. I had a Pomeranian page. I ended up creating something called Paw Palace. If you want to go check that out, go buy some products for your dogs. But I really understood, like, when you meet someone and, you know, I know when I listen to a lot of successful people, they say your partner is very, very vital in the success that you have. So whenever I feel like I'm going off track, she won't tell me straight away. She'll let me figure it out a little bit. And then she'll be like, can I just tell you? I'm like, yeah, go on then. And she's like, this. So it was actually when my biggest trigger is anger. And I never know why. So I used to find myself getting angry at the littlest of things that I couldn't control. I didn't know why. I couldn't ever see kind of what the reason for it was. And then it happened over and over and over and over again. And luckily for me, obviously myself and Katie, we're not in a position where the day-to-day chores or the day-to-day life affects us. We've got a cleaner, we've got a chef, we've got someone doing the washing and ironing. We've got all of the day-to-day stuff that causes the average relationship a little bit of friction. So my anger was never directed at her. It was never our life, because it's absolutely incredible. It was other things that I couldn't control. And it felt like a good while. And she was like, can I tell you why it is? So obviously she's coaching people at the same time. And I think it's hard sometimes when you've got a partner that you don't want to feel coached, especially as a man. But I also have to submit and release my ego at the same time. Because for me to get the levels of income that I desire right now, for me to become the best version of myself, to make the level of money that I desire, I have to submit to everything that is possible around me that are guiding me to do the thing. So I was very fortunate, like I said, to have Bob Proctor around me at the time so I could, bounce off that community a little bit. But Katie basically turned around and says, the reason that you get angry is because it allows you to get into a state where you feel like you can control it. Alex, who just come up there then, if that was the old version of me, I'd have been like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm in the middle of talking. Like, what are you doing? I did it with Katie. And the guys will attest to this. They've seen me grow the last 12 months. I used to get so angry about little things and I'd almost stand over them as if to try and make myself feel a certain type of way. So you might see a version of me right now that, you see talking calmly, comfortably in front of everything. You see, the watch, the suit, the car, the villas, this, that. Yes, that is there. But 2.5 years ago, I was brassic. I couldn't afford anything. So I think having people around you, and if that's this room, if that's being able to jump on the Monday night mindset calls, if that's being able to have someone that you follow, that you can engage with and be around that inspire you to do more, that is that. I'm very fortunate that I've got Katie. She regulates me every single day. She's trying to get me to meditate more. She's trying to get me to do the super basic things that I know will help me, but I can't sit down still sometimes. My brain's doing 60 million things. I now have my phone on Do Not Disturb because I'm in 298 Telegram groups. Legit. So they're coming in all day, every day. I'm getting pinged on things. So growing a business, the stress of this now is the same feeling that I had at the beginning when I was trading. Was having the ability to manage my own emotions and going through that. So everything Katie's just covered there, I don't listen to her while she's on a call. It's not outside the door like that. But I'm seeing the impact that she's having on people, and the growth that she's getting organically. So I want you guys in here to really start to take some of this into action and start to look at what is it that triggers you? What is it that makes you feel a certain type of way? Because I'm very fortunate that I've got someone there to be able to kind of give me a little bit of a backhand when I do start going off on a tangent. I thought of 6 businesses this morning in the shower. All of them multi-7-figure businesses, just so you know. Right? They'd all bang because I know that once I put my teeth into it, it's game over. But now with this, I want this to be a point where in 6 to 12 months' time, we've got an arena of 2,000 to 3,000 to 4,000 people and the impact is far greater. So at the moment, you guys might be using trading as a way to make money. You might have another business, another side venture that you're doing. The reason that I go deep, and I got Katie to do that 24 hours notice, if that, was because everything in the world that we live in, it's nothing to do with what the current situation is right now of pressing buy or sell. You're here for trading. Realistically, that is the tool that's going to allow you to get there. And if along the way, I can show you and help you and imprint upon you guys the mindset that I've learned the last 14, 15 years that's helped me get to where I am, because this isn't an overnight success. I wish it was sometimes. Feels like I've been doing it for 40 years. But I wouldn't change any of the journey. So some of you right now who are feeling lost, stuck, the emotions are kicking in all the time, start to take this stuff here that Katie's gone through and start to look at the triggers, look at the feelings, look at the thoughts, look at all of the stuff that's making you feel a certain type of way. I know we're going to have lunch in a few minutes. I'm not sure if the food's out the back. Alex, can you check for me, bro? I did say 12:30, 1 o'clock. But what I want to do is kind of go, stretch your legs in a minute, have some food. If it's not here yet, I can waffle through a few more slides, no problem. Have some food, go outside, get some content, do some bits while you're here of yourselves and eat and drink. But these events that I put together, this bit at the beginning, before all of this, is waffle. and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Teaching you guys strategy and everything like that we can do on the weekly calls, but this is the bit here that we're about to go into is the full mindset stuff. I'm going to go through a lot of the stuff that Bob Proctor taught me. I'm going to share a lot of that stuff. I wasn't going to initially, because for some people it'll be a little bit too deep, but being around that changed my life. Studying that changed my life. Why did a man study a book for 54 years? 54. It's not like he just picked up a book every now and again and showed it. Like, he studied it. He lived it religiously. So in there, understanding that there's parts of that that are going to change the trajectory of your life, I want to give you guys things to go away with from here that might not affect you trading-wise. It might make you, like Katie said, a better partner, a better mum, a better dad, a better person in your day-to-day relationship, a better person at work. Who here turns up to work at 1 minute past 9, they're thinking, fuck, you know. Right? Do you two work? Is that your boss? Ah, okay. But get me out of here already. Right? So you're already feeling that certain type of way at the beginning. So like, but what if from now on, you turned up to work and you were the best person on that shift every day? Even though I hated my jobs, I hated what I was doing, I was always the number one salesperson. I was always late. Let's never get that mistaken. I was late every day, but I was the number one on every sales board. I was the number one closer. I had the best retention rate because I turned up as if. So she mentions character. Some people's character, it's like a fart. It's gone. I like that one, didn't you? It's gone straight away. You're like, oh, it's out. But if you understand that how you are today, how you show up from now on, that's how you present yourself going forward. Be the best possible version of you every single day. Like even for me right now, I go through fits and phases with the gym. If you can't go and lift 100 kg, I definitely cannot. Do couch to 5K. Start walking a little bit. Start getting yourself active. Start doing a little bit more to begin with to get this flowing. It's free, right? So like I'm saying this again, this is also to me. I've started getting back into the gym. Went yesterday morning. Felt good. We did a cold plunge. I'm thinking, why don't I do this every day? So again, we go back to all of this stuff that she's just spoke about there because that's the start of all going through the mindset stuff. You know, is the food out yet? You ready? 40 minutes, perfect. Let's go. This kind of goes into like your financial thermostat. So who here has worked a job, had an online income, and you never ever seem to break that level of income? You could have a stonking month. You do 100 hours overtime, you get a bonus, you get a pay rise, you hit a new rank in a company for those of you in network marketing, yet you look at your bank and you're like, man, has someone else got their fingers in my bank? Because it never seems to change. So you have a financial thermostat as a human being that you're currently working towards. So that's what Katie said about changing your current environment, your current feelings. We were talking last night about like what the trigger point was, and I thought for me it was moving to Marbella. I actually moved to Marbella and I fell into a pickle because I don't mind sharing this with you guys. I went to Ibiza 9 times a year to find myself. Oh, it wasn't at the time. I had a great laugh, but I felt that the people around me at the time were friends. Turns out they were just like me at that exact point. I got attacked the last time I was in Ibiza, broke my hand, lost my eyesight, got my watch nicked. But that was the realization. So, you know, I talked about the financial one. Some of you guys are going against your gut daily. I was that guy. I knew going to Ibiza, I'm like, I'm not going to sleep for 9 days. Fact. Might have a little nap, but it's not going to be a sleep. I was going there knowing that that wasn't who I envisioned myself being. Again, I then met a group of friends. I ended up going to business with one of them. There was 3 of us before Katie came. Everything was great, but I didn't realize that that was a toxic friendship again. So we're going to talk about karmic cycles. We're going to talk about things that come up over and over and over and over and over again that you don't address. Because I didn't address that I had a very poor group of friendship circles around me, and they just came as a different front. Once the mask came off, I'm like, oh, of course. And it took me breaking that, and it was, again, Katie who taught me this. She's like, you need to break that karmic cycle for this to happen. So even for us to be in a relationship, there was 4 of us, right? I don't speak, we've not seen them since that happened. 2 years ago nearly, right? So you imagine, and this is what she talks about, like your environment. You can cut off my arms, my legs, everything, and it will tell you to the molecular structure why my hand does this, why my heart pumps the way that it does, why my leg does what it does. But my brain, you can't tell me why I think how I think. So if we understand that we're our own computer, you guys are just a figment of my imagination right now, to an extent. I created this. I started speaking about hosting events up and down the UK for thousands of people. I started this years ago. And again, you're going to see this through as we go through. So you have your own thermostat of where you are, your own current environment, and some of you haven't got the voice yet to be able to say, this isn't for me. Who here has had a toxic ex, toxic partners, right? You've had bad friendships and you've stuck around for too long knowing that this isn't for you. I shouldn't be doing this. It's the same thing. And all we talk about is that internalization of all of that, because the formula for failure is a few errors in judgment repeated every single day. Some of you may think, well, why do we repeat them daily? It's because failure doesn't occur on the first day. They're so subtle. So you might be walking right now and someone shows you to go here. You don't realize that eventually you're completely off track. But then when we look at formula for success, it's a few simple disciplines practiced every single day. And if you look at the first day as the end of a new beginning, we can't change what happened 30 seconds ago. I can only change what happens going forward. So if we start to look at this and we go into like the losing streaks of this, who here has lost like back to back to back to back to back trades and you feel like you're getting pillaged, the world's against you, right? I know I have. My longest losing streak was 126. 16 days. I blew every credit card that you could think of. I had no money. I was blowing account over and 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 over again, losing account again and again and again and again and again. Wi-Fi connection was always an issue. It was the reason that my mentor, how's your trading been today? Oh, yeah, Wi-Fi dropped out. Like, had a bad day today. It's like, what happened? I'm like, I blew 3 accounts. What? Well, I sent 2 trades. Yeah. Full punt, tried to recover. Obviously. So if you guys start to see that all of the stuff that we go through in here is all to do with mindset. So if you look at the steps to handling the losing streaks effectively, you're going to pause and reflect. You're going to avoid the revenge trading. Review your trades. Were they aligned with your plan? Reduce your position size. Trade smaller until the confidence returns. Focus on long-term perspective. Because a few losses doesn't define your success. So when we look at the whole kind of mindset and the whole trading space, it is difficult. And it's only going to get more difficult with the amount of money that you earn. And I can share this again from my perspective. The last 12 months, my life has changed. Last 2 years, my life has changed dramatically. I've gone from being someone who wanted businesses, who wanted all of this, to now having them, physical businesses and online stuff. But with that, the stress increases. But I then have to remember, she talked about the whiteboard. I asked for that. Does that make sense? Yes. I asked for this. I asked for you guys to be here. I asked for the amount of money in my account. I asked for the amount of money that I'm earning. I asked for the problems. I asked for the people to be showing up to test if I'm ready for that next level. So a lot of you, you're asking for it, But then when it comes to show you that you're ready for that next level, you don't realize it yet or you dismiss it. So we talk about the emotions, we talk about anger, we talk about fear, lack. You know, what are some of the common things that come to your head if I say about trading? Anxiety, fear, worry, FOMO. What did you say? Greed, big one. You could be £96 million up, but if take profit was 100 million, you'd wait. Yachts tick, jets tick, this tick. Oh, another 4 million. What can I do with that? Like you change a little bit. So again, all of these things that come up, and Katie hit the nail on the head. You have to start analysing yourself. I journal a hell of a lot now, not as much as I should do. And one of my biggest triggers was my granddad. And again, I shared this before on a few Zooms. My granddad was a gambling addict. Terrible. So I know now when I go to the roulette and I'm like, I know where I get that part of it from, but I can also retain that and understand I've only got £500 or 1,000 to lose. But I never understood as a child, and we'll dig into this a hell of a lot today, why did I feel a certain type of way about money? Why did I have certain triggers? Why did I have certain feelings towards it? Because I used to see him come to my house in a beautiful suit. He never pawned his suits in, guys, just so you know. Everything else in his house, nothing, not a sofa in sight. He had a garden camping chair, I think it was, in his living room. This is no joke, by the way. So I thought he was just a very frugal man, worked hard, always in a lovely suit. But then as I got older, I started to realise that the reason that he came to my house every day wasn't to see my mum. It was for a ham and mustard sandwich before he went to the casino because they didn't start serving 24-hour food till 4 p.m. So he used to come every day. I'm sat there watching Cartoon Network or something on telly, and I didn't understand why he was doing that. I later then found out that he won the pools or whatever it was back then, and he won £17,000. He could have bought a house that today's current value is £4.3 million. He could have bought it for 18k. His ego, him being a man, a provider, back then he was driving the best spec car. He was working a job selling vacuum cleaners to whoever it was. He had the car that his boss desired to have. His boss bought the car off of him. So back prior to that, he was a G. But we go back to this, the formula for failure, it doesn't happen on the first day. So he had repeated bad habits over and over and over and over again. He lost the car. That £17,000 went on red split 0-3 at 1,000 a spin. Statistically the worst odds on the roulette machine, may I add. He lost 17,000 in 28 minutes. That was the cause of the spiral. Ruined his life. Nothing to his name. Not even a chair. He used to make me things by hand that he found for Christmas and birthdays. I used to think, man, this guy's creative. But he wanted to give me things. It was just the money wasn't there. So if you guys see like this stuff here, it doesn't happen immediately. The success doesn't happen immediately. The wins that you're going to get isn't straight right now. You have to internalize a lot of this stuff and actually look, why is it that you're feeling a certain type of way? Because a losing streak tests your mindset more than the strategy does. I talk about brain fog all the time, cloudy heads. Katie said, I know when to step away. I still, in the bathroom like this, taking a few trades, right? When I know I shouldn't be. I'm like, yeah, baby, no, I've not just put another 10 grand in. I'm all right. Taking the trades because I know I shouldn't be doing it. My head's gone. I'm dealing with things all day. The cafe's being closed. Didn't get the right license. Money gone. Touch wood, it'll come back. But I keep speaking things that I'm like, yeah, this will come back. It'll be the best cafe in Marbella. Just takes time. But we talk about things happening at the right time. I was going in to the cafe every day, and I might as well have been counting the amount of beans we had left. I was like, yep, 17 cans of Fanta. That means we've sold 2 in the last 45 minutes. €6. Like, I was micro-analysing and micromanaging a business that was generating fuck all. We got the cafe as a foothold in Marbella so that I can take people there to a meeting and be like, oh, this is mine. Oh, by the way, I also own the cafe, the podcast studio upstairs. The cigar lounge on a Friday, if you ever want to come by, I've got that upstairs as well. So it was more so a presence for me, but I didn't realise that that was distracting me away from the stuff that I was doing. So like the last 3 or 4 weeks when the cafe's been closed, my head's been scrambled because I'm trying to figure out, trying to see which police officers I can pay, which ones I can pay like internally in the notary, who I can backhand without getting myself in jail. €500 falls out my passport. I'm like, you can keep it, mate, if you want. He's like, what? No, you're all right. He's not bent. Right? And not like that for anyone. Right? But it's finding that path. I've put so much energy into that. My stress levels are through the roof. So some of you will have things that you're dealing with every single day that if you let go of it, you'll be like, well, why didn't I do that 5 years ago? 10 years ago. So like, do me a favour, MX, please, by the way. Can we get 4 more chairs? Because I'm very conscious. 5 more chairs, 6 more chairs. Because I'm conscious that you guys are just being stood up this whole time. I thought you were just like stretching your legs. I'm like, nah, there's like no seat. Okay, maybe a bit of space. You can sit down here if you want. We're going to have lunch in a minute anyway, so after lunch. Stay standing for now, squat a little bit, right? But this is the thing that I really had to understand was I was trying to hold on to everything. Friendships, relationships, like being the person who, if there's a guy called Ben Cockane, if ever you meet him, I was the social butterfly. I was the one always trying to people please, always be everyone's friend, always be the nice guy. I'm still that person. But I no longer let people take the piss out of me. So some of you need to address that now because that's the stuff that's holding you back. It's not the trading. You see the profits that you can make. Knowing when to stop, knowing when to step away, knowing when to get out of your own way is the biggest part of this game. So like I could dive into certain topics and do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours on one specific thing. I never understood when I go to Bob Proctor's events that I'd used to spend 6 figures a year on. I was like, I've just spent another however much. Why are you saying the same shit? You said exactly the same, verbatim, at the last event. You went, did you implement any of it? Well, I was super busy and, I had this going on, I was working. He's like, right, that's why. So when you guys jump on the calls and you're doing the things, you're seeing it over and over and over again. It's not because we've not got what else to talk about. It's the fact that you're not implementing the stuff there and then. So Think and Grow Rich is a prime example of a book that you can read back to front over and over and over again. You could take a different highlighter at different parts of your life and you will see your own personal growth. It will highlight to you aspects of you that you see now that you didn't see 6 months ago, the last time you read it. I probably am going to read it again at some point soon because now the person that I am now, it's the stuff that I've been writing down for years. I'm now walking that version of me. Like if you'd have come to my house where Rory, one of my friends, came here, one of my best friends from in the UK, I used to have my house like a shrine. My bedroom, where I brush my teeth, where I make coffee. Everywhere that I am, as a human being in my house, there was something on the wall that you could see. And it'd read, I'm so happy and grateful now that I am. My brain would get so used to it, but like, pfft. But when I came back home, after like 8 months of not going to my mum's house, I was going through these boxes. I've got loads of collectible trainers, a bit of a trainer nerd. And I was like, Jesus Christ. I'm looking at the things that I used to have on the wall. I'm like, tick, 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 done, done, done. So it impressed upon my brain enough to start to materialize to where it is today. So the things that I've got in my life right now, in my current physical human body, is parts of 10 years of telling myself that I am worthy of having that. And again, this is a big topic. Who here doesn't feel worthy of the money that they desire earning? Some of you might not dare raise your hand. I was that guy. I wanted 25, 50, 100K a month. I was worried, what if I become that person? I'm a wreck at 2K a month. I would have been face down in a ditch somewhere, kaput, at 100 grand a month back then. I would have had more disposable income. So some of you right now, you're desiring certain aspects of your life, but if you got it right now, you'd squander it. You'd be in a worse position than you ever would have been. So look at people who've won the lottery. They end up statistically worse off, or they kill themselves. And it's not that they're not having a great time, living lavishly, spending all this money, traveling here, there, and everywhere. It's empty. So like a lot of this, are you chasing the money for money's sake, or is there a reason and emotion behind it? Cause and effect, all that type of stuff. Like for me, I know if I do everything that I've set out to do, my kids should be set as long as somewhere in that lineage, someone don't fuck it up. I can't stick around long enough to make sure that doesn't happen, but I'm going to make sure now that everything around me, people are set. My mum doesn't have to worry for anything ever again. My dad doesn't have to worry for anything. He's going through things at the moment with his health. I know tomorrow I can send him in private to get his heart sorted. Done. Whether it costs 6 figures, multiple 6 figures, 7 figures, done. Because this person that I started becoming 10 years ago has allowed me to financially get to that point where when it's needed, I'm there. Does that make sense? So like some of you are wanting the results right now, but you're not that person. You're not showing up as that person. The character that you are, your personality, isn't that person. So if you start getting given 10, 20, 30, 40, 50K a month, pointless. Might as well put it in my PayPal. But like you'll start to see patterns over and over and over and over and over and over and over again that you have to go through to become that version of you. And I wasn't aware enough, self-aware, for a long time. And when I started looking at like the likes of Bob Proctor, a great friend of mine before she passed away was a girl called Jessie Lee. I used to see how she operated every day. Ruthless, bad bitch, took no shit, made loads of money. Her character never wavered no matter what was going on in her life. So like I saw her go through so much and like start to worry about things that she couldn't control. No one knew that she was dying of cancer until it happened. She started talking about it. It wasn't cancer that killed her. It was fucking sepsis. She beat cancer. So her mind took her through all of that journey and it was some little bullshit thing that killed her. So like, again, you have to go through the stuff that you're going through right now to bring out that emotion, to make you feel a certain type of way. Because if not, you're going to sit here in 6 to 12 to 18 months' time and you'll still be the same person that you are today. And like a lot of this is you going through your own shit, internalizing your own pressure, your own worries, your own doubt, your own anxiety, your own stress, everything like that. Because if you don't, it'll get to a point where it eats you up. Because you'll go and make all this money. Like my granddad, for example, made 17 grand by doing nothing. He had money, but it ruined his life. So yes, we could all go out tomorrow and hit that one trade that we over leverage that makes us 80, 90, 100 grand, 200 grand. We think, fuck, this is good. But if you're not emotionally equipped right now to handle that level of income, because you, truth be told, you can't handle your current wage, you're going to struggle with that. Because I was that person that there was too much month left at the end of the money every month. And I was like, oh, it's fine. I'm still going to eat out every day. I'm still going to do this every day. I didn't understand any of that until probably 8 years ago. And even then, I didn't study it enough. I didn't internalize it enough. So it wasn't until 2 or 3 years ago where I moved out of the UK and I started to really realize, wait a minute, you're the one creating your environment. You've moved to a fresh place and you're still doing the same shit that you did when you were back home. So a lot of you right now, you're coming into something new and you're still letting your old habits dictate your income, dictate your outcome, dictate your emotions, your feelings, your thoughts, your this, your that. You're letting other people dictate it at the same time because they're telling you Man, what are you putting all your money into that for? You're losing money, you're this, you're this, you're this. I knew it won't work. See, I told you. Like, I was going through that heavily. So, like, understanding the emotional psychology that you're going to go through in this, it is going to be ups and downs. And it's the same, like, we talk about support and resistance. As you break through something, there's a new level of support there. So for me, I've found my daily income right now. I know what I'm earning. That's my new level of support. So for me to get to that next level where I want to get to, I've got to look and be like, right, what does that version of me do every single day that Bradley right now doesn't do? Maybe I need to go to the gym more. Maybe I need to meditate. Maybe I need to journal. Maybe I need to start to look at like, right, what are these super rich and wealthy, affluent people doing? They're calm every day. So me chasing someone for 11 kilometres in my Range Rover because they cut me up on a motorway and ripping my pitching wedge out of the golf club bag probably isn't the smartest way to go. That's a fact, by the way. Kate was in the car. I was like, this fucking guy. Chased him for like 11 kilometres, 12. Went to a shopping centre. He was with kids. I was like, hi, mate. I've had a terribly bad day. I'm sorry about that. But like, you've got to start to see what happens to you when that happens. Like, trading might trigger something. You might stub your toe. It might trigger something. You might have an emotional reaction to something else that's external to you. Your boss might piss you off. Your missus might piss you off. Your boyfriend might piss you off. Something will trigger you that you need to look and be like, huh. Yep, okay. So when I'm feeling like that and a trade comes through, it might be the cleanest setup in the world. I'm not pressing buy or sell. I will make a note of it and be like, right, 12:17, Thursday, stubbed toe, dogs barking at cats, chickens, Sky eating her own shit. For some reason, she still does. No trade. Goes and hits TP5. How do I feel? I feel sick, because, not as in physically sick. I feel great in myself because I've stuck to what it is that I said I was going to do. So many of you, and there's people who were due to come here today. Who's got someone they know should have been here today but didn't come? Right? At least one person. Fantastic. That would have been shit if not. At least one of you has got someone who was meant to be here, but they let circumstances change that. So a lot of you, you're saying that you're going to do something, you're going to act a different way, you're going to turn up a little bit different tomorrow. And then the circumstance comes and you revert back to that old version. So every single time you do that, you're lying to yourself. So the universe then says, well, wait a minute, they're saying they want to hit this, do this, earn this, and this. But they said to me yesterday, every morning I wake up, I'm going to make my bed. Today they didn't do that. Today they didn't journal. Today they didn't meditate. Today they didn't get the 5K steps in. Today they didn't do this. So the universe thinks that you're taking the piss. Whether you believe in all this stuff or not, you will eventually. Right? So it'll start to look and be like, right, okay, open the new account. Deposited. Great. Took the first trade, stuck to the trades, take profit, stop loss, done. Great. Oh, they've gone for a walk. Fucking hell, who's this? All the right stuff starts to come. And then as you're about to have that breakthrough, you deviate something so small. And it takes you all the way back to here. And you do it again and again and again. You get a little bit further next time. You ruin it again. So you have to be very conscious. That's why they always say life and death's in the power of the what? Who said universe? Tongue. Tongue and universe. You're right. It's mainly this. So what we say out of our mouth, because I used to do this a lot. Kate'll say this. I used to stand in the mirror. If I had a good mindset on the day, I'd look and I'd go, legs looking good. I look a little bit slimmer, feeling better. When my head's gone, I go, I'm going to use the C word here just to prepare you all. Right? Is everyone all right with that? Yeah. See, I'd go, you fat cunt. Right? And she's in the bedroom going, don't say it. It'll come into fruition. I wear the same stuff, trousers and a T-shirt every day. And if my mindset's a little bit off, I look and I go, oh, this top fits me nice. Look, ooh. If I'm in a bad headspace, I'm just like, got a side boob, got a bit of belly fat hanging over, like, ugh, feel like shit. So like a lot of the stuff that we're dealing with every single day, it's nothing to do with the charts. It's nothing to do with buy and sell. It's nothing to do with anything like that. It's our own internal stuff. On that note, food is here. Let's get up, let's have some scran. That's nice. We need more people next time, because that'll be louder. Yes. So, the purpose of this is more so just to show people's different backgrounds, people's experiences, people's results. And I want them to be as honest, and as, you can just hold it, it's all right, just pass it. It's just more so that the mics can get picked up rather than echoing through here. Echo, echo. So I want them to be as honest as they can. And this isn't an interrogation. Nothing wrong can be said, other than me not replying to some messages. But what I would love you to do is share your name, a little bit about yourself, a bit of background, maybe how you got into trading, and then we'll go from there. Lisa Chamley. And by the way, these aren't public speakers. Some of them are absolutely crap in their pants. Welcome.
So I'm Lisa. I've been a part of the community for about 18 months, 2 years. I was a teacher in my former life. I don't know why, because I don't do public speaking at all. And I kind of got into trading accidentally. So I had a period of time off work. I had a little bit of time on my hands, so to say. And I saw people making good money. At first, I thought it was a blag. I'm not going to lie. I thought, what's the scam? Just like we all do. And then I just saw people genuinely making good money. So I thought, right, okay, I could maybe do this. I could maybe press buy and sell. Is it that simple? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I think the emotions has been the hardest thing to kind of get under control. But when you do that, and I am now doing this full time, I quit my job. And I'm not going to lie, I make more money doing this than I ever would as a teacher, like hands down. So thank you so much for the 2 degrees that were an absolute waste of money.
What do you find has been the hardest kind of part of this for you? Because obviously you've come from the kind of structured world, if you will. What was the hardest part for you, do you think? Obviously you mentioned the emotions and stuff, but
I think as a teacher, I always tell people to understand what you're doing, learn what you're doing. For me, I think the hardest thing was letting go of the control and kind of removing myself from that situation. So for me, for somebody to just go, trust me, press buy, take it out, that for me was really difficult. And as I say, I kind of interfered with trades. When I stopped doing that, that's when I became profitable. I press buy, I press sell, I leave it. I just do whatever it's doing. I also don't really like the whole stop loss to break even. It's the psychology that changes when you see that message. You were willing to put that trade on with that stop loss when they said that. The psychology changes when the trader says stop loss to break even. You're like, ooh, I've got to get out. Oh my God, it's going to go wrong. So for me, and this is my own personal risk management, I don't use all my leverage. I use really small lot sizes and I let it run. Leave it to it. If you're not over leveraged, what's the worst that could happen?
how long do you think it took you to actually get that click for that?
Yesterday.
There it is. So you think 18 months, 2 years, like, oh, she's quit her job, she's got everything. It might have been yesterday. We're on the way here.
It was Christmas. Now, I came to the last event at the Holiday Inn. The coffee was awful. We definitely upgraded. And it was that moment. Cocaine on but no, for me, it was kind of just letting go of the emotions. It's hard because we all do trade with emotions. I don't care what anybody says about this, be mechanical, you will have emotions. So for me, it was when I came to the last event and I just trusted it. And actually every stop loss I took, because we will take them, I put every trade on exactly as they told me, and the wins completely outtook the losses just by being sensible.
Amazing, appreciate that. And here we have Paul Chamberlain. Yes. Yes, you may.
How did you go from, or did you go from TP1 to TP5, and how long did that take, or did you just start at 1 and then kind of gradually build up to 5?
I'll be completely honest, it's a confidence thing. So for me personally, get that? For me personally, I've got one simple strategy. I will layer into every single trade up to 4 times.
Okay.
Then I will take out my worst 2 entries. I like to trade with 2 positions in the market. So whether I've got 4 layers, 3 layers, 2 layers, I like 2 layers in the market. My worst entry of those, I set to TP1. The next one, my best entry from wherever that is in the market, I take partial profits and let it run. I put my stop loss to break even as soon as we get to TP2, and I manually take the trade out. But for me, it's confidence. So if I talk to anybody about trading, you've got to be confident at getting to TP2 first. Most people, and speaking for the majority because I've done it, you will all sit and watch that trade go to 1 hit to your stop loss, and the second it goes blue, you take it out. You've wrote the journey, you've done the hard part. Why not wait for it to come back up? That for me is the bit that changed it for me. So not panicking when it goes blue.
Amazing.
I hope that answered your question, sorry.
Perfect. Okay, Paul, same to you. Name, your ASL for those of you old enough. Age, sex, location, that was MSN days for those of you old enough.
My name's Paul Chamberlain. I'm 53 this year.
Don't look it though, does it?
Thank you.
Solid 10.
So I don't trade full time or anything. I have my own business. I run a highways business in England. I trade maybe 2 or 3 hours a day. Maybe normally trade in the morning, unless I'm similar to Brad when it comes to maybe, let's say, risk. My risk profile.
Me and Paul have been on many a journey, guys, by the way, together.
Serious trading journeys, yeah. And my risk profile is probably quite high.
Yeah.
But I'll probably trade now. I'll maybe trade 2 or 3 hours a day. Take the signals, and I'm probably the same as what Lisa said about not really believing it to start with. I remember even way before I met Brad, I remember maybe 10 years ago, I think there's a guy still online now, an Irish guy. I clicked on a link on Instagram and it was about forex trading. And I clicked on, then he reached out to me, there's this, that, etc., etc. Straight off back then, I was like, yeah, that's a scam, leave me alone, block. And that was it. And then years on, I now thought, and I laughed to myself thinking, bloody hell, could have been doing this for another 10 years. It's not a scam. You can actually make money, and you can make money. I unless I have days where I turn into a crazy person, my emotions kick in, and I lose my head. Yeah, I'll lose money that day, definitely. But
last week was a good week, though, right, for you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, really good. Every day it's easy to make money at this if you have a structure, stick to a plan. And for me, a few people asked me today, but the main thing for me is you do the same thing on every single trade. You'll get people that'll say, well, I'm doing this, I'm moving my stop loss at this point, I'm putting 2 trades on, But 9 times out of 10, they are lying because they're not doing that every time. They're just not doing it every time. If you do the same thing every single time with the traders, and you take the same amount of trades, you layer exactly the same, you take your trades out exactly the same, you move your stop loss to break even if you want to at exactly the same time. If you do that through the week, then you will win money. You know, you will make an amount of money every week depending on your lot size.
How do you find it, obviously, from your side? Because obviously, I know your kind of business that you've got right now. For anyone who's ever going up and down the motorway, this is my understanding of it. Anytime you see roadworks, he owns the business that's doing that. So we need to be beeping at him, telling him to speed up a little bit because it's coming out of his wages. All right. So how do you find it from your side, mate? Obviously, having a little bit more liquid, you're playing with a little bit larger capital. How does that affect your emotion, or doesn't it, because of what you're used to? If that makes sense?
I think to start with, it did. I mean, when I started doing it, I started at 0.01, you know, right at the beginning, and I didn't trust it, so I put £1,000 in the account to start with. I traded at 0.01, got my head around it, and a bit of a similar journey to you, really, when you're talking about how it, you know. Yeah, I started on 0.01, started making a bit of money, thought, yeah, this is great. But, you know, it's a bit boring just making like £4 or £5, let's go. So put a bit more money in, increase the lot size to 0.1, to 0.25, to 0.5. I'm over leveraging, I've got too many trades on. You know, I'm making an obscene amount of money in one trade, losing an obscene amount of money in another trade. And it took me probably, I don't know, probably been doing this 2 years. It probably took me at least a year to regulate the fact that, look, hang on a minute, just what are you doing here? And to understand that, like I've just said, do the same thing on every trade, pick the correct lot size for the account.
And I don't think you mind me saying that Paul always had an excuse, so our house is really happy.
No, I'm
Our house is a right laugh, and there's been a couple of stop losses, I can tell you. But Paul always had an excuse. It was always somebody else's fault. It was always the trader. It was always...
It's going to be a fun drive on this one.
No, it's normally Brad's fault. Normally excuse me for swearing, I just can't do sometimes. But normally I just WhatsApp Brad and say, what the fucking hell is that?
My phone's on Do Not Disturb, so I'm like, trader, what was that? Why are you doing?
And then 10 seconds later, question marks. Why are you not driving?
My argument to that is we had a sit down and I said to him, because Paul, I don't think he'd mind me saying, he lost 72 grand. But we sat and watched that account blow. And he'd worked really hard to get the discipline, everything, all from 0.01.
Oh yeah, building that account up. I built that account up. I can't remember from what. I don't think it was from £1,000. I think it was from maybe £5,000.
Something, but still. Yeah. But I said to him, why don't you do this like you do in your business? Why are you not treating this with the same respect as you do your business? Because if somebody was trading or acting in business the way you are, you wouldn't touch them with a barge pole. Mm-hmm. And that was the moment.
God damn it, she's right.
But no, it's true. And once you gain the respect for what you're doing, I think to answer your question, the monetary amount as you increase, if you guys trading and you're successful, you're increasing your account, and the first thing you should be doing is, like Brad said, you should take money out every week. Don't just keep increasing. You're going to increase your account. When are you going to take something out? You should always take something out every week, every Friday. But recently I haven't done that actually, but normally, over the last couple of months maybe, but I normally take out every Friday, just take an amount out every Friday. But as your account grows, to start with, that was a bit of a mindset mess, because it's easier on smaller amounts of money. When you get a larger account, you just think you're unstoppable, Starry, because you think, well, listen, I'm going to put one trade in. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if I over leverage, put 3 times as many trades on because I've got plenty of equity. And that equity can disappear very quickly if you put too many trades on. So it goes back to the same mindset. You just stick to a plan. You just do the same thing. And it sounds boring. I know that, like, I think who's been on Matthew's call on Sunday, and he's right. You know, I know it sounds really boring to be fair, but when he says, it's the same thing every week. But when he says trading's boring, you just press the button, you do the same.
Because that's what we cover on the mindset calls. It is boring. It is. It's meant to be boring, but that's why you have to get out of your own way. Because it is. It's just buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell. Easy.
But you've got to get. I struggled with it to start with, to tune into how to deal with having a larger account. Now I'm able to detach myself away from the monetary amount quite well, because I just look at what am I doing in the trade. I do the same thing every time, and I just work on pips instead of points. You know, like 10 pips, 1 point.
Yeah.
And like, right, okay, well I'm going to take out here, and here. That's it.
Easy.
And I do the same every time.
Nice. Rianne, you're up.
I feel like playing past the parcel.
A little bit. So again, name, background, how you got into trading, and then we'll dive in. Appreciate that, you guys, by the way. That was good.
Yeah, it was
a little riff off. For those of you who've seen Pitch Perfect.
So I wrote notes, only because I'll go off on a tangent, and for those of you that know me know that I do this quite regularly. So
I'll bring you back in.
I have made notes just to keep me on track. I've even put name.
Fantastic. It's a good start.
Hi guys. Okay, so for those of you that don't know who I am, my name is Rianne. I've worked as an interventions lead with children who have SEN and with children in care. So my background has always been very caring, which I think is good in trading as well. I've been trading now for just over 3 years, and I started completely by accident. A friend introduced me to it, and I've never really been a numbers girl. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm quite a girly girl. I thought it was men in suits, Wolf of Wall Street kind of vibes, the charts, everything kind of scary. And I could never imagine myself doing it. So I fell into it by accident. I ended up quite good at it. So here I am, holding my own in a very male-dominated space, I thought, before today, when I saw all these women in this room, which I am. So the first 12 months of my trading journey were not profitable, and I've put in capital letters, at all. It was a steep learning curve, and I made all of the mistakes most beginners make. Makes you realise a lot about yourself. So I thought that I was a patient person. Turns out I am not a patient person, and trading teaches you a lot about yourself. Who in here feels like they've learned more about themselves when they started trading than before? Yeah. It opens up a completely different stage in your life, doesn't it? When you enter this world that is like a complete foreign language when you start, you are like, wow, who is this person that it has created? But it does. Let me just get my notes again, so I don't go off on a tangent. And I did a lot of things. I don't know if a lot of you have heard about tilting. I went through a stage of doing that as well. If you don't know about it, it's really interesting. A lot of you might feel like you resonate with that. And I learned to take breaks, go for walks, clean the kitchen drawer out. Who's got a kitchen drawer that needs cleaning out? If you have a bad time in trading, take a break, do the drawer. And with you, what you were saying about the amount of your account, for me, I was told that if you can't look after an account that's £300, you won't look after an account that's £30,000. And that really resonated with me, because it's true. The more money in your account, you tend to go off on, well, there's more money in it, so I can put more trades on, I can lay more. But you must look after the account as if it was whatever size it is. You should treat them the same regardless of 300, 3,000, 30,000. If you look after it, it will then look after you. So looking back, I really wish that when I started my trading journey, that I had access to what we have now with our group. It would have saved me so much time, stress and money. Even when you can mark your own charts up and do trade yourself and be profitable, who wants to sit behind the charts all day, every day?
Yeah, sure.
It's not glamorous, is it? You know, and I sit here now in a suit, like I feel a bit of a hypocrite talking about Wolf of Wall Street in suits. However, I want to go on holidays. I want to be debt free. I want to be stress free. I don't want to sit behind a chart.
Right?
Hell yeah. I'll get to that bit.
I didn't know how much further down a couple of paragraphs.
I've just got 2 more, probably. I can't quit.
She's got 4 pages to go.
Note number 5, 4 hours later. I'm just joking.
Can I just say you asked me to speak yesterday?
He asked me to speak 10 minutes ago.
Oh, throwing shade at me.
No, actually, you texted us this morning. We were just having a coffee, and Lisa says, "Oh, Rad's just texted. Said, can
This
we
is Bradley.
Can we speak at the event?" I said, "Tell him to fuck off."
So, as I was saying, if you sit behind, who wants to sit behind the charts all day? If you do, great. It's not my thing. I don't want to. And yes, I can trade. Yes, I can be profitable myself, but it's not something that I want to do. So I still take the signals. Okay, it's all there for me. I don't need to lift a finger anymore, apart from my finger to press the buy or the sell. So this has changed me in a lot of ways. Financially, it's been huge. I've been able to pay off debts. At the end of this month, I'm actually doing something incredible for my family, which I'm not going to share just yet, but for my mum, which is a goal I've wanted to do. I'm able to take all my family on holidays. I no longer stress over the everyday things that we all have, like the increased food shops. We all know about them.
Yeah.
And the price is rising for fuel. I'm sure everybody feels that as well. I don't worry about putting fuel in my car anymore. I don't even look at the numbers anymore. And that's not to brag. That's just because that was something I used to do. I was penny pinching, watching the fuel go up. And who's done where you put 20 quid in and it goes to a penny over? You have to go to 21. And then you have to go. It's a whole number, it's a pit count.
And before you know it, your own credit card is at 90 quid.
But I now can wait until it clicks. And then I click it again to make sure that it's double full and then like pull the nozzle and stuff. But yeah, but beyond money, it's giving me confidence. I'm more relaxed, more present with my family, and I get to be a yes parent. Who's a parent in here? Saying yes to experiences with your kids. Don't mean materialistic things. Memories. It costs money whether you want it to or not. They're expensive, children. And I don't have to worry about that anymore. You know, I can do gorgeous things with my family that I wouldn't have been able to without this journey and without my trading account. Now, being a woman in this industry, woo! At first it was intimidating, so you might have felt a little bit intimidated, but a few of us are here to change that now. And it's still largely seen as something that men do, but that's exactly why I want to be here. I want to bring a female perspective and show women that you don't need to be a maths genius or fit a certain stereotype to succeed. And if I can do it, so can you.
Yeah.
Went through all my questions. No more questions. No, that's sick. I think for me, I was going to ask you your results. I wanted to dig into the family stuff. You did that, and kind of what this actually has done for you in the last couple of years, because we've touched on the mindset of where you're going to be now versus future. So, like, a lot of you have to start thinking like that. And I didn't realise how many parents there would be in here, but being a yes parent, I love that. So,
for me, joining you though as well with this and the Signals group, it's for me. I don't know if who trades in here or who's brand new to it. I feel like it was the mindset that I was missing.
Yes.
So I can take the trade. I can mark charts up. I can do my own trades. Again, I don't want to sit behind the charts all day. I want to get on with stuff. But the mindset side of it for me was missing. I needed to be held accountable in that sense. And I just wanted to say thank you, because that's what you do every week.
okay, next up.
Hello.
Name, background, and we'll dive in.
I'm good at that.
notes. No, I haven't got any notes. I'm winging this one. I'm Monique, and my background is in theatre. So I was a stage manager in the West End for about 20 years. And it was a job that I absolutely loved, hugely passionate about. But when I became a mum, it really wasn't the type of job that I could do. The hours, I was working 70, 80 hours a week, 6 days a week, 8 shows a week. It was really hard. And I did it for quite a while. And then something happened in my life which wasn't great around my children. And so I found myself in network marketing. So I left the theatre. I was like, oh God, what am I going to do now? Heard about network marketing, so I started selling some aloe vera. Some of you might know this company. And it was all right. I did okay. But, it gave me a little bit of money to be a stay-at-home mum. But I wanted a little bit more. And then I moved into another company, selling coffee, not your one, different coffee company. And that's when I met Rianne. So we were both in the same company together. And that was brilliant. It was a completely different time.
We had a ball.
We had a really, really good time. And I think for those of us that got in there early, we made a good success of it, and it completely changed my life. But I thought, God, I don't want to be doing this network marketing hustle anymore. So now what am I going to do? There is a point to this. I will get here eventually. It all leads. I believe that everything in your life, you go down these paths and it takes you to a certain place and you end up in a certain place for certain reasons. So along that way, in network marketing, actually, while I was with Valentus, I was like, I'm going to start another company. So I started a business creating planners, journals, that kind of thing for people in the network marketing business. Because being a stage manager, I was all about planning, all about organising. And I realised that in network marketing, people couldn't organise themselves, people couldn't sort their time management out. I was like, so I'm going to help them do that. So I started this planner company. And 10 years later, that planner company is now quite a well-known brand. And there's a point to this. I'm not saying this to be braggy, but it's a multi-7-figure business now. And so why am I now doing trading? Why do I need to do that? And I left network marketing, and I've been running my business now for the last 10 years. But I'll be honest, I hope nobody in here I probably should say the planning company name, but I'm not going to, but I'm a little bit bored. And I've been doing it now for 10 years, and I just think, I work bloody hard. I work really, really hard. I work stupidly long hours. I've got 2 children. One of them is a teenager. If anybody's got a teenage girl, I feel you. It's incredibly demanding. And also, I've got 2 children, 2 girls that probably of my own doing are massively into musical theatre and are complete show ponies. And stage school costs a hell of a lot of money. So, I'm like, okay, I need to do something else. I want to be bringing in a bit of money because I don't want to be working this business that I'm doing for the rest of my life, working these kind of hours. So I need to do something else. And I've stayed in touch with Rianne through Facebook, and I saw that she was doing trading. And I was like, what is that? All I could think of when I thought of trading was Leonardo DiCaprio in Wall Street.
Jordan Belfort.
Although I've watched Industry now. Has anybody else watched that?
PG.
Yeah, not PG.
Everybody goes home and watches it.
Yeah, this is portraying the trading floor, probably not what we're trying to portray here. But that was my perception of what trading was like. But I was like, what's she doing? And I was probably watching for a little while. And must have been, 7 or 8 months ago?
About February time, wasn't it?
Yeah, I reached out. And I was like, okay, what is this all about? So she taught me. She was brilliant. She was a mentor to me. She was amazing. And if there is a bingo game, right, called Traders' Mistakes, I am full house, I can promise you. I have ticked every single one. And so many times I've been on the phone, I've just blown an account. you know, crying, and I can't tell my husband.
Yeah, you don't know, did it?
I didn't tell him. So if anybody puts this online, please don't. He still doesn't know. You know, and I lost money. Well,
You got it all back.
I did get it all back, and so I've been doing this for a while, and I'm doing this around a business that I'm working full time. I still, because I love theatre, dip into theatre and stage manage jobs and events as well, little shows and events. So, plus 2 children. So I'm really, really busy, but I fit this around it. And I think my time management and my productivity skills probably help me here to be disciplined. That's where my discipline is shit hot. You know, I've got a schedule. I'm going to trade in these times. This is when I work on my business. This is when I'm a mum. This is when I go off and do that. And I'm really, really good at doing all of those things. And if I can't take a trade because I'm doing something else, I'm very good at muting the group. Putting it on mute, turn it off. That bit I'm excellent at. The mindset stuff, I'm not been so excellent at.
But that's the part that people actually struggle with, is knowing when to actually stop taking trades.
Yeah.
So like, if you can intertwine your kind of structure that you've got day to day that's so militant by the sounds of it,
Yeah.
like I would have that in such a way where if you master the mindset, it'll be game over.
Yeah.
Because that is the hardest thing, is turning it off.
Yeah.
Because like there can be trades all day, every day. And if a lot of people in here, they can't turn off that point. They're always having to get the next trade.
It's that thing, isn't it? I could just make a little bit more money. I could just make a little bit more money. And as somebody I haven't lost 72,000, definitely not. But you know, I haven't even got it. But you know, I have lost a couple of thousand over the time, because we used to trade on funded accounts, didn't we, when we first started? And I blew those. That was gone.
That's what they do. That's what they're designed for.
Yeah, and it was so scary just watching, you know, that account just go and think. And eventually you just got to hold your hands up and just resign, because this is it, it's done. So when I started trading on a live account, which wasn't that long ago, it was scary. You know, I was a £300 account, 0.01. Small amounts, and eventually it was Ram said to me, "You've got to start trading with bigger lot sizes. She said to me, rip the plaster off and just do it." So now I'm still on a really small lot size, but I'm consistent.
Yeah.
I'm consistent with what I do. I've got a little pattern that works for me, and I'm making money when I do trade. And like I say, I'm really strict with myself, because otherwise, I think it is very easy just to keep going in and, I want to make a little bit more, But, you know, whatever your goal is, £20 a day is amazing. You know, £100 a day is amazing. I think we see, you know, for the majority of us, we see the cars and we see all those things. And we have to remember that takes a lot of time to get there. So be happy with 100 quid, be happy with 50 quid, whatever it is. You know, when I first started on the live account, if I made 10 quid a day, I was like, get in, that's amazing.
I think because there's emotion attached to it as well. So when you're on like a dummy account, there's no emotion attached there, because it's not your money. So you can sit and watch that go into the red forever and ever and ever, and then leave it when it goes to blue. Whereas when you're on an account that is yours, and it's your money, your income that you've put into that, there is emotion attached to it. And I know we talk about cutting the emotion, but it's actually, I think it's healthy. It's healthy to have that emotion attached to it, because it controls your process better than it does if you're just on a fake account that's not yours.
And I think a lot of the time as well, like, we actually overlook the milestones that you set yourself. You don't give yourself enough time to celebrate that win. So some of you might set something as £10 as a goal for your daily income. You obliterate that and get £100, and you don't give yourself enough time to celebrate that. So like, even with me now, like when I'm getting the things that I've dreamed to buy, like, you know, I got the car, it felt great at that moment, but I'm like, right, okay, what's next? I got the cafe, it's like, right, what's next? I've made this money, it's like, what's next? Getting the new villa, it's like, oh, what's next? Sometimes I think all of us need to take that little bit of a step and be like, right, what was the initial goal when we started X amount of time ago? It was 20 quid a day. You've hit that. Celebrate it. don't get caught up in trying to hit the home run every single time and obliterate the next goal, the next goal, the next goal. So anyway, keep going.
No, I think that's completely true, and I lost, you know, like I say at the beginning, quite a lot. To me, it was a lot of money, and I think just making that consistent money, and I think if you can do that, you can grow. You know, I can see the growth. I've stuck this out now. I think a lot of people give up.
That's the main thing. Yeah, definitely sticking it out.
It's sticking it out. You know, 8 months in, I go, okay, I've done it. I've done mistakes. I'll probably continue to make the odd mistake here and there because we're human, and that happens, and the emotion does take over. You know, you keep thinking, oh, maybe I won't put that stop loss on, and then it goes wrong, and you're like, well, I've only got myself to blame.
Yeah.
We've all done it. So, but I know the potential and what I want to do with it, you know, what I want to do with the money when I do make it, and I know I will. I know I'm going to stick this out, and I know I'm going to see much, much bigger things, and it excites me and scares me at the same time.
Amazing.
I think the big thing to focus on there is that you've actually got something to focus on. A lot of people who come into this, they don't have the goal in mind, they don't have the end goal. So when they start making the money, there's no emotional anchor there to keep them on track. So it's very, very easy, like all of you in this room, if I host an event in 6 months' time, I already know the statistics. I already know there'll be a set percentage of you that aren't here, that you've gone west, your head's gone, someone's found out that you started trading, and you know they might say you can't be doing that anymore, or whatever it is. Something will happen, and it's okay if that's you. But for me, I think if you have the mindset to stick it out no matter what it takes, then in 6 months, in 12 months, you'll look and you won't recognise the person that you are today. So.
Yeah. One thing that helped me just on that, like the consistency. What I ended up. You're setting yourself a daily goal, but don't relate it to money. So, like, if you set yourself a goal, a percentage goal, you know, it's not difficult. You work it out every day, whatever your loss, whatever your balance is. Just decide for yourself. You might say to yourself, look, I'm happy to make 2%. Sorry. You know, I'm happy to make 5%, 1%, whatever, and stick to that every day. So. That will then develop your resilience to getting out of the trades, not trading, mute the chat. So let's say it's 2%. Whenever that is, you've made your 2%. Right, that's it. Put your phone down, mute the chat. Don't touch that. Don't go back in. Yeah, that's it. You're done. You've got a plan. You know that you want to do 2% every day. At the end of the week, you're good. But stick to it. And if you take that as a percentage rather than a monetary amount, it just for me that's a better way of doing it.
I have a little hack with that as well.
Yeah.
Share it then.
Can I?
If you want. Might as well.
Okay, so
Need this.
pass the parcels back. Feel confident now. I want you to all be really honest here now. I am a very honest, transparent girlie. Who in here sometimes feels like when they hit their daily goal, they can't stop? Just be dead honest, because this is...
It's addictive.
Yeah, it can be addictive, yeah. You see the numbers come in, you think, oh, just one more, I'll just press that once more, but you're at your daily goal. And you know, every trade that comes in...
Can I just come back on that?
Yeah.
This is a big thing for me. Yes, I'm hitting the daily goal. I'm not nowhere near where I want to be. But I carry on. Why do I carry on? Because I'm trying to get to break even on my bank balance. I can't get there. I get close.
I'll be covering that.
Okay. So, obviously, for me, in trading, to remain profitable, you've got to have rules. You've got to stick to a daily target. You've got to have rules in place, like how many losses a day that you are comfortable with and walking away when you've got to that point. If you can, the hack that I found when I had this struggle was that I opened an additional account under my other account and put a very small balance in it. So when I'd hit my daily goal on my account, on my Vantage account, I would then flip over to my additional much smaller balance, something that I wasn't really bothered by, because if I couldn't stop finger bashing, as Bradley says, I could go, not, in all seriousness though, guys, like if you really struggle, you could blow your accounts by doing it. It could be one trade away from a loss. So once you've hit your daily goal, flip over to the other account. That's what I did when I had those moments of not being able to control it. And it's hard to sit up here and you know, say that, but it happens to everyone at some point. Like, you might hide it, you might not think it's you right now, but there might come a point in your journey where you think, I'll just go in that next trade. But you're at your goal for the day, so stop yourself. At the end of that week, come back and look at your goals again. If you want to move them a little bit, whatever, move them for the next week, the next month. But be strict with your rules. And if you know that you're the type of person that struggles with turning the chat off, with not going in the next trade, just flip to the other account where it's got like a 10 or 20, I don't know, whatever in it, and just do whatever you need to do to get it out of your system with something that isn't going to affect your long-term plan. So that's what I was.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks.
That's great.
Right, I'm going to let Jason talk. I already know him, so he can share his story, but name, age, where do you come from, and all that other jazz. 2 seconds, because this is pissing me off.
Whenever that is, you've made your 2%, right, that's it. Put your phone down, mute the chat, don't touch that, don't go back in. Yeah, that's it, you're done. You've got a plan. You know that you want to do 2% every day. At the end of the week, you're good. But stick to it. And if you take that as a percentage rather than a monetary amount, it just, for me, that's a better way of doing it.
I have a little hack with that as well.
Yeah.
Share it then.
Can I?
If you want. Might as well.
Okay, so
Read this.
Stick on this.
pass the parcels back. Feel confident now. I want you to all be really honest here now. I am a very honest, transparent girlie. Who in here sometimes feels like when they hit their daily goal, they can't stop? Just be dead honest, because this is...
It's addictive.
Yeah, it can be addictive, yeah. You see the numbers come in, you think, oh, just one more, I'll just press that once more, but you're at your daily goal. And you know, every trade that comes in, obviously, for me, in trading, to remain profitable, you've got to have rules, you've got to stick to a daily target, you've got to have rules in place, like how many losses a day that you are comfortable with and walking away when you've got to that point. If you can, the hack that I found when I had this struggle was that I opened an additional account under my other account and put a very small balance in it. So when I'd hit my daily goal on my account, on my Vantage account, I would then flip over to my additional, much smaller balance, something that I wasn't really bothered by, because if I couldn't stop finger bashing, as Bradley says, I could go, not, in all seriousness though, guys, like if you really struggle, you could blow your accounts by doing it. It could be one trade away from a loss. So once you've hit your daily goal, flip over to the other account. That's what I did when I had those moments of not being able to control it. And it's hard to sit up here and you know, say that, but it happens to everyone at some point. Like, you might hide it, you might not think it's you right now, but there might come a point in your journey where you think, I'll just go in that next trade. But you're at your goal for the day, so stop yourself. At the end of that week, come back and look at your goals again. If you want to move them a little bit, whatever, move them for the next week, the next month. But be strict with your rules. And if you know that you're the type of person that struggles with turning the chat off, with not going in the next trade, just flip to the other account where it's got like a 10 or 20, I don't know, whatever in it, and just do whatever you need to do to get it out of your system with something that isn't going to affect your long-term plan.
For sure.
That's what I was.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks.
That's great.
Right, I'm going to let Jason talk. I already know him, so he can share his story, but name, age, where do you come from, and all that other jazz. 2 seconds, because this is pissing me off.
Hi guys, my name's Jason. I've been trading, last October it was 10 years. So yeah, my background, I would say everything. I'm not joking. I've done solar panel sales, I've done marquees, I've done taxis, I've done fruit and veg deliveries, as well as trying to become the next biggest millionaire from forex. And I can absolutely promise you it does not work. It's definitely not a quick rich get scheme, or whatever that thing is, get rich quick scheme. And I was actually going to relate back to what these guys say, but my ADHD has kicked in. I can't remember what the hell he said. But yeah, it's you'll see the pattern all the time. It's the same thing over and over and over again. I think the biggest thing I can ever tell you is your risk management is absolutely everything, right? I did a call for one of our clients not long ago, and I came up with this example of, how many of you drive? What's the first thing that you do when you get in your car? Seatbelt.
What? Who puts a seatbelt on, rookies?
Not in a Ferrari. Yeah, that cost for £5. What am I about to say? Anybody know?
Stop loss.
Yeah, so your stop loss. Who doesn't trade? Who trades without a stop loss? Be honest. Go on. It's 3 of you. Absolute bollocks. There's more of you. Who doesn't trade? There you go, 4, 5, 6.
I have.
You never get in a car thinking, I'm going to crash my car. Right? But the time you crash, anybody crashed?
Yeah.
What saved you? Yeah, and it's tedious. I know it is. You think, oh, I'll just move my stop loss a little bit more, a little bit more. Oh shit, blown an account. Who's blown an account? I'm a pro at it. I used to be. Also, I wanted to say this in the start. It's all coming back to me now. Bradley's thanked. Where's he gone? Bradley's thanked everybody. Yeah, right, be quiet. Bradley's thanked everybody, but I think, can we all thank Bradley, because without him, yeah, and as Paul said, we are from Wales, so you may not understand what we say. So about overtrading, I will also, I'm sure you won't mind me saying, but Sunday to my left was up £600 yesterday on trading. And on the way here, which was about 4 hours, not as far as Italy. Where's the lady from Italy? Amazing, well done. There you go, well done. On the way here, I'm not going to pick him out because I'm not asked him, but we stopped in the Trafford Centre, and he's one of my clients. We walked into the Trafford Centre, and we walked into Breitling. Anybody into watches here? Breitling probably varies from £5,000 up to 30 grand. Very nice watch. With his profits from forex, he's just bought a just under £6,000 watch yesterday. And for me to sit there and see that, it was a fantastic feeling. And I said to him, I'm so proud of him. And I am. It's amazing to see other people win. It's incredible. And I'm actually jealous. I want one now.
But I think sharing like how we connected and stuff, mate, like is a big thing, because like I'm just trying to sort these fucking things out on TV. It's starting to piss me off, I'll be honest. Shall we talk about anger and smash someone's face? The guy who's meant to start an attack, he's gone here, well, fucking head's going. This is the version of me that I don't like coming out. Head goes. Sorry, what we're talking about? Sorry, we're in a trading event. Hi, guys. All right, then. So you see, trading isn't a scam. But no, I think sharing with Jason, like how he got involved in this, because we met in IM Academy. In fact, we met before that. And the place that he was in when we first met, he didn't have the belief in himself. And I think sometimes what he just shared about someone else there, sometimes it needs someone else to have that level of belief in you. So whoever's shared this with you, whoever's put you on, like that for me is the important part. Because like if someone hadn't put me onto it 8 years ago, I'd still be drowned in a network marketing environment that I was at every event. I didn't say cult then, actually, it was. And it was, but I was so, at the time I was brainwashed into believing that what I was doing was okay. When in actual fact, I needed to step away and see a few things. So when me and him really reconnected, he was working a job. Again, he can share that, but I want you to kind of share the journey that you went on, because a lot of people who were working, he weren't working a shit job, he were making good money, but then him having that element of someone else saying, mate, you can do this, to kind of get to a point where now he's doing this full time, you know? So again, I took all your story away from the end, but if you won't mind just sharing that.
I'll just leave.
Sorry.
But yeah, I think I was going to cover this. What Brad has built, honestly, I genuinely mean it. You're in safe hands. You know, he's always got we all think of, shit, this, that and the other, the trader's done this, and we all are the first, including me, to blame somebody else. It's easy to do. The hardest part is to look in the mirror and think, like Brad said earlier on, it's you that's putting your stop loss in place. It's you that's choosing your lot sizes. It's you that has control of who puts more. Was it you, Rihanna, that said 4? No, Lisa, you layer 4 times, right?
I'm an angel.
Who layers more than 4 times? How many times do you layer? 40, 50? I've done it myself. You know, I will share the story, and I don't like saying it, but it's the honest truth. And I think you guys who've made an effort to come here need to hear the real truth. It's on a Friday, I had a trade open. By Sunday night, you obviously all know that the market closes on a Friday and opens on a Sunday. It was £1,300 in profit on a Friday night. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. It'll go up. 1 minute past 10 on a Sunday night, minus 9 grand. Gone. Yeah, but just to finish off, the time aspect for me is incredible. Like, not a single person in this room, not Elon Musk, not Richard Branson, not even Bradley with all the money he's got, can buy time. Not a single person in this room can buy time. I don't want to be 80 thinking, shit, I should have kicked the football a little bit more with my little boy. Or I should have, like you ask my boys, I've been to every single one of their sports day. And as a father, I'm not trying to cause an argument here, but it's typical, the mother does everything with the kids, right? It takes them to school. It's usually the mother, right? For me to do that, I'm usually in the middle of like 40 other women when I take the kids to school. They all look. they all look at me, and that in itself is like, what do you do? Why are you here every day? It's like, where's your wife? It's like, I don't know where my wife is, but I'm here, and that's important. I'm showing up. I'm showing up every day, and you guys who've got kids, at 3 o'clock when the bell goes and your little boy comes running to you and cuddles you, if I was still in Amazon, I would never, ever, ever be able to be there. It's literally a 30-second gap of my little boy saying, Daddy. It's amazing. I'm getting quite emotional now.
Pass it off, it'll start crying. Okay, so for you, mate, I know now, obviously you've heard people talking, you don't have to feel like you have to do that. I basically mentioned, was it yesterday as well? Yeah. Perfect. So we mentioned planning. I probably need a little bit more of this myself, but again, mate, you can just share your name, your background, how long you've been doing it with us, and we'll go the last week.
Yeah, nice one. Okay, so I'm Dylan. I'm from Anglesey, and I started forex because of Jason. So basically, I joined. So I joined up, signed up, seen a video. I think you shared the video of you speaking on Facebook, innit? And then I thought, I'll give this a go. Then started doing it. Put 300 quid in to start. Oh, this is easy, this. TP1. Whoa, TP1. Up my lots, bang. Account gone. So put another 500 quid in. Started again, small, 0.01s, 0.02s. 0.05s, 0.8, bang. It's like, for God's sake, here we go again. I'm sure I've blown about 10 accounts altogether at the start.
It's only been 2 weeks.
No. Started in July. But I think the hardest part for me was the mindset. Yeah. And then Jason was saying with time, I'm lucky to have you by my side. So actually, you can answer the phone, like, Jason, what's going on? Like, fuck this trading, this shit and all this, that, and the other. No. But now I'm actually trading now, so just, yeah. So November time, I think it was November time, I actually put my head together, go for it now, and now I'm thereabouts £2.5 grand a week now, trading. And that's when sticking to the same plan. Yeah.
So like from busting 10 accounts, like to being at a point where it's 5-figure months. Yeah. And again, like not everyone's going to have that journey, not have that result, but like what if that's you? Some of you in here are on your last 250, 300 quid and you can't afford to bust 10 accounts. So like what these guys are sharing up here is to help you fast track that journey, fast track that thing. Because I can sit up here all day talking about my mindset, my results, my this, my that. But if you hear it from 8 other people and they all say roughly the same things, that it is statistically around what we think and where we are, like hearing that, I remember me and him did a call. When was it now? The last where we did a call. I basically sprung that on me as well. I was like, mate, we need to do a call together. And he was like, October, yeah. But like seeing the growth of that is incredible. So for me, this is what it's all about, is you don't know when your breakthrough is going to be. So imagine he'd have quit.
Even £100 a day is
Yeah.
£2,000 a month.
£2 grand a month, it covers, it covers rent, it covers car, it covers your bills, it covers your food shop. So what do you think your kind of breakthrough moment was?
Constantly blowing accounts, always blaming everyone else, everything. I definitely think your mindset calls on Monday nights. And I don't know, I was the videos, I start watching a bit, whatever kind of thing. When I actually did sit down and watch them, and actually watching the traders calls on Thursday nights and stuff like that, I was watching all them, I was like, the start video came, I watched a few minutes and it was like, never mind. When I actually sat down to watch everything and actually think, you know what, I'm doing something wrong here. If he's doing money, I must be doing something wrong. When I actually did watch them, started sticking to the same lots and everything, and I can show anyone here after if you want. My lot sizes are exactly the same. Every single trade, every single day. I don't chop and change. Mine exactly the same, every single one. And if anyone wants to see them after, I'll be happy to share them.
Nice one, mate. Appreciate that.
No worries.
Appreciate that. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Hi, what's this one for?
That's for the other cameras that are all dotted around.
Oh,
Yeah. So it's not a case of it's sat there waiting specifically for 3 hours of trade. It's a specific window of time.
It's just when you're free.
So if you're free 7 till 9, 7 till 10, 7 till 11, and you're not busy at that point, that's what they mean by the specific trading time. Yeah.
So and then I've got my phone here ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise I just felt like I was like that.
Yeah.
Don't
No.
do that.
No.
Just be disciplined with
definitely
your time
not.
when you're free.
Okay.
If a trade comes in, great. If you're busy and a trade comes in, don't take
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Okay.
You don't have to trade all the time, every single trade. The reason they do that is to accommodate for every single person.
Brilliant.
There'll always be more.
Yeah.
Your lot size, Dylan. What's your lot size at the moment?
1.2.
What
Perfect.
size account?
Big, massive.
100 quid.
Okay.
Yeah, 100 quid. Yeah.
Right, Kate, dive in. Name, background, journey. Let's go.
Okay. Hi, my name's Kate.
Don't get embarrassed, please stop it.
I did not get that big of a woo.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, woo! Okay, well, background-wise, what do you want to know? You don't want to know, like, literally everything.
No. Just like what made you transition into it, how you got here, kind of your results and journey so far, kind of what have been the main points for you? Because obviously, I know you've got a big social, and obviously there's people here whooping and cheering and hollering. But like, I want you to share from your side of things what you've experienced and felt while you've been in the mix.
Okay, so, well, I was already in crypto and DeFi back in 2021. So when this opportunity came along, I didn't have, which I'm guessing a lot of you probably thought, oh, this sounds too good to be true. This sounds like a scam, didn't you? Yeah? Because when I was in DeFi, I was like, initially I felt exactly the same. Like, this is, how is this? How are people putting in such a small amount of money and making all this money back? But then I saw it I personally didn't experience it myself, but I saw it with my own eyes. I saw people going into things and making huge amounts of money. So when this opportunity came along, I didn't have that part of my brain going, oh, this sounds too good to be true. Immediately I thought, okay, this sounds really good. And the moment I spoke to Bradley and he mentioned Bob Proctor, that's when my stomach started flipping, like, and I was so excited. And like many of you know, I always say that feeling in your gut that you're getting, that is there for a reason. So if you're excited and it's going woo woo, like now I'm just like, yeah, that's what I'm doing. So I was like all in with it. And for the first, I don't know, 5 or 6 weeks, I probably made all the mistakes they tell you like not to do. For a while, I wasn't putting on a stop loss, and it was going great for a while. And I thought, this is it. Like, what the fuck is this trader doing, putting a stop loss on? This is how you should do it. And then my fucking account just started going down and down, and I'm sitting there watching it go. Can I say all this? Is this all right? Okay. So I could see it going down in drawdown, and you have that thing where you're like, do I just close the trade? And then I'm like, no, because then it'll go back up. I'm fucking riding this bitch out. And so I saw my account going down and down and down. Anyway, you know what happened. So I don't do that anymore. But I do all the other. I have done pretty much everything they tell you. I've revenge traded. I think I know. Sometimes I do think I know better than the trader does. And yeah, I've done everything. But the moment I actually said, Kate, what the fuck are you doing? Just do exactly as the trader tells you. Because I was trading as well originally, and I didn't know what some of the stuff meant. So when he's going, move your stop loss above entry, I'm like, well, I can't do that because I don't know how the fuck I do that. So I really did. I went back and I just learned everything, and now I'm just like a fucking robot. If he tells me to do something, then I'm fucking doing what he tells me. Apart from the break-even stuff, because again, I'm a bit like you. I'd rather hit stop loss. Yes. This is my thing. I'd rather hit stop loss and make that loss rather than move it to break even and then it goes fucking shoots up. Like that to me is more gutting than the other way around. So apart from that, I do, exactly as a trader tells me. And I'm actually doing all right now. I do quite well. So
because it wasn't long ago that she did send me a text message saying I've cracked it. You just don't put a stop.
Yeah, I did. But then he replied back.
I didn't hear from her for a couple of days.
But then he replied back, first of all,
wow, another one.
You're all I need.
That's exactly what he said. He said, welcome to my logic. And he's like, you can't hit stop loss if you don't have one. So, yeah. Yeah, no, actually, don't do that, by the way. But some of I need to learn. I do need to learn lessons the hard way. I fully know that about myself. So I needed to have that loss in order to learn that lesson, because otherwise I just would have carried on and on and on. So for me, really, it was the best thing that could have happened to me. Really, seeing that loss. I don't want to talk about that anymore. But yeah, I'm doing really well. I love it. For me, it's such a buzz. And I've spoken before about when I left the DeFi space, just because it was I got scammed over and over again. You're putting money into these projects and you're trusting people. You can't even see their face, let alone who they are, where they live. And I got to the stage where I just couldn't do it anymore. But I really missed the buzz of crypto and getting into these things, trade. I missed all of that. So now I feel like I've got the best of both worlds. I fully trust Bradley. He's out there. Everybody sees Bradley. You know where he lives. He's.
Yeah, actually. Postcode out there, people just rocking up on the mum's house.
So he's fully docked. Do you know what I mean? That in itself should give you a lot of sort of faith in that. So yeah, I've got both aspects of it now, and I still get to trade every single day, and I get that little buzz, and yeah, I love it. And I've actually this because of me, aren't you?
I've never actually physically met Kate until today. I'd followed her on Instagram for a long time to do with, if anyone knows Kate, castor oil, wellness, etc. Because I was seriously unwell, needed some help. Sorry, I'll please don't cry, I'm fucking crying. So. myself, and I did really, really well. I had my own business, I was doing really well. £2 million business, which was a big thing for me. Was in a very bad relationship, and lost all of the money through the relationship. Started another business, retail. At the worst time, COVID. So basically, it should have took off, flew, everyone was excited about COVID, we were smashing it. I thought, this is it, I don't need it, I'm going to pick myself back up. I'm a single mum now to 2 kids, 2 boys. I can do this. And still have this massive house with this massive mortgage from having this business before. All these other bills that go with it, I've had the cars, I've had it all. I've had the jewellery, I've had everything. It all really means nothing, like you say. It genuinely means nothing until you hit rock bottom, and you will hit rock bottom if you don't listen to these guys. So I saw another guy before Kate, and I was desperate. Retail came out of COVID, all the bounce back loans, they had to be paid back, and as we can see, the economy has gone down. Started panicking, my shopping Brighton was really struggling, my online was really struggling, the little business I'd started, the children's wear, it's really struggling because it does designer children's wear. Who can pay it? Normal people, they can't. Shopping and retail was going down. So I saw this guy on Facebook, as you do, and did the same. Thought, oh, I'm going to follow him. I got in this copy trading group, didn't listen, blew, like basically I had 10 grand, I put it all in, I blew the lot. Then Kate, because I was following Kate separately, posted about Bradley. So I was like, fuck it, I trust Kate, don't even know her, but I'd seen her journey and it was very similar. You didn't want me sharing about, like, can't pay for the water, can't pay for the heating, can't pay the mortgage. I was in that situation. So I started it in November. Oh, don't cry, can you please stop? I couldn't pay my mortgage. I don't know any of these guys. I've never met them before today. I couldn't pay my mortgage, I couldn't pay my bills, I couldn't buy my kids a Christmas present. Oh, I'm so sorry, Dad. Alright, I'm sorry.
That's alright, I'm crying, don't worry.
It makes it, I just want it to be more business-like.
No, this is real though. This is real. This is what it's like.
Last year I was seriously unwell. I had to have a major operation, got a rare type of cancer, and I literally thought, fuck, this is it. I'm fucked. Like, they're going to take the house. The repossession was on the 15th of this month, January. So I started this in November. I made enough money to pay my mortgage. I listened. I did blow a bit at first, I'm not lying. I got up to 2 grand, I blew it back down to 300 quid. But I've stopped and I've learned. I've been able to pay my mortgage. I've not smashed it up. I could buy my twins a Christmas present. I could do the food shop, and she doesn't know me. And I voiced over to her Instagram saying, I just bought my food shop without looking at how much bread, milk. Now I was in a position in my life where I didn't look at that for a long time. For the last 10 years ago, I didn't look at the price of anything. I was in a really good position. And I feel like it was my journey to learn that lesson again, to hit rock bottom. But honestly, it's changed my life again. I want to learn how to do it properly. And honestly, I probably, for any of you guys that are thinking about it, just listen. I did the same things when Bradley was talking earlier. I did all of it. I upped the stop loss because I thought, because of my financial situation, I was panicking, thinking, just earn more, you can pay the mortgage, you can do that. I panicked, I was emotional about it, but now, I've started this new year, my house isn't getting repossessed. But I've proved to them, they've stopped the thing, the house isn't getting repossessed, you know, and it's changed my life. And because of this lady, and obviously because of you. So I've never met you, Bradley, before today, but I'm so glad that I followed you on Instagram 5 years ago. And honestly, if you listen and you apply, when I do it, the first one, I literally have listened and I've literally done. It's so frustrating when I know I can, the greed takes over, especially when you're desperate. When you're in a desperate situation, the greed will definitely take over you. You can't let it. You have to sit there, you have to be patient, And I'm not nowhere near these guys. I've got like £2 in the trading account, yeah? It's nothing. No, it's nothing. And I did fuck it up massively. I got it back from the 300 and I'm going to stick with it, and I really honestly just do it because I wasn't even coming here. I saw her story yesterday and she had a spare ticket. I got up at 4 o'clock. I was here by 8:30, I was early. And because what they're saying is, I don't know who your girlfriend is, it's Katie, is it? What she was saying, no offence, buddy, meant more to me because she was like, see yourself there. And yesterday, I literally thought, if you don't change your mindset, if you don't get out of this house and go to this event, right, because at one point, the woman who had the first spare ticket, she was like, oh, I want to sell it. And I was like, I haven't got the money to pay for the fuel, I can't take this risk. Fuck it, I just won't go. I thought, you know what, like, get up. And at that time, literally she messaged me back when, you know what, you can have it. And I was like, I'm going. And I got up and I drove here, and I'm really, really glad I did. And I got you know what, I am going to talk, because that's the person that I want to be. Yeah. So well done, man. Honestly, you've done so much.
Not often I'm lost for words, but like I think a lot of the time I also take for granted the power of this because, you know, we see what we're doing every single day. I live in my own bubble 99% of the time. And that's why, like I said to Katie last year, I'm going to start doing a hell of a lot more of these because it brings people together, it shares the emotion because, yes, even though I'm sharing some things, you might not resonate with everything that I say. And, you know, even like then, she was saying, oh, sorry for crying. I'm like, no, that's how it is. That's the emotion. That's the real, the rawness, because people need to see that. Because, like you there saying now that you can keep everything, you can maintain your life from something that the barrier to entry isn't there. And that came from a random connection on Instagram, 3, 4, 5 years, however long it is.
You never know when it's, yeah, that's it.
And I think that's one thing that I really, really want to kind of share in when we're doing all this type of stuff is like every single person's journey is different. How this affects you is different. How the mindset works for you is different, but it all works in a roundabout way. And if you follow, like she mentioned, your gut and you trust your intuition enough to do what is in front of you, the results that you can get, as you can see up here, and I'm sure there's many more success stories in here that we're not going to have time to share, but you can if you want to bump into the lads. But, you know, hearing this up here is why I do what we're doing. So I appreciate every single one of you jumping up here. And, yeah, thank you very much. Okay, quick one before we dive in. The amount of people who ask me on the break, it's there. Right. Watch Katie's Instagram. Here, Katie J. Clark. Right. She's also Katie Clark on YouTube. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Okay, so now, after hearing that, I want to dig into like some more of the mindset-based stuff now because we've listened over and over and over and over and over and over and over again that people struggle with the mindset. So would it not be more kind of, is prudent the right word? Is that the right word in that sentence? More prudent? Oh, don't worry about me. To focus on that. So you look at the results-orientated versus process-orientated. And I covered this on the last event. I was going to take this out. But this, for me, is a really, really big part of trading because amateurs are only focusing on the outcome. I lost the trade, it's a bad trade. I won, it's a great trade. They're not looking at the in-between version of that. So results-oriented traders miss up important learning lessons and opportunities, and they tend to be impulsive in trading and do not have a long-term mindset. So what I mean by this is that you're looking at the current trades that are coming through on a trade-by-trade basis. Rather than looking at it from a statistical perspective, which is, I'm an Excel spreadsheet nerd. I track my trades, I track my emotions, I track my feelings, I track the entry, the stop loss, everything like that when I take a trade. So then I can see based off of X, Y, Z, that's the results that I get. Whereas if you look at process-orientated, professionals judge their trade by the way they made their decision. Did you adhere to the results? Winner, well done. Loser, no big deal. Did you break the rules? If you did and you won, you were lucky. If you lost, it's what you deserve. And I think a lot of people in here need to hear that side of it. If you lose and you know you shouldn't be in the market, you deserve it. Don't sugarcoat it. You can't bullshit your way out of it. You do not deserve to make money if you cannot follow the rules. Who here has seen Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? Right? You lose. Right? Because he drinks fizzy lifting drink. Right? Shouldn't do it. Didn't get Willy what he did in the end. But he shouldn't have got it because he broke the rules. For those who haven't seen Willy Wonka, I'd highly recommend you go watch it. We should all be of age now to be able to go watch that. It's a fantastic film. Right? But again, if you're breaking the rules, you will learn quick. And if you don't, it's going to be an expensive journey for you. So when you're managing your emotions, who here would say that they're an emotional trader up until today, right now? Who here is emotional? Fear, worry, greed, anxiety, guilt, yada, yada, yada. Like, those who don't like saying it, there'll be other emotions that are in play when you're doing this. So yes, it might not be fear, it might not be greed, it might not be anxiety, it might not be worry. There'll be other things. When you look at successful traders, they've followed a proven process, not emotion. They embrace discipline and consistency over impulsiveness. They view losses as lessons, not failures. They remain patient and let the trades come to them. And they are constantly learning and improving. So this is why mindset, this number is wrong, 99% of it is trading. In trading is related to mindset. For me, when I first got started in this, I understood that, but the stuff that I was learning wouldn't allow me to see it to an extent. Because I was like, right, these guys are marking up charts and they're making money. So I related the money to them marking up charts. That's why I went and got 6 monitors, sat there for 12, 14, 16 hours a day when I should have been selling my fucking products in my coffee business to try and learn how to trade. Yes, I understand how to mark up charts. Yes, I understand the statistics behind it, the fair value gaps, the imbalance, the this, the that, the other. But that isn't what makes us successful. We've heard people in here that had businesses before. They didn't just magically just wake up and go, going to make a business today, and it's going to make multiple 7 figures. No, it takes time. It takes, consistency. A lot of us in here are wanting the end result without becoming the person first. So if we look at that trading is a 5% strategy, 95% psychology, the markets do not give a shit about you. Katie mentioned this to me not so long ago, that it's an energetical exchange. So if you're coming into this greedy, chasing money, you want the money to come to you, you're coming at it from a wrong angle. Rather than saying, listen, I'm here, I'll respect everything that we do, I'm going to take the trades as and when they come through. I'm not going to say that the universe is going to sit and gift you that trade, but longer term, you're going to have better strike rate because it doesn't care about the emotions, it doesn't dictate your decisions. Success in trading isn't about predicting the market, it's about managing yourself. So without a strong mindset, even all the strategies fail because you're in it willy-nilly anyway. So if you look at how poor mindsets impact trading, like what would you say this results in? If you've got a poor mindset, what are you going to end up doing? Over-leveraging, gambling, what else? Making mistakes, no stop loss. So like revenge trading, you're going to end up getting hit with so much stuff and you have to go through that because over trading, revenge trading, exiting your winners too early, letting losers run too long, fear and greed, cloud your judgment, lack of discipline, causes inconsistent results. Self-doubt increases hesitation. So we need to build you a resilient trading mindset because this game is a walk in the park. When you are fully on board, like who here has woke up on a morning and they feel fucking incredible? They've had that day where they're like, man, nothing's stopping me today. Everything, all the traffic lights are on green. Like everything that you plan that day feels unstoppable. Who's had them days? Right? What changes that day? It's not like you've lost your arm or you've lost a leg. It's something that triggers internally that then results in everything else outwards not being how it should be. So like even there before, my head went with this going off. It means nothing. No one would have noticed if I'd have just stood here normally. But I'm looking around, couldn't see MX. The boys were taking photos, and I was like, better do this myself then. Ed's gone. I'm like, screen's gone off. Their role isn't tech, by the way. So this is where my anger used to kick in, and I would ruin my own day before I'd left the house. Ed's gone. Kate's like, what's wrong? You've literally walked from the bathroom to the bedroom. It's from here to here. And I'm like, don't talk to me, I've had a bad morning. She's like, Brad, you've just, I've not even hit anything. She's like, you've just woke up, what's wrong? And I'm like, I have no idea. But my head's gone. It could have been that the tap didn't kick out hot water quick enough. And I'm being deadly serious by that, by the way. My head would go at such simple things. So I then became aware of that, and I realised that that was why I ended up overtrading, because I'm like, oh, I fucked my day, I might as well overtrade. No trade. Bye, 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 bye. Oh, sell comes out. Trader's wrong. Please hold. This is the market dropping and I'm still buying. Then I put my phone down, then I regulate my day. And then 2 hours in, I look at my trades, my account's gone. And I'm like, Ed's gone again. So I'm like, Brad, you can't even stick to your own discipline. This is what you guys will be going through, but on different levels. So there'll be things coming into your life that's presenting itself, that'll be triggering you, making you feel a certain type of way, making you act a certain type of way. But if you start to see the patterns, I don't know if this is called the karmic cycle, but I'm going to use this because I think it sounds cool. Is it? Yes, your thumbs up. It is the right thing, right? We're going through the same thing over and over again. So I had to do it with friendships. I had a lot of wreckheads in Ibiza that I thought were friends. They weren't friends. They were just other people who loved the same thing at that exact point that I did, partying. I then moved to Marbella, fell into the same circle. It wasn't until I broke that karmic cycle that the people around me started increasing. Now, if you come to Marbella, the people that I'm surrounded by, they're flying in on helicopters onto the yacht. They're coming to meet me in a fucking Rolls Royce, smoking 3, 4, 5,000 euro cigars like it's nothing. That, to me, I used to be like, wow, that's really impressive. But now I see the journey that they've been through. And whether you believe in like full circle moments or not, we met a guy at my cigar, we have a cigar night every Friday, 6 till 8. And a guy turned up, it was this guy in the Rolls Royce. And we got speaking about Think and Grow Rich. We got spinking. That's after. I now have dry mouth. No. Right. So we met and we got speaking about Think and Grow Rich. We got speaking about like mindset, subconscious, all of that stuff. And we went deep down like Bob Proctor, Napoleon Hill. And he was like, I have that Rolls Royce. And I went, what Rolls Royce? He went, oh, you see the one that I just pulled up in? That was Napoleon Hill's. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah. He said, like, the full circle moment there for me was like the book that changed my life, the person that changed my life. I'm now sat having a meeting with someone who I am going to buy that car off. Does that make sense? He's an older guy. He's not going to be rocking around in that when he's not here. Is he? He isn't. We had this conversation. I'm like, before you pass away, I'm buying that car. And he was like, yeah, too right, you should as well, because that then is a full circle moment for me. So like, there's patterns in your life that you'll go through that show you that you're aligned with where you are. And it'll be something so small and subtle that you might overlook it. So you don't end up going down that route that you should have taken. So you imagine I'd have maybe not done the sip like that night, every Friday, I forget what day it is. Every day is the same day to me, apart from on a Sunday. I try and relax a little bit on that day. But every day is the same. Sometimes the guys will tell you, I cannot be arsed doing sip and smoke on a Friday. sitting with 10, 15 people, randomly talking, smoking cigars. They look G for photos. They make my mouth taste like crap. But from a content perspective, I'd built the mindset that when I used to go somewhere and I saw someone a little bit older, in a suit, smoking a cigar, what's your first instinct? Based around some of the films you may have seen. Money, wealth, success. So in my head, I wanted to resonate like that. I want people to see me. I don't have to tell you that it's a custom suit. I don't have to tell you what car it is, but you see me getting out of it in a custom suit, you might look and think, he might have a bit of money. I don't have to tell you I've got this car, I've got this certain suit. So like, it's all about how you have your journey that you go through. And again, it's not about buying the materialistic things. This for me started off because I needed the money. I needed to make something a little bit different. I had nothing. Didn't matter how much money I made in network marketing, it went. I never broke a certain income level. So you'll have certain patterns in your life that you have to hear over and over and over and over and over again until you hear it. Some of you need a slap every now and again to hear it. And I don't mean like physically slapping, it's going to be something emotional. You know, like someone mentioned that I think it was Paul and Lisa when he mentioned about the financial of hitting the amount of money on their account. Something has to change for them to move differently. Rock bottom has to hit for you to then start thinking, actually, I'm here to make money. Because a lot of you, you're treating this as like a part-time gig and it's paying you like that. Because if you turned up willy-nilly to work, who here be going to work on Monday if they've been acting like that for the last however long they've been doing this? Nobody. I can see Paul's at the back. If his staff were late all the time, they weren't doing what they went to doing, the guy at the back stood nice and professional. If he wasn't there doing what he was meant to do, adios. In this, you're behind your own phone. So it's you versus you. So you've got to listen to that little thing on your shoulder and dismiss it as quickly as you can because it'll put you in a hole. It'll bring out old versions. Who here's had demons come out that they didn't know they had? Impulsive parts of them that they didn't know they had? Versions of them that they thought they'd squashed 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago? Mine are still coming out. So you have to go through all of this, and it's a journey as while you're going through it because it'll hit you emotionally each time. I've rewritten my goals for this year that I wanted to achieve by March. I'm hitting them already in November, December, just gone. So I'm like, Jesus Christ, like the stuff that I'm writing is working. So a lot of you who here, honestly, if I came to your house right now, who would I see their kind of future where they're going to be? Who would I see some goals on the wall? Physically on the wall. Sick, right? Whatever they are, amplify them. If Rory was here, he would tell you, my house was like a shrine everywhere. It'd write, I'm so happy and grateful now that I am this, the dream car, the dream life, buying the care home, the dog sanctuary, all of that stuff. I've got the exact amount that I need to buy a care home. It's a lot of money. I've got the exact amount of money that I need to do a dog sanctuary. I go every couple of weeks, every 3-4 weeks to do some bits with them. We donate online to the dog sanctuary, which is near us, because I don't need people to see that. But there's so much stuff on the back end that I have more desire for than chasing a little bit of money. Because money comes and goes. The emotional feeling when you feel like quitting is what will hold you in the game. Because there's a reason that you're here. There's a reason you get started. And it's nothing to do with money. Deep down. Surface level it is. But some of you just need a community of people. Some of you just need somewhere that you can belong. Some of you can just hang around with other like-minded people, right? COVID taught me that. People are so like disfragmented as network and people and friends and this, that and the other that COVID taught that was the case. Everyone went online, everyone on Zoom, your big offices shut down, every man and the dog's working from home, friendships crumble. So if you understand in this game, like it's not always about the money, it's the journey that you go on. So you need to develop that self-awareness, understand the emotional triggers like we spoke about, but like writing this down. You know, Katie covered this. Like, what are your emotional triggers? What makes you think a certain type of way? What is it that hits you when you think of X, Y, Z? Because if you can't wrap your head around that, it'll just keep taking your money. You know, I think Dylan mentioned 10 accounts. You imagine he hadn't got that light bulb moment, it'd be 100 deep. Right? Lots, that is. So you need to accept uncertainty. The market is unpredictable, but your process needs to remain consistent. So you need to practice patient, waiting for the right setup. So that means if you miss a trade, don't degen into it and think, oh man, it'll go up anyway, and then get pissed off with yourself when it goes the wrong way. You need to build mental endurance, treat trading as a marathon, not a sprint, and you need to focus on not perfection. Focus on progress, not perfection. So if we look at the 1% trading mindset, 99% are in that little jar, fishbowl, whatever it wants to be. There was a fish in there. I deleted it. Right? So 99% of traders are lazy, impatient, they're greedy, they're fearful. We need to flip you out of that and get you patient, confident, resilient, hardworking, eager to learn, adaptable. People mentioned up here confidence. You do not need to hear me say that I'm confident by how I dress, how I walk, how I shake your hand, how I show up. So you guys need to start acting like that today in every area of your life. Once you start doing that, life is a walk in the park. If I shake your hand and I look you dead in the eye and I shake with confidence, I introduce myself, my name's Bradley, nice to meet you. Oh, this guy's got a bit about him. Whereas if I'm meeting you like, hey, my name's Bradley, and like, nice to meet you. I'm like thinking, fucking hell, he'll buy out off me, this guy. So like getting that confidence level up, it's not just trading. That's why I say on my mindset calls, this stuff that I teach, you can apply this to every area of your life. Every walk of life, every person in here has something that they're going through that they can apply it to. So if you're protecting your capital, you protect your mind, successful trading isn't about survival. Definitely not about gambling. Risk percentage, whatever you feel comfortable with. I always put 1 to 2% on here. I don't stick to that. Why? Because that's not my risk appetite. I'm okay with 5-7% risk because I know statistics, I know math. So like getting that confidence level up, it's not just trading. That's why I say on my mindset calls, this stuff that I teach, you can apply this to every area of your life. Every walk of life, every person in here has something that they're going through that they can apply it to. So if you're protecting your capital, you protect your mind, successful trading isn't about survival. Definitely not about gambling. Risk percentage, whatever you feel comfortable with. I always put 1 to 2% on here. I don't stick to that. Why? Because that's not my risk appetite. I'm okay with 5-7% risk because I know statistics, I know math. Some of you can't do the statistical math part yet because you're so inconsistent with how you take the trades. So if you're day in, day out, changing, chopping, doing this, doing that, like that 1 to 50k account I did was with 0.1s. Guess when I fucked it up? I started putting 0.5s on, 0.8s, 1.6, 3.2. For those who don't know, that's martingaling in. Doubling down. Roulette, blackjack, whatever the class that has. So if you can use your stop losses to like minimize losses, avoid over leveraging, this is where it gets interesting. What do you think the silent killer of trading is? What will stop you being here in 3, 6, 12 months' time? Fear, everything. FOMO, and it's more so you. Because I always talk about this, it's all internal. Everything that we're talking about now is you versus you versus you. While I'm talking right now, there's me to you, and you're talking to yourself at the same time. Most people, it might just have clicked for the first time that that's actually the case. So if we understand that we talk to ourselves all day, every day, I'm even thinking it while I'm talking sometimes. Have I just said that right? Did that come out right? Oh my God. Is my zip done? Oh, well. Did I eat any food? Did I have a coffee? Should I have a coffee? Bum, bum, bum. So you're talking to yourself all day, every day. So if we understand what your reason why is in this game, and this goes back to like the network marketing, Jim Rohn days, where like they used to say, write down your why, and print it in front of you. And it sounds cheesy, but it works. Because like this needs to be something that has an emotional impact on you. If you're a family person, make that your why. I guarantee you, this lady here will not have to think of anything emotional because she's got the drive. Jason talking about seeing his son running up to him and saying, Daddy, the drive. So when you think about jacking it in, it's easy for you if it's money. Paying the parents' mortgage, building the care dream home. Care dream home? The dream care home for Alzheimer's and dementia. Create an amount of assets that my children never have to call someone a boss. I don't want no one checking in. Purchasing the dream Lamborghini Aventador in baby blue. Right, I got the Ferrari instead. It's fine. It was an asset. The reason I didn't get the Aventador is because, and this is me just being 100% transparent. When I met Chris 10 years ago, 15 years ago now actually, we were doing a naked photo shoot for Herbalife. I did not make the cut. I don't know why. I'd been there naked all day. Genuine conversation, by the way. But when we first met, what's that? I had a suit on, right? I just stood like this before, I think I was. The legs were squatted. It's a visual for you all that you want to delete immediately, right? Me too. But then, that's how when we first met, he sells cars. And I used to see the thing on his stories, he used to post a Lamborghini Aventador. And that was my dream car. Can I afford that now? 100%. But when I was looking at purchasing a car, and again, this is where I could talk about decisions. The sip and smoke stuff that we do every Friday, it opens me to networks of people that have got money. People come there because they feel opulent when they're there. Like this suit that I've got on, I feel like a suit of armour in it. I know it's custom made to me, I feel sick. So when I got around that, there was someone saying, hey, listen, do you know anyone who's got a Ferrari? No. If you ever come across anyone, let me know. He had a car rental company. Rents it out for €1,800 a day. Nice. Didn't think anything of it. My dream car, Lamborghini Aventador in baby blue. Then my business partner, a guy called Luke Barnett, who's an ex-UFC fighter, he said that his friend was selling a Ferrari. At the time, did not have liquid. Had income, but I didn't have enough to go and drop 300 odd grand on a Ferrari F8 Spider. I did not have that. So I said, look, beautiful car, would you mind me doing this on a payment plan? In my head, I'm like, it's not a BMW. It's not a Merc. He's going to tell me to fuck off. And he went, what are you thinking? I said, I'll chuck you a bit of money down and split it up over 5 years. Expecting him to say no. We came back. He came back with a counter offer. We ended up signing that deal. Now, what do you think I do with that car every month? 8 times a month. It goes into someone else's possession. I have a Ferrari for free. So, had I have bought the Lamborghini Aventador, yes, it would have looked sick. But my dream car, in all honesty, wasn't the Lamborghini Aventador. It was the SVJ Roadster, which is 1.2 mil. Didn't have the liquid for that then. So now, when I'm looking for a car, I have the liquidity there to do that if I choose. So a lot of you, when it comes to this, if you're chasing, yes, I put the dream car on there, but it's the emotional feeling that I get off the back of it because now I've learned what to do with money. I've learned what the successful people do. I've learned how to acquire income and wealth. So now if I can teach you guys, right, what you do with your money, don't squander it on buying a Louis Vuitton t-shirt for some random gimp on Instagram to like your shit. No one cares. Nobody. Not one person, literally, if I look at the business, nobody came to me and says, oh my God, you've bought a Ferrari, let me join. You would think that maybe they would, right? But they want to see the emotional journey that I've gone through. So you being here, something's triggered someone enough somewhere to do something that triggers you to get into it. So the top ones here, the parents' mortgage are done. Build the care home. That costs a little bit of money. My goal is to do that by 2027, 2028. The dog sanctuary I want to have. We do a lot with the dog sanctuary at the moment. So the goal there is to go deeper into that stuff. So if you have things around you that are going to trigger you, that are going to make you feel a certain type of way, all your decisions are going to be leading you to win. Versus lack, versus the poor mindset that you might have had up until today. Because everyone now going forward has the ability to change where they are, what they're doing, how they're thinking, how they're feeling. And it's going to take time. It's going to take a little bit of stuff that you're going to have to go through. But these are the three choices as a human being. A lot of people fall into like the middle one, which is a negative impact. So number one is no impact at all focus on you. Number two is a negative impact. Huge amount of the population live in this. Number three is a positive impact. This is the impact that drives your income. So like they talk about when people start to make money, they go out there and give. And I'm not saying that you need to become this local Samaritan in your hometown and giving every man and the dog money on the corner of the street, you know, like Father Christmas. But imagine if you just started giving a little bit more to things that meant something to you. You know, I know there's people in here that have battled with cancer, that have beat cancer, that have gone through that type of stuff. So what do you think their things are going to be when they start doing giving back? It's not going to be to some random thing, random cause. It's going to be something that's personal to them, that hits home. So you guys have to go through all this and make a decision which is all about your belief. In the word believe is the word lie. And I say this on every call. Don't lie to your friends, don't lie to your families, don't lie to your loved ones. Thank you. Good timing. Bit hot though. Bloody hell. Try to burn my lips. Thanks. But like, don't lie to the people around you, lie to yourself every day. Who here genuinely believes they can lie to themselves every day? Who here does lie to themselves every day? I do. I look at myself in the mirror every morning and I say the most outrageous things to myself about how good looking I am. In my head sometimes. I also say about my income that I've got, the business that I've got, the impact that I'm having. I'm already visualizing 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 10,000 people sat in a room like this. Like, I've got an event in a couple of months that I'm doing, and I want to make it where I can invite Procter Gallagher over. It'll cost me 180 grand. But you imagine inviting the people who started my journey onto a stage and I get to introduce that, tick. So like a lot of this that you're doing here, you've got to start lying to yourself about all the stuff that you want now. And it might be monetary based, but it's also got to have the emotional aspect behind it as you go. So I'm going to go into, this is like some of the biggest shit that I enjoy speaking about and thinking about, is like the conscious mind versus the subconscious. If anything, I should probably bring Katie up for this bit, but she's not prepared for it. So I'm not going to just throw her in the deep end again and go yoink. But when we understand this, the conscious mind, it controls our brain only 5% of the day. The subconscious controls the other 95%. So when we're awake, as you're stood right now, sat as a human being, some of you are looking a bit sleepy, I know, it's whatever time, but the body secretes something that keeps you from entering dream state. So right now, as we're all sat here, our body is working consciously, in this case, it'd be unconsciously, to keep you from going to sleep. When your head hits the pillow, it stops secreting that. That's how you go into sleep mode. Who here dreams? So it just means that that secretion level is dropping off quicker, so it allows your body to enter a different level of that. I won't go into too much detail into that because it boggles my brain too, and I love it. But when you understand that the subconscious is what's feeding our everyday life, what are we telling ourselves day in, day out? What conversations are we having day in, day out? How are we speaking to ourselves? So the logical part of this is working when you're awake. It has limited power and it has a filter. So if I say to you right now that this screen is blue, the logical part of that says, no, it's not. It's white. Unless you're colourblind, then you're a little bit squiffy. But if I start telling you things that you know aren't there, your conscious brain can say to you, that's not right. However, when you go a little bit deeper into it, the subconscious, it's not logical. It's working 24 hours a day. It has unlimited power and it has no filter. So if I tell myself every single day that I'm a successful trader, that I'm a multi 8-figure earner, that I've got a group of 30 to 40,000 people trading every single day, that I'm doing this, and I'm telling myself all day, every day. I might not lose weight, but I can tell myself 3, 4, 5 days on the bounce, you're looking good. You're losing weight. And I feel better. My skin looks better. I do lose a bit of weight. I don't know why that is, but maybe that's because the subconscious is making that come into reality. So if we can understand that the brain controls everything, what if we start to feed it the unconscious part of it every single day? Who in here is religious? By show of hands. Don't mind if you're not, it's okay. If I came to a religious person's house, what am I typically going to see in the house? I'm going to see, whether it's whatever religion, they'll see things on the wall, they'll see artifacts, they'll see this, they'll see that. You go to a kid, you say to that child who's in that household, are you religious? They would say, yes, mummy, yes, daddy, I am. What religion I am? This religion. They don't have a clue what it is. Zero. Their brains aren't emotionally developed yet to understand the religious process. But they're told by their family, who they love, who they see, that this is X. So they're that. Would it not make sense for you guys to go, and this is what Bob Proctor did. This is how I got introduced. I was at an event. It was meant to be 250k a month income and above. I wasn't earning anywhere near that. But the guy who was mentoring me at the time said, hey, listen, this is where we're meeting. Come sharply dressed. That was also a problem, so I didn't have anything smart with me. So I went and got a jacket, turned up at the event, and there was about 20, 24 people sat there, all earning good money. I was a bum at the time. And the doors opened and Bob Proctor came through. And I was like, fuck, I'm definitely not leaving now. Like, squatting myself into the back, like, you know, here I am, sat down, hiding. And he was talking, he was going through a load of stuff. And he went, like, even to the guys that were making a couple of million a year, he's like, if I was to come to your house today, would I see where you're going to be in 12 months' time? And my ADHD kicked in and I went, no, you wouldn't actually. And he looked and he went, well, I want talking to you. But why? I said, you'd see my current environment, my current situation, you'd see my current lifestyle, you'd see my current income level, you'd see, you know, whatever it was that I was buying. Well, not even the real pot noodles at the time. Buying the fake ones that taste better than pot noodle, weirdly enough. I said, you'd see that. And this is before I started getting the coach, and he said, I would highly recommend you go away and print some images. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, I've heard this at every network marketing event I've been to. Print off some images, stick them on your wall where you can see them, and your subconscious will get to work. I was like, but I've now heard it from the horse's mouth. So I went away, and I printed, they're actually in this, so I'm kind of jumping back and forth, but you'll get the point in a minute. I went away and I printed 26 images. And I wrote on them, I'm so happy and grateful now that I am this. I wrote it because he said, do not do it on your iPhone. Do not do it on a computer. Do not do it on an electrical thing. It's scripture. I was like, wow. So when you understand, write the vision, make it plain, so he who sees can run. That's a biblical scripture that is there, that stands the test of time. So if you guys have got your notes that you've got of your goals written out, take them off of a tablet, which is electronic, put it into physical. Get 2 pieces of it. This is how I did it. I got 2 pieces. I had the house. I had one that I kept in my house, and one I folded up into such a square little piece of thing, it sat in my wallet. I then got an affirmation card, little metal thing, like an Amex, for those who've got an Amex, like a metal thing, sat in the front of my wallet. So I went all in. Within 92 days, my business grew 900%. And I'm telling you right now, nothing changed. Not my output, not me prospecting. I was in Tesco's, Sainsbury's every night, 24 hours, giving out fucking sachets of coffee to weirdos. And I was the weirdo as well, by the way. I'm stood there going, I can see you're eyeing up bagels. Do you drink coffee? They're like, yeah, why? Right, okay, do you take milk or sugar? They're like, no, black. I'm like, great, okay. Here's a black sachet. It's got my name on the back. If you love the coffee, just drop me a message. No one ever messaged me back. But I was putting in the reps. Nothing changed on the output. My business grew 900%. I was like, wow, okay, maybe this stuff works. So I increased my goals, I increased my belief, I increased everything that I was doing. Started doing the one-to-one, started going to the events, started going to the coaching, started paying obscene amounts of money to travel the world to go to these events, getting into circles that I didn't used to believe that I was worthy of being in. So that now when I'm sat on a Friday night and I've got people coming to my cigar lounge that are billionaires smoking cigars that are coming to my establishment, I started that 10 years ago by writing down, I'm so happy and grateful now that I'm surrounded by successful individuals who have a like-minded like me. Every day I'd read that. So when I got my wallet out to pay for something, my subconscious remembers the handwritten scripture. This is going deep on stuff. Your brain is so multifaceted. Is that the right word as well? Moldable. It's got layers to it. So it forgets that you've actually done something. Like who here puts the keys down, forgets where it is within 0.5 of a second? Every day. Right? So if you understand that the stuff that you're doing every day, it's not logical. Your brain isn't reading that every single day when it's in front of you. I'm brushing my teeth thinking, got a lot of stuff going on today. But my brain remembers, I'm so happy and grateful now that I am doing this. So you have it around you all day, every day. So the brain has 70,000 plus thoughts per day. The subconscious mind only thinks in the present. The subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between what is real and what is imagined. So who here in the last month has made a negative comment about money, about a stop loss, about their current bank account, about their weight, about their hair, their nails, their this, their that, the other, right? Your brain's just soaking that up and saying, yeah. Because when I call myself a fat pig, which I tend to do quite a lot, my brain goes, yeah, you are a fat pig, here's a bit more weight. Right? Wondering why side boobs starting to develop, because I'm looking like a pig. So if you understand that the brain is having conversation all day, every day with itself, would it not be mindful and conscious enough for you to think of stuff positively? If you have everything in front of you and you start seeing the good stuff, you start seeing where you're going to be, you start seeing the results that you're going to get. I'm not saying 70,000 thoughts of mine a day are positive, because you just saw me lose my shit with a fucking screen. Right? It's not. But if the overarching result is positive, the results that your life will then show you are going to be positive. So your subconscious mind believes anything. Anything. I need you to really dig this. Like anything, even if it makes no sense. Now. So like I could say that I'm going to be stood in front of a room of 30,000 people. I've said it. It's out of my mouth now. The universe, the energy, the frequency that I operate on, will find a way to make that happen. I only need a few more mouths of you sharing some shit, and this room's 800. I could have sold this event 4 times over. 5 times over. Easy. So next time, it'll be at least a 5 to 10,000 person event. Once the bigger events are going. So if your conscious mind knows that it takes time to action goals, but your subconscious mind, you can program it to believe that you already have them right now. This is where we go into, who's seen this graphic before? Good that only a few hands, right? So your thoughts are your conscious mind. It's the thinking mind, it can accept and reject, and it contains 6 intellectual factors: imagination, intuition, reason, will, memory, and perception. So when information is impressed upon it with repetition and emotion, it is passed into the subconscious. So that's what, subconscious. That's why I'm saying to you, the stuff that you have set as a goal has to have emotion behind it because it gets into your subconscious quicker. Does that make sense? So if you're doing this over and over again daily and you're writing down your goals, you're writing down your reason why, you're writing down your affirmations, you're writing down everything that it is you've set that you want to attain, your conscious mind will make that subconscious. So then your brain, whilst you're not thinking of anything, it'll put the right things in place, which is your feelings. So this is emotional mind. It works in feelings. It must accept all information impressed upon it through repetition. And it controls the vibration in your body. So all the shit that we're saying to ourselves negatively, we're talking about money, we're talking about lifestyle, we're talking about business, we're talking about health, relationship, friends, family, this, that. Like, I genuinely believe that if I've got someone around me that's not in a good position health-wise, I believe, because I'm the creator of my own world, I believe I can say things out loud enough that will change it from the thoughts, the conscious mind into the subconscious, and it'll make it real. Does that make sense? And again, I know we can't do this all the time, and we're not fucking God or anything like that. We can't make people live longer. But what if you could? Who here's thought processes would change in a heartbeat? Who here's had an argument with a mum or dad that they've said things that they might not have wanted to say, with their son, their daughter, their kids, their this, that if that actually happened, you'd be devastated, right? So we all need to think, and again, like I always say, life and death is in the power of the tongue. What we say, we need to be very mindful of. I jest about being a fat pig. I know that I'm not. I shouldn't say it, but I do. But all of the other stuff that I'm saying about being wealthy, healthy, abundant, I have the best people around me. I've got the biggest community in the trading space, the most successful company in the trading space. I've got the best podcast studio, I've got the best team around me. All true. And I'm not lying to myself about that because I genuinely believe it. So a lot of you in here, you don't have enough belief in the stuff that you're saying or doing to action the outcome, which will then impress itself every single day, which will then make itself physical, because that then becomes into actions, which is the body. It expresses itself outwards. So you guys then have to look at this as the doing part of your personality. The vibration of the body is decided by thoughts held in the subconscious mind. It controls the action and behaviour part of the personality. So this is what I talk about with money. If you're a scumbag now, and life is good. My laptop's here. If you're a scumbag now, money will amplify that, right? It's connected. We're on. But like, that's the great thing with this space. Like, money will amplify who you are. So you have to get all of the emotional stuff in place before. Because if I'd have been asking for 10, 20, 40, 50, 100K a month before this, sorry, mate, I can tap it while I'm doing this, yeah. If I'd have asked for all of that back then, I would not be around right now. Because the version of me that I was back then, I wasn't the person I am today. I had to grow and develop into becoming the best version of me every single day. And, you know, we hear this a lot. And, you know, I saw it with Paul and Lisa there. You can tell that they are a strong couple. They bounce off of each other. They'll take jabs at each other, but not in a malicious way. They will hold each other accountable. And that's the beautiful thing about having people around you that push you. Like me with Katie, I knew that I was off track. I knew I was trying to find myself. I knew I was going to Ibiza to do shit that I shouldn't have been doing. I knew that. But it took someone who I had respect for to say to me, hey, maybe you should change that a little bit. Maybe you shouldn't be walking up and down a promenade trying to give random people who've got a dog toys. It's weird. Right? You imagine No, that's what I was saying to myself. You imagine I went to, and I jest about this, but I genuinely did. I have to go to slide 119 now. So I genuinely went to an event. It was a Pomeranian's birthday party.
That was a weird day.
Yeah, it was a weird day. I came home to Kate and I said, she was like, where are you going? I went, I'm off to this birthday party. She went, whose? I went, you won't know him. It's a Pomeranian and they're all getting together and they're doing this like birthday party. And she's like, what? And I was like, yeah, I'll speak to you about it when I get in. I went there. There was, on my own, didn't take Katie. I went there and everyone were having a laugh and I had this Pomerania tube, it was called on Instagram. I built an 85,000 following on that by ripping other people's Instagram, taking all the content and pushing it. I was going to try and launch Paw Palace, which I'll show you afterwards if anyone's interested. Great idea, by the way. And it wasn't until the end where they went, so which one's your dog then? I went, I don't have one. They went, why are you here? And I went, oh, I've got an Instagram that does Pomeranians, this, and this. And they were like, cool, bro. Like, you're a weirdo. Never saw him again. So, like, I was doing things back then that my future self would not want to do. So, like, that was a very long, convoluted way of getting that's that next. I think this threw me, by the way. But what I'm saying is, like, you'll be doing things now every day that you know the higher version of you wouldn't be doing. Me and Katie did it before. We were talking about vaping. Who here's a vapor? Who here smokes? Right? Who here's got a bit of a partial to drugs? And it's okay to share that if you have, right? So, like, I knew that all of that stuff wasn't what the higher version of me should be doing. Does that make sense? So, like, the stuff that I was doing was stunting the actual version of me that I wanted to become. Now I don't drink. I had 12 months, no alcohol, well, apart from a wedding we went to, but I'm not an addict. I was doing the no alcohol thing to show that I had willpower. Because in Marbella, I'm going for meetings, I'm having 3, 4, 5 old fashions for my lunch with a Caesar salad, driving home. And again, that doesn't sound cool to say, but I knew that I could drive off of 5 drinks. For me, when I've got a partner, I'm looking at creating my life, unresponsible. So I had to change that to become a different version of me. And within that 11 or 12 month life went yoink. I'm not saying we all become teetotal and start singing Kumbaya at the next event and stuff like that, but it changes how you operate every single day. So now, when I went to the wedding, I didn't feel guilty having a drink. The other night, we got to the room. The room was beautiful. We had the superior suite here. We got in there. There was a bottle of fizz. Like, I was like, do you know what? I'm going to have a glass and a bath. Katie was already having a glass of fizz in the bath. I was like, do you know what? I'm going to have a fizz as well. Next thing you know, 3/4 of the bottle's deep. I've had a couple of old-fashioned. I started to feel a bit squiffy. And I was like, I can see why I don't drink anymore. Because how I operate every single day, when I'm day in, day out, is why I've built the results that I've built. So if I let things come into my life that deviate away into my action, it makes me think and feel a certain type of way, I'm then going to operate differently every single day, which changes my vibration, which changes my energy, which changes the people that come into my life. It starts allowing that old version of me to start slowly creeping back in. And we talk about the failure that we did before. It's not all at once. It happens slowly. And you find yourself in 6 to 12 months' time, the old version of you that you tried to get away from. So, like, when you look at the paradigm shifts, your subconscious mind, who are you listening to? Some of you right now, you're listening to your broke-ass mate who's got no money, who doesn't have the life you desire, doesn't have the car you want, the life you want, doesn't have the level of respect with the kids, doesn't have certain things in their life that you desire to have. So you end up living around them and becoming part of that. So you need to make sure that you speak to yourself more than you do anyone else. That's why we talk about journaling, mindset, this. All the positive things that you reinforce to yourself is what you should be focusing on. If you get a negative thought about anything, question it and it loses power. I used to start making a track of how I was thinking about a negative thing. Like even that there, when that went off, like my head still went internally. I wanted to flip that and smash shit, like, but it's okay. So like switching off radio, I don't know why I put radio or rap here. No one's just casually listening to rap all day, are they? What? Turn off the rap music to Bob Proctor. But these bottom people here who literally changed my life. I got to meet one of them, wasn't fortunate enough to meet Jim Rohn, but I used to listen to Earl Nightingale, The Stranger's Secret, every morning because my old mentor said, I dare you to do it for 12 months. So it was the first thing every morning that I used to listen to. I think I did it for about 9 or 10 months. My life completely changed and I was like, shit worked. So like now, if you look at these people here, you can go look at paradigm shifts. The things that you don't already understand, Go start studying paradigm shifts. Go study the subconscious mind. Go study these people. Like Think and Grow Rich, chapter 8 is all about making a decision. So you have to make a decision from here today that you're going to completely change how you are. Chapter 11 is all about sexual transmutation. That doesn't mean you go start cutting off parts that you think you should. It's changing the sexual energy, the sexual feeling of what you do. If you can put that energy, which travels from the back of your neck, it secretes all the way down, and you learn how to harness that, you can put that into better use. Go read the book. I was going to go down a tangent then. I'd lost a few of you, right? But like, this is the big, big thing that a lot of people don't understand is when they start studying that book, they start looking at imagination, they start looking at the things that it is that can change your life. It's all there in front of us. And the people who first might have thought it was probably people before Napoleon Hill. They all thought that they were the ones who'd fucking got the miracle cure. They'd thought of the hack. So they go speak to someone else and they're like, oh yeah, so-and-so told me that. Because back then there was no phones. There was no internet. There was nothing like that. So that person who found it, like, they thought they were the G until they saw someone else who also had that information. So if we look at like going into like the deeper spiritual side of things, if you look at shamans, where are they typically? They're in Peru. They're in the, you know, the nature. They're not in Tesco's in Romford or Rochdale or Liverpool. They're not. They're in the deep forest somewhere doing deep work. They got pulled out of the kind of civilizations, if you will, because they were seen as witches or the bad parts of things. Because they're teaching you how to work this. Now you're an idiot all day, every day, on phones, asking ChatGPT for questions. Like, a computer is telling us that it's programmed by someone greater than us, higher power than us, what the outcome of something is. We've lost the touch on how this is working. So if we all understand that and we start acting differently, we start moving a little bit differently, we start communicating a little bit differently, the results that come into our life will be different. You know what I mean? So like, that's the type of stuff that I started really, really studying. So when you look at how teachable and coachable you are, things don't change until you change. And the great ones are always learning and growing. They never remain stagnant. Who here genuinely has felt stagnant the last however long? It's okay to share this. I did. I didn't know which way was up at one point. Genuinely, I had 17, 20 businesses that on paper should have all banged. I didn't know why they weren't making money. And who's at the back? Can someone ask them to put aircon on? Because I'm sweating, me. Is anyone else warm? Yeah. Canis, MX, one of you. Thanks. So, like, if you look at that there, don't remain stagnant. Like, you have the ability to go on, do other things. So, like, if you look at the willingness to learn, times the willingness to change, the word challenge, there's the word change. You have to go out there and change different versions of you. Become a little bit different. Get a little bit out of your comfort zone. Because when we look at the success balance scale, the physical aspect of it is 1 to 10%. It's the how-to, it's the strategies, it's the techniques. The other aspect of it is your thoughts, thinking in your own mind, your words, your images, visualizations, your feeling, how you receive things. Like, who here has received a gift and they feel awkward when someone gives them something? Right? Again, that's things that you need to start to work on as a human, because, like, if you can't receive things, you're not going to be open to receiving what it is that you're asking for. So, like, for me, I was asking for 10K. Who here has set a goal at 10K a month before? I want to get 10 grand a month. Why? Sounds cool. I'm a 6-figure a year earner. I've got a 5. Great. But what is the emotional drive behind that? How do you feel? What will you receive when you get there? What will you deliver to other people by getting there? So for me, I know for me to get to my desired level of income, I've got to get a certain amount of people into the system, trading, active daily. I know that my podcast studio has to do a certain amount of podcasts per day, per week, per month. I know that we've got to get the editing team, bringing in a certain amount of websites, certain amount of reels, certain amount of this, certain amount of that, because I know that will deliver value externally to other people watching it. We found the other night, Katie's got a fan page on TikTok now that's got more followers than her, I think, on TikTok, if I'm not wrong. Like, there's someone sat there just clipping up her YouTube. Absolutely flying. It's got 20K views, it's getting 100K views, 69K views, She was like, fucking hell. So someone is more active on TikTok than she is. And it's not even her. So like, again, the thing with this is like how the person that's doing that, they must have got, this is how I internalize this. They must have got value from watching Katie. So they think, wow, I need to share this. They take the first 5 minutes of every YouTube video, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. If it helps people, sick, but there's 69, 70, 100,000 people clicking on that, watching it. So some of you don't know the power that you have by speaking about what it is you want to do. So like even Kate, you know, I don't know where she sat, though I can see her. Like her going through what she went through, documenting her journey, sharing her results with the world, open to criticism, but she knew 100% hand on heart that this is how she wanted to turn up. So now a lot of people are in the community because of that. Because she had belief and faith in what it is. So some of you don't have enough belief and faith in yourself yet to fully go all in on what it is you're saying and doing. So like when we look at this, you need to be patient. You can't expect to get the results today, immediately, because the result of patience is simple, because you already possess it. Everything that you want, everything that you say, everything that you kind of want to attain in life, you already have. But Katie said it, be, do, have. Become it first. Do it, then have it. Doesn't work the other way around. You can't just sit there and meditate all day. It eventually comes into your life. There has to be elements of action, which goes through the conscious, you thinking about it. Again, goes into your subconscious, which means it becomes part of you. You then act upon that. It becomes your body. This is how you express yourself every single day, how you show up. Then your life changes. And you look back and you think, well, all I did was this, this, and this. Wasn't that hard? Because it's not hard to do. The consistency is what's hard. So if you're impatient, irresponsible, selfish, thinking about yourself, have a positive attitude throughout all the journey, and that's your mastery. So you want to kind of look at this here as like the 4 levels of kind of competency, if you will. So if you're unconsciously incompetent, this is you don't know what you don't know. People, when they come into trading, they're in this phase. They don't know what they don't know. They don't know that there's a stop loss. They don't know that there's break even. They don't know anything like that. Then you get on a call, you see the videos, you then move to cautiously incompetent. Great way of basically phrasing that you're learning. This is you in the learning zone. You know that things are there in front of you that you should be doing. Then you become cautiously competent, and this means you start acting on it. You start understanding what's coming through. You're like, yes, this makes sense. The unconscious competence comes second nature. Like breathing, like walking, like blinking. All of that other stuff, like I said before, if we had to genuinely think and tell ourselves, left foot, right foot, right foot, hand, blink, 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 we'd all just be zombies. But we've all got that unconscious competence to be able to do everything all day, every day, which is within internal of us. So if we understand that this is our computer, we're just flesh. Like me and Kate, I mentioned this when we were laying in bed one night. I said, don't you think it's weird how we have dangly limbs?
said, shut up and go to sleep.
Yeah, it's like 2 a.m. and I'm like this.
Stop talking.
But when you think about it, it is. Like, it's weird. Like, when you look at yourself, you're like, these things pick things up. But who's telling it to, like, just do that? Because I'm not telling it. I'm not saying squeeze hand, grip it, let go. I'm not. So the subconscious part of me, the unconscious part of me, is already programmed. So rather, I don't want to brain fudge you too much, but where do we go when we're sleeping? Anyone thought of that? Where do we go when we close our eyes? Right? My dreams get mad weird sometimes. What's going on? Like, and that's what I want you guys to think of. Like, as you're going through, like, let's think of it like planes of existence. We're all here right now on this plane. Who here has had deja vu before? Right? What if that was you ascending to the next level of consciousness? Because you've already done it. So everything that we're talking about now, you're making £1 million trading, you're driving your dream car, you're paying your parents' mortgage, you're doing this, you're doing that, everything's already done. You just have to have the level of belief and faith to get there first. Most of you don't have it yet because someone's not shown or directed you to that. So if we understand that the unconsciously competent part is second nature, we already possess everything that we need to do. Now, we just have to start doing it. And that isn't pressing buy or sell on fucking MetaTrader 5 all the time. Some of you press it like that just in case. Buy and sell. So this bit here goes back into what I said before. Don't have bad days, have bad moments. What happened before with this would have ruined my month. 200 people at that event. Honestly, my head had gone. But like now I understand that I've got to have bad moments and it's okay because I can address that. I can start to write, and I will do it after here, but like, why did that trigger me so much? It's because I like the perfection side of things. I want things to run smoothly. I wasn't in control of this. Did I stand in front of the Bluetooth? Like I couldn't control that. So then I need to like, right, Bradley, well, why is your element of control so high? Why do you, and Paul mentioned it to me before, and I was like, fucking hell, he's right. I want to have a touch on everything. If you were to look at the back end of the system, it's chaos. But I want to have a little, what are you doing over there? What are you doing? How's you getting on today? Have you guys this? Have you replied to 74 messages yet? Like, I want to oversee everything. To get to the level that I want to get to, I cannot do that. I have to trust that the people in place will do that. So I can't let bad moments affect my whole day because I'm operating at this level. Does that make sense? So you cannot guide other people before you make a decision and you commit to yourself. And I'm not saying we all start doing this, this and this and referring X, Y, Z. No. But what I'm saying is you can't guide your partner, your spouse, your mum, your dad, your sons, your daughters. You can't guide other people if you're all blind leading blind. Fucking hell. You're still with Doris on M62. Love Doris. Is anyone here called Doris? It's this. I'm so happy and grateful now that I am. This phrase is powerful because you're speaking in present tense, current moment. Again, your subconscious mind does not know the difference between what is real and what is not. So talk what it is that you write and that you want into existence. Remember that success is a moving target and everything you want has already been given to you. You just have to you.
Exactly.
Remember that today, guys. You just have to you. Right? Whatever that meant. Just have to do you, yeah. That's, I think, what I was meant to do. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Okay. So this, I was going through my Canva. So Katie created her part of the slides in Canva. I went, you know what? I'm going to scroll back. I created this 2017. The graphic was not AI back then. I think I Googled the key to the mindset and I typed over it. I'm so happy. These are the ones that I printed out. So happy and grateful now that I have the most successful online trading community worldwide. Did I believe that when I first got started? Absolutely not. I couldn't even press buy or sell myself. I didn't understand it, but I wrote it and I was like, I would love to have that. So this is all little stuff. And again, this is the stuff that we talk about. So happy and grateful now that I'm traveling the world in luxury private jets easily and effortlessly. Just ticking that off. Being able to jump in a jet to go somewhere is a madness. The old version of me believed it was possible to do. 2017. So it took 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Did it in 25. 9 years to manifest itself. If you guys saw my Think and Grow Rich book, I have my true definite of purpose in there. That's who I am as a human being, what I will do. Build friendships, build relationships, don't bullshit people, lead with love and kindness, build the best relationships that I can. So all of this stuff that I started studying 10 years ago is now coming into fruition. I had this. So I've been grateful now that I'm driving my baby blue Lamborghini Aventador. This was literally everywhere in my house. Steps, toothbrush, teeth brushing station, I don't know. Where I brushed my teeth, where I made coffee, where I went to bed, where I went to the toilet, where I showered, where I did this, where I did that. I saw it all the time. Did I believe I could afford to buy a car that was 300,000 euros? Absolutely not. But the universe knew that my way that I was going was so strong, it opened it up that someone that I'd trust and respect in the social circle that we'd spent 2 years building was like, I really respect Brad. I know he's not going to do me dirty. Here's a contract, sign. So now, yes, I drive a supercar. The next purchase will be an Aventador, but it'll be the SVJ Roadster. It'll be a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Then you'll see me buy the yacht. Then you'll see me buy the jet. But prior to all of this, parents will never have to worry. The people closest to me will never have to worry. So yes, the materialistic things are what were my driving factors at the beginning, but when all this was happening, where was my income level? 10 years ago, in the fucking dirt. The income that I desired, yes, it was up there. But the actions that I would do in my belief, my faith, all of that other stuff was nowhere to be seen. I wasn't studying Think and Grow Rich. I wasn't listening to the likes of Bob Proctor, Earl Nightingale, Jim Rohn. Yes, I was listening, but I wasn't implementing that. So if you understand all of this materialistic things, it now has appeared in my current reality by things that I was asking for 8 to 10 years ago, 12 years ago, 15 years ago. So now I'm worried because my list of things, good Lord, we're going to need a bigger gaff. We need more cars, more this, more that, because the impact is going to be greater. So up until today, the impact that we've had that have allowed people to come in to make money that have changed their life, like who here, I'm going to ask it, who here has had a positive benefit since they've started, even if it was just today? Some of you haven't put your hand up. It's time. Quitting it, cancel it, get him off. Right? But that's what it's about. And I'm not saying we all start doing these events in his hometowns and this, that, and the other. And I'm flying every week. But for me, this is the type of stuff. I had like 20 odd of these. Oh, here's another one. So I've been grateful now that I'm living in my dream home that is mine, but this one was by divine right. So this is deep. When you look at divine right, it means it is yours because of alignment who matches who have you chosen to become. So you can be sitting here and asking for your next door neighbour's house. Your next door neighbour lives in it. You're not forcing this. Divine right means you're not forcing it. You're not chasing it. You're not asking to be chosen. You are simply claiming what matches who you've become. So think of where you're going to be in 6 to 12 months' time, the version of you that is, you've already got everything right now in this present moment that's yours by divine right because you're here doing it. Everything you've got, family, watch, this, all the other stuff, you've already got because of divine right. So then, this is a great person to go study, Florence Scovel Shinn. Get all of these books, by the way. There's one book, but you can get them all. It's a complete works of. Taught that divine right represents God's perfect plan for an individual, encompassing health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. She emphasized that what is yours by divine right cannot be taken away and is manifested through faith, affirmation, and releasing fear. So those of you who are worried, fearful, and have got negative connotations attached to what it is that's driving you into the vehicle of what you want, that's why you will never have what it is that you've written down. Because the thing that's stopping you is fear, worry, anxiety, doubt. So when you study this and you start to really take it into context and you're like, right, okay, well, what if I remove fear? Because like I said before, fear, worry, anxiety, doubt, all of that stuff is a mindset thing. You've not lost your fingers so you can press buy or sell. You've not lost a limb so you can still do it. There's no physical negative attribute towards that. So the things that are actually stopping you is you. So when you start to go through and study this stuff, and this is in the game of life and how to play it, shares a story about a woman who desired a specific house. She did not chase the owner or attempt to control the situation. She claimed that that house inwardly of hers, and it was hers by divine right. So you imagine having such a strong desire and such a strong belief for something that it's going to be yours. Her faith was placed in the outcome, not the method. She trusted that the house was meant for her and it would come to her in the way that was correct and the correct timing. That end bit is important. It will come to you when you're ready. The amount of doors I knocked on to fucking make online money, man, my knuckles are battered. Some of you are the same. Who here has tried more than 5 ways of making money online? Lost every time. Not made the amount of money that you want. So you imagine that it's going to come to you in the correct way, at the correct time. And I'm here to tell you, trading might not be your vehicle. This might not be for you. That's fine. But what if it opens your mindset into believing other things are possible, right? It makes your current day-to-day business absolutely skyrocket. You start making more money. So in the natural following of events, the owner of the house died in this. The property then became available to her through legal and orderly means. So Florence is explicit that the woman did not cause a death nor wish harm on anyone. So some of you in here might, again, let's say not some of you in here because you're here for a reason, people external to you will wish so heavy that you want to fail. So when you understand that that is also playing a part at the same time, your belief and faith has to be unwavering. This might sound a little bit biblical, a little bit scripture-wise for some of you, but that is what I felt like. I was sat right at the back at events listening to a guy called David in an ETA. I was the only white guy in the room. And I was like, fucking, they got me. I'm at like a church convention. I thought I was going to get baptized, chucked into some water. I don't know what was going to happen, but I felt that. So but their faith was always so unwavering. Their belief in what they were saying was always on point. So the results that they got was a way of that. So you imagine that you started operating on this frequency from today and you started understanding that everything that you already want is yours. Everything that you want out of your life, your friendships, your relationships, your income, your business, your health is already for you. Now, you just have to start moving towards it and doing the actions and the steps that are going to get you there. Most people, when they come into this, they think, yes, trading is going to change my life. No, it's not. It's the person that you become, the mindset that you adapt along the way that will change your life. Because then the income that you start to generate off the back of that, that will start to facilitate things. And it will start to test if you truly want what it is that you say you want. Me asking for 10k a month when I was making 1,800 quid a month doing overtime, going out on a weekend, spending every penny that I had, trying to look cool, buying bottles from random strangers that I didn't give a shit about, waking up the following day thinking, I hope I didn't spend any money last night on shots. You did. It was Wednesday morning. Out in Tiger on a Tuesday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Stinkies in Leeds, for those of you around Leeds. Horrible place. However, they did a bacon and sausage sandwich at 8 a.m. when you just left mission. Horrible place. Those were the days. But back then, the stuff that I was talking about, all of this, like I was writing, asking for it every single day. And then I got aligned with someone who truly showed me that everything that I was talking about was possible. I started to see other people getting the supercars around me. Started to see other people making the money. And I say the supercars because that for me was what in my definition at the time was meant I'd made it. Some of you in here, it's not about any of the materialistic shit. That actually is bollocks. Because once you've got the car, it's the same. Don't get me wrong, I love the feeling every single day. I don't drive with the music on. I love the noise of it. But that invokes an emotion, a feeling. So that when I feel and I hear and I see it, I'm like, wow, if I can get 10 of these at the same time and turn them all on. Right? It's sick. Right? But on the flip side of that, the old version of me was chasing money. I was chasing the outcome of money. I was chasing the Lamborghini. I was chasing the watch. When in actual fact, it wasn't that the emotional thing that was driving me. It was being able to, you know, my mum tells me that her house is cold. The fire that she doesn't use, it's aesthetic. It's not worked in years. Having the ability to just say, Mum, by the way, you've got a parcel coming tomorrow. She's expecting something from Amazon. Fireplace turns up, done. Getting a new kitchen refitted, done. She wants a facelift, done. She's got diverticulitis, take her in private, it's going to cost me 25 grand, done. That is the emotional feeling versus having the money. Because I'm telling you now, and Katie will tell you this, having the level of money that I have today has not changed me one bit. Not one bit. Like, I believe personally I'm still the same person that I was 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 years ago. I've just got more. Doesn't change how we act. It doesn't change where we eat. It doesn't change how we drink. It doesn't change, yes, I've got a custom suit on, but that's because that makes me feel good. So if I meet someone in a meeting and they can see that my lapel is 12 centimetres, not your standard suit size, and they know about suits, they already know that I've got a custom Laura Piana suit. Done. So you start to then use that as a byproduct just to give yourself that other levels of feeling that maybe the car might not get you, the watch might not get you. So understanding that everything that we've got from divine right is already with us. So the lesson is with this, that when desire is held without fear, force or desperation, life will rearrange circumstances on its own. You don't have to be sat there with a swinging pendulum asking a Ouija board, am I going to make it? Tried it. Doesn't work. I don't know if I was touching it wrong or whatnot, but it didn't work. Right? So understanding that you guys all have the ability to get the results that you want, to start to live the life that you desire, all of it comes through mindset. And again, I'm going to tell you now, go get Think and Grow Rich. Start studying it. Start reading what emotion it invokes when you're reading that book. Because there's things that will come out that when you're learning, when you're growing, when you're getting better, it'll start to trigger different versions of you. So if we talk about like the planes of existence that we're on right now, the version that you want to become, you're going to have to get triggered a hell of a lot more. The emotions are going to have to regulate a little bit higher. You're going to have to learn how to sit in silence and think, which is the part that, you know, I struggle with. Started doing a bit more walking to reply to all my messages. That's about 4 days in now, maybe 3 days in. Say a lie. I didn't do it yesterday. It was yesterday. It's not doing it this morning. I'm already chatting shit. But that's something that I want to put in place for me. So I've got where I am right now, my goals, my affirmations, my vision, the things that I want to achieve. All it is growing this. Creating the best training environment, the best place that every single one of us can come and make money, have the best mindset coaching that there is. You know, we even spoke of the day about like I've got a good connection through a mutual friend of mine with Tony Robbins. He's very, very like relatable in some of the ways that he speaks and teaches and how he can read people. I've still not watched this, but Katie says that his latest one with Alex Hormozy that he's just done. Like, Alex is seen as the G, the GOAT, the amazing guy in the space. When you put them two in a room, Alex almost becomes a little boy. Like mummy, like daddy's teaching him now. Listen to me, sit down, son. So you're always going to have people that are ahead of you coaching you. And if that's me right now, that you have to listen to this to go start studying the greats, that is what the next step is. For me personally, I'm still looking for that next level mentor. I'm looking for someone, if that costs me 250, 300 grand a year to have 2 or 3 meetings, it's worth it. So you guys coming here and spending 50 quid, some of you, and again, I don't mind asking, who begrudged spending 50 quid to come here alongside travel? It's okay to say it, by the way. Maybe not at the end. If I'd have asked this at the start, people would have been like, I've been up since 3 a.m. Back's hurting. I've been in car 4 hours, 5 hours, flown in from Italy, wherever she is. Right? There's that element of the brain working overtime. So for me, start looking into this stuff. All I can do is give you the keys or the kind of information that changed my life. Because I'm no one special. I'm a random lad from Leeds, worked in hospitality, was very good at sales, and I started to realise that this, I don't want to say it was my calling, but I love teaching about mindset. Because what I did was when I bought Bob Proctor's Thinking into Results, I was like, I can make this a business. I literally re-recorded the stuff and how it hit me. I created a mindset course. I was selling it for $4,995. I made bank. But then I realised I had to coach people one-to-one. Fuck that. Fucking hell. No way. Not for me. I give them half the money back and I said, listen, if you want to stick around in the school community, there it is. That's still running somewhere in the ether. I think there's about 19 people in it. But like what I want to do with this, and I've not started creating this yet, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to create like a mindset course, if you will. So everything that you've just heard and seen today, yes, it's recorded across all the cameras. It's going to go on my YouTube anyway. But I'm going to put this into like actionable steps that we can start to take in the day-to-day life. It'll live somewhere. I don't know where it's going to live. It might be on school. I don't know where it's going to be yet. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I've just said it out loud, so it's already happening. Damn it, I've got to do work. Fuck. I've just started leveling out on other areas, now putting my work in, fuck. But that's kind of what I want to do, because I know that that's the aspect of the stuff that changed my life. Me being able to sit down with a man, grey hair, glasses on, calm and chill, say print 26 images off, changed my life. To then go on and study the same book that he read for 54 years. I'm not studying it to the in-depth that he was, but I know what the outcome has been so far today. So imagine if we all go today, get the book, start reading it, and we start incorporating it, and you put it with elements of your life that fit with you. Who here would agree that in 6 to 12 months' time we might be in a different place? Right? So like that, for me, is what these events are about. Like, last night when we were laying there, I was like, man, I want to plan so much more. I want to plan so many more slides. I want to talk about this. I want to do this. But the reality is, I don't even know what's after this. This could be the last slide. Right? Have I? Shit, 2 slides left. But that's what I think I don't know, because if I'm planning it too much, I can't get into flow. I can't be my true authentic self. I have to come back and be like, oh, the lesson is that when desire is held without, no, I need to get into flow with some stuff. So like what I want some of you guys to do, just because I know there's only 2 slides left and I want to do another half an hour, 40 minutes or so. Let you guys get on your way. What time is it, please, anyone?
It's 20.
I'm an hour fast. It's 5:10 on my watch. Shite. So like, I want you to let me know like some of the stuff that you're struggling with. I don't want to, I'm not this, listen, just before we do this, do not trauma dump on me. Write that down in your journal and address that yourselves. Therapists are about 80 quid an hour, right? I love speaking to a therapist personally because they've got no judgment. I don't know them. It's perfect, right? So like, what are the things that you genuinely, after today, what are the things that you feel have kind of held you back? Anyone want to share? And I'll be able to go on a tangent on it. Anyone?
Fear.
Fear? Anything else from anyone else? Anything? Impatience? Okay, loved ones. Anyone else? Self-sabotage? Fantastic one. Anyone else for any more? Family? Worthiness. So like, okay. So like, a few of them all fit into each other. So like self-sabotage, worthiness, all of this stuff kind of comes into one. And a lot of the time, it is just repetition. It's what you've heard over and over again. Like, it might have been from a toxic ex. It might have been from a bad relationship. It's probably someone telling you that you're not good enough. Like, I remember I used to play for Huddersfield Town. I was a 100-metre sprinter for Leeds in England. Quickest that there was in the UK. I used to travel all over the place for it. I used to score 5, 6 goals a game, every game. Leeds, Liverpool, Arsenal, Man U, this, that, and the other. I used to play for Huddersfield. My dad used to stand on the sideline and do this. That meant do more. And I'm like, fucking hell, I've scored 7 goals. We're winning 8-0, and I set the other one up. What more do you want me to do? So growing up, I didn't really attribute that to me then always wanting to be the best leader that I could be. So sometimes we have it inside of ourselves to be the best versions of ourselves, but other people have squashed it down and say, no, you can't do that. You're no good at this. So your level of kind of self-worth, if you will, gets squashed. So like you imagine, like I've grown up all my life thinking that I wasn't good enough at football. Scoring 7 goals against Man United wasn't good enough, brother. That's why you got released. Wasn't that. My dad just chirped off at the manager all the time and you got sick of him. And I also didn't listen to the coaches. Can't put it on my dad. But the internal version of me growing up, I always thought, man, I've let my dad down. I've failed. So like from a relationship perspective, that then hindered certain relationships because even now, like who here's got a family member that talk about things from fucking 20 years ago? Man, my dad still says when I get there, do you remember when you scored 6 goals against Man United? And they wanted to sign you up and they wanted to take you with them. I'm like, yeah, Dad, I do. I met more than footballers now. But he still holds on to that feeling because it was really him probably living through me a little bit. I've not dived deep too much into that. But again, there's so much emotional baggage that we drag on ourselves that we don't actually ever unfold until shit hits the fan. You have an emotional breakdown, things go west. Like for me, I had to start really looking at this. Like my granddad passed away not too long ago. I say not too long, about 8 years now. And I watched him pass away. He had Alzheimer's and dementia. That's why it's so big for me to create the care home. But I never went to see him in hospital. I never went to see him in the care home because I wanted to remember him as he was. He didn't remember me anyway. He thought I was his grandkid or his son every now and again or his brother or this or that. But I held that guilt for so long that affected me on my day-to-day life. I didn't know it. So then watching him pass away, I didn't resuscitate him. I just panicked. Went and got the nurses and they're like, oh yeah, to do not resuscitate on. I was like, well, I didn't fucking know that. So then I held that for so long and it wasn't until watching SAS Who Dares Wins. Like such a random program. I never used to watch it. And it was this woman talking about her granddad and this, that and the other. That's when I started journaling properly. And like, I remember reading it like, why am I doing what I'm doing? Why am I chasing this? Who am I even becoming? Like, what am I even wanting to make money for? Because in my head, I had nothing to deliver. Does that make sense? So a lot of the time, the stuff that we're dealing with day in, day out, it's nothing to do with you as a human being. It's stuff that you've had kind of filtering into your brain from such a young age growing up that you can't actually comprehend unless you start going through these feelings to do that. Like, I didn't really understand why I had all these feelings about that until I watched that and I was like, man, I feel so guilty that I didn't go see my granddad. It's like, you imagine I'd not seen him ever. I say ever, it'd been about 18 months. It was in a care home. I was going to a Liverpool event, doing something like this. It was for about 120 people doing crypto. I was 2 minutes away from pulling into the car park and my brain said, go see your granddad. I was like, fucking hell. That's weird. Never thought that. Never once. Phoned the guys who I was doing the event with. I said, look, cancelling the event. They're like, what? It fucking starts in 10 minutes, Brad. You're already late. I'm like, I'm not doing it. I turned round, drove all the way back to Leeds. Within 3 minutes of being there, he looked at me and went, it's time. Gone. So this is when you understand all of that stuff. Like, for me, he'd been waiting to pass on. So I then felt guilty for not addressing that months and months and months, years earlier. Does that make sense? So like feeling that I'm sharing this, like being raw, because some of you will have things that have happened to you years and years and years and years and years and years and years ago that you've not addressed, that is holding you in such an emotional frequency before you let it go. So like the moment I let that go, I was like, oh, thank God. I did feel guilty, but I didn't need to. He was already gone. If he'd been wherever he's been for the last 18 months. So like understanding that journey that you're going to go through, the self-sabotage, the not feeling worthy, all of that stuff, it's just a direct relation of things that you've gone through in the past. And, you know, I talked about it once on a mindset call about like trauma. We all have things that we've been through, that you've seen, that you don't remember seeing. Some of you might have shit relationships with a guy or a girl. You might have seen your mum or dad hit the other one when you were young. You don't know why it was, but in your house, it was okay. So when that happens to you in person, you're like, oh, fuck it, that's normal. And it takes something in you to then go, actually, no, it's not. You address it, you move on. That part of your life never happens again. And you're like, huh, why did that happen? You know, my friendship circle that I had, never seen them two people ever again. Marbella's like this. It's tiny. You can literally look and be like, I recognise that person, recognise that person. Once you cut that off, you'll never see him again. So some of you in here, and this might be a bit deep, but you have to go through that and start to actually unpick that version of you, because to get to some of the levels, not even just life-wise, but like on a healing level, you have to unpick a lot of shit that you've been through, that you've maybe not addressed, that you've maybe not gone through, and start to actually look and be like, right, why is it that I'm doing what I'm doing? So for me, the reason that I have such an anal version, like when this went off, in my head, that makes me not a good leader. I can't even control a fucking piece of tech. How are you meant to run a community of 30,000 people if you can't stop this connecting to this? Growing up, I never had a leader in my life that could guide me the way I wanted to guide. Yes, my dad was sick, loved him to bits, but he wasn't a leader. So for me, I want to be the best leader that I can be for everyone. So that's why when Paul mentioned earlier, I was like, man, that touches a nerve. Because yes, I want to touch everything. I want to make sure everything's all right. I want to make sure my VAs, are you warm? Yes. Do you have the heating on? Yes, great. Are you replying to messages? Guys, are you creating reels? MX, are you doing my automations? Alex, are you creating content? Can I see you making sure you're doing this? Are you making sure you're doing that? Like, I'm over-analysing everything because I want it to be the best that it can possibly be. So I have to relinquish control and let people in around me to help take that load, help take that off my shoulders. There's a guy called Matt over here. I'm not sure if he's still here. Yeah, he's there. Like, I brought him into work alongside me to take a lot of the pressure off. Like today, getting the cars here. Man, I want to be able to sort that. He's got the TWF plates printed, sick. He's now doing all the stuff on the back end to sort with compliance, to do with this, to do with that. All the stuff that my brain does not have the capacity to deal with. Sick. There's so much more that we can be doing, but I've got to tick a lot of shit off my plate first before I can unload it onto there, because I've not got some of my life sorted out. It might look like it, but there's a lot of spinning plates that I'm trying to fix right now to make sure that I don't have to leave Spain. Because you've got a tax and this and that and your visa and all that other crap. So like people see the front end of the business flying, the trades are doing this, the support. Yes, it's a little bit long sometimes, but that all comes down to an internalization of me having to be the best. I could have chilled 12 months ago. Very easily. Life would have been sick. I'd have gone offline, deleted my social media, and hopefully the people around me would have continued to do what they do. But that's not me. I want to make sure that we have the best things around. So if that means that I'm a little bit anal sometimes with things, and I did use to self-sabotage things. I used to cut people off, cut people out of my life quickly, too quickly sometimes. Like all the stuff that I used to believe, I didn't feel like I was worthy of making money. I didn't feel like I was worthy of the car, the lifestyle, the house, the villa, the this, the that. Like I used to, in one of my things, I wrote down that I was a bad son. Like all of my network around me are like, what? You're a fucking incredible son. But at the time, because I didn't really understand what I was thinking, I used to take my mum and nana out every Friday for lunch, yet still used to think I was a shit son, shit grandson, because I wasn't there, because I was working too much, because I was doing this too much, I was doing that too much, I wasn't present. When in actual fact, whenever they needed me, I was there. So some of you are putting too much pressure on yourselves to be that girl, that guy, to be the person that you think everyone else wants you to be, when in actual fact they don't. They just want you to be present, enjoy this, the people have been around them, have a good time, do cool shit together, and be the best version of you. Might not always be with the most amount of money in your bank, but there'll be a lot of stuff that crops up along the way that helps you start to trigger and think that. That went a little bit deep, actually. I'll come back. Quite good, actually. I said some stuff out loud there that I've not thought in a long time. That was quite nice. So again, like a lot of this shit that I do, it's not for you guys. It's not. It's for me. Some of that stuff that I was saying there, I'm like, wow, Brad. Jesus, that's why you felt like this all this time. And it might need someone else who you have a lot of respect for to say something to you, which that might have been in jest. But I took it, I'm like, wow, I do have an overbearing thing on everything. I want to make sure everything's positive. Like even Sim, Alex, Canis, MX, like they must think sometimes, man, this guy is a bell end. I've got a little bit better though, right? Much better. I used to come in, stomp things down. I'm like, what's going on? Why have we not done this? And they'd be like, Brad, you gave us it to do like 40 minutes ago. I was like, oh yeah, sweet, keep it up, boys. Got a little bit better. So like, if we start to look at all of the stuff that we've gone through, that we've been through, we're all above 18, so we've all been through things, we've all done things, we've all experienced things. Some of you are a little bit further on in your life. So you've got a little bit more to unpick. You've let things become the norm too much. So you've got to backtrack a hell of a lot and start to look at what it is that makes you think, feel and act a certain type of way. So like for me, when someone mentions self-sabotage, not feeling worthy, the fear, all of this type of stuff, it's a thought. It's a feeling. You can go home today and start saying, I am worthy. I don't need to self-sabotage anymore because I am the best possible version of me. I'm doing everything that is meant for me by divine right. You might not be working the job you currently like. You might not have the partner that you currently like. You might not have the relationship with your friends, your family, your loved ones that you currently like. But every single one of us has the ability to change that from today, moving forward based on some of the stuff that you may or may not have learned. So like for me, I always say this and I'll say it again, this is for me. Because this type of stuff that I talk about, I've got certain things that are meant for me. I've not had the level of belief yet that it's possible for me. I'm talking about buying jets. Why should Bradley Marchant from Rothwell, who used to work at Alton Hall for £6.20 an hour, why should he have a jet? What's he going to do with it? So I have to then internalise that and be like, right, okay, well, that's going to help you get from A to B. I'm not going to be going partying with it. It'll help me get from A to B quicker. It'll save my time. It'll mean that I can put more systems, more protocols, more procedures in place. It means that I can make sure this is better for the community. So then, is it worth me getting that versus standing in a queue for 3 hours before I fly on a Ryanair flight for 3 hours to then get off, wait for my baggage like a lemon and take 12 hours out of my day? When I can pull up 5 minutes before taking off, get to my flight in 2.5 hours, and I'm taking 3 hours out of my day. So it's then the time versus money. How much can I generate in them 12 hours versus 3? Am I more productive? So some of you have things that you're doing on your day-to-day life. Who here despises ironing? Tangent, I know. You're thinking, where did that come from? I don't know. Ironing, washing, all the day-to-day chores that are bullshit. Who here hates it? Who here does it take your time out of your day? You'd rather be doing something else. Why not find someone who charges £20 an hour? You do that once a week. Costs you 80 quid a month, but you get 3 hours of that back to spend with your friends, your family, your loved ones. That's all I do. I hate washing. I hate ironing. I hate cleaning. I love cooking, but I don't like doing it. I'm too busy. So we have someone there who arrives every morning at 9 a.m. She walks the dogs. She cleans every single day. She makes the lunch. Does everything in the house. Me and Katie, not where she's gone. Toilet, I think. We don't ever argue about anything household-wise. I'm like, oh, where's this? Oh, yeah, cleaner hung it up. What? This is ironed. Oh, sweet. I can go out now. I don't have to sit there and think, oh, I've got to go out in 10 minutes, fucking burning my top. Nothing. I'm a sick ironer, by the way, just so you know. But some of you are doing too much. You're not letting go of the little things. You're trying to do everything in the household or everything in a relationship, everything in this, to try and keep it a certain type of way. So for me, if me and Katie had to do that, where one of us was responsible every day for doing the washing, the cleaning, the cooking, the ironing, the this, the that, the other, do you think we'd bicker a little bit? Right? Of course we would. It's natural, because one of you is going to be doing less. Some of you might have a relationship right now where you feel like you do everything. So I'm not saying go out and start spending loads of money, but what if that one thing that you genuinely despise, you go and do? You pay 20 quid, 25 quid to someone who does your washing and your ironing. Done. They're in your house while they do it, or you give it away in a couple of plaggy bags. And they deliver it lovely and folded. Or on hangers, most of the time. So if you start to do that from now, I'm not saying also go out and start bombarding your local people with local things, but the stuff that you hate doing, take off your plate. Now, yes, it's going to cost you a little bit of money. You might not have the money, but it'll give you the time to work on the other things where you might not miss a trade. Where you might be able to work on yourself. You might be able to work on your business. You might be able to work on your relationship with your friends, your family, your loved one. We argue about nothing. Zero. It's sick. Sometimes, I'll be honest, the only argument we have is she's with the dogs a little bit more because she's at home all day. But the girl that we have who comes in, she takes the dogs for walks on a morning now. Tick, problem solved. So now I can focus 100%. I don't want to be coming home and dealing with a parking ticket, speeding fine. I don't have to deal, like, give that to someone who can sort it for me. Like, what do I have to pay? 180 euros, done. Here's my login details. What's next? Because all that stuff there isn't operating where I want to operate. So I've got, like, my VA, she's been with me for 4 years. She has my 2-factor authentication. She has my login to my bank, my crypto wallet, everything. If she wanted to fleece me tomorrow, I'm fucked. Genuinely. She has everything. It's actually quite worrying when I say it like that. She's been getting a bit pissed off lately, I'll be honest. So she might dip and she'll never be seen again. So, like, in that, I'll happily have someone do all of that stuff. For the studio, when have the lads ever had to worry about ordering anything? We have a group, we put it into the group, and the lady orders it for us. Flights. I hate booking flights. Hate organising where I'm sitting, my baggage, all that other stuff. We have someone who does that for us. Flights, booking, checking this. Yes, it's a little bit easier when you've got money. But start to look at all of that stuff in your life that's pissing you off every day, your day-to-day meaningless stuff that you can get rid of, and start to look, right, that 1 hour, I could maybe go spend a little bit of time with my son or my daughter. I could go work on this. I could go do this. That, for me, is what the money is for. Not buying watches and suits and this, that, and the other. I don't have kids. So I probably should spend more time with the dogs, in theory. She's like, damn right you should. But going back to the end of this, like, if you understand that the infinite intelligence creates ways where the human mind sees none. Like, when something is truly meant for you, you don't need to force it. The circumstances move instead. So, want you to take away from this. What are you currently forcing? What are you chasing? What are you currently doing every single day that the higher version of you wouldn't be doing? And sometimes this is a hard conversation that you might need to have with yourself. Because some of the stuff is personal, it's deep, it's real, it's raw. You know? Like the lady coming up and sharing here, like, everything on the table. But I guarantee, probably feel a bit better. Right? Being able to share it with other people, because that there is a domino effect. If you look at it like that, she's now put that emotion into us. So now we have that feeling that when we feel like giving it all in, we've just heard a lady whose life went from here to fucking here. Still around, still kicking it, got her ass up and was like, do you know what? I'm still going to turn up, still going to look good, still going to do my hair. let's go. So when people feel like quitting and giving up, it's a very easy thing to throw in the towel because we've got a salary. We've got people around us that can do this, this, and this. So for me, take note of this. Start implementing the stuff that you're going to say you're going to do. Stop being the person who says, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it next week, I'll do it next month. Start doing it today. And that's it. So guys and girls, appreciate you all. More peasants. Don't be getting naked. But guys and girls, I appreciate every single one of you. The next event will be bigger, will be a little bit more. Someone's going northwest, finding Doris on M62. But yeah, guys, I appreciate you all. That's a wrap. My back's killing. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Outside of the current hours